I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? When you step out the wood, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? When you step out the wood, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 95, where I titled Putin prays to Genghis Khan for power up. And also the biggest news I believe in global affairs is India's visit to Southeast Asia. In Modi visited Singapore, Brunei, I think not sure not sure which other countries. I wasn't following the news very closely, but no, that's one of the big things that had happened. And so yeah, and of course Ukraine war went going to shit, and shit is everywhere. So let me know if the volume is all right for me. And so I'm going to, of course, welcome you guys. And as usual, DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA platform on Telegram, Twitter, YouTube, on the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, and also Twitch, DPA Twitch. So let me prepare. Okay, I'm going to drop the link to join. And so today I forced myself to wake up in order to make sure that we can do on Saturday. Because I have been doing on Sunday for too many days. So I want to make sure that I can do one on Saturday, so that it's fair to the people who need to work. So Let me find my copy and paste link. I forgot to open it. And okay, I could drop the link to join on the Rumble and YouTube as well as Twitch live chat. I will pin it so anytime anyone can join. And remember to share the open mic, because this show is pretty organic, it's ground up, so you guys have to be like, yeah. Oh yeah, and there's also this talk. No, I'm not funded by RT or Russia or whatever. I used to think that it's pretty not bad, to be able to go on RT and whatnot. But I think is the world has turned to a state where it's so dangerous to be on RT. Or I've dropped the link on Rumble. I've pinned it. I've dropped the link to YouTube. And I have pinned it, and I have dropped the link to Twitch, and I have pinned it. Yep. So for those that want to chit chat, then come on and chit chat. So for those that are new, the DPA Open Mic is basically an open mic. Anyone can come on and chit chat. Just we can talk about war, military, geopolitics, anything you want. Even you want to talk about sports, also can. You want to talk about girls, also can. You want to talk about culture. One of the big news is the Tenet media, but Tenet media is actually a very, very small thing. So like, it just got blown up because of Tim Poo. Hi Nunia.
Hey bud, how are you?
Yeah, you got the Superman hair today. The curve. I also want.
What? Superman hair?
Superman.
I haven't combed it.
Okay.
I don't have a hat.
Prada is lagging. Oh my god. Hi, Prada.
Hey, Prada.
Yeah.
Hi.
Well, now you got me self-conscious about my hair, Wyatt. What's wrong with my hair?
No, your hair is nice. It's
I
nice.
don't have any hair. Hi, Nunia.
How is that no hair? That is hair. That is your Prata also got hair. That is like a different kind of style. So, what do you think about the latest thing? I think a few. Putin went to Mongolia, which makes like a lot of like big hoo-ha, and Mongolia didn't arrest him, triggers a lot of Ukrainian people, and India went to Southeast Asia, and of course the entire Tenet media being claimed to be under Russian funding. So Lauren Chen got deplatformed, and Tim Poo was kind of like sent a letter, I think by FBI or something, saying that he might be the victim of Russian propaganda or Russian funding.
Here's the thing about all that. This Lauren Chen person, she's Canadian. Now, I've never heard of this person in my entire life or her husband, right? And I follow this stuff as you guys do pretty closely. I've never heard of Lauren Chen up until yesterday. So how influential is she actually, I guess is my first question. And how involved in like the war discussion is she, right? I don't know.
Vaughn want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, Laura Chen's been around for a while. I mean, she's more of a person that organizes things. I mean, she does have a right-wing voice. She's attached to different people. She's had different people around her, like Tim Pool, stuff like that. I mean, she's one of those talking heads that floats around. So she's obviously got a target on her back because she's probably somewhat successful in maybe getting the message out and promoting alternative media and information sources. So they hate her. She doesn't really talk about the war from whatever I see. I mean, if she's on a Tim Pool show or something and they discuss the funding or the politics of the war, I don't really see how that could be considered Russian propaganda when you're discussing all the aspects of supporting the war in Ukraine or not supporting it. So, I mean, I don't really think there's anything there other than the money. And it's debatable if it's really going down the way they say, like, oh, they knew they're getting checks from Russia, and I mean,
guarantee you they won't be fucking with an American the way they are her. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're threatening to arrest Elon Musk now. Somebody said they issued arrest warrants for the founder of Rumble and Gab yesterday, I guess, for I don't know what do they call it? Attempting to defraud the American people. I guess, they care about us all of a sudden and they don't want Gab and Rumble to trick us. So they're going to save us. But I don't really know what the story is behind that other than they said it was because of something to do with defrauding the Americans. So they're obviously going after all these people.
Because for me, because I follow the alternate media in the United States, so Lauren Chen is one of the many, this so-called alt-right kind of personality, but she's not that big. She just caught my attention because she's pretty. That's all. Because she's like the
I'd say she's like a B-lister. I mean, she's around and she's known and she's respected in some views, but she's not like Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro. She's probably not even as big as Lauren Southern or Laura Loomer in their heydays.
I think Lauren Southern is A-list already.
The thing about her, Scott Ritter, that bunch, I think they're just for November. You won't hear anything about this again. They just want to keep it quiet.
I think it's much bigger than
everything is going.
Sorry, brother. If I may say, I think it's much bigger than the U.S. elections, and you guys are missing some big points everywhere. The U.S. elections are very important. I will let Vaughn bring to it, but it's not just U.S. elections; it's everywhere. I have a feeling we are on the end of 2014 when the NATO narrative was not able to keep up with the pace of the most respected narrative on the population. And that moment they got really scared. So I leave that to you. It was a very important moment. And
tonight you guys better talk about air fryers.
Okay. We'll try to get to that. How about fusion air fryers? Can we talk about those?
I just want to add a bit on the Tenet media. I didn't know it's under Lauren Southern. Lauren Chen. I was trying to figure out who is actually the founder of Tenet Media, but because it looks like it's very powerful. There is a lot of big names, inside this, this group. But their views are very poor. For the kind of scale that they have. Actually, most people don't really watch Tenet Media that much. So that's why it comes as a bit of a weird thing, where suddenly there's so much publicity on this thing. But then, like, generally, Lauren Chen is not that high profile. Like, she's known, but
like you were saying, and like from what I saw on the story, the specific videos that they were pointing to that they said were the Russian misinformation videos, like you said, had very low views. Like for the money they supposedly spent, $10 million, they got like, let's say 10,000 views across, 10 videos or something. So it was a complete fail. I mean, and the videos that they were showing too, some of them were pretty obscure titles. So I don't know, I guess, like, I went to Russia one time and I saw a pretty tree. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like some Russian propaganda, I mean, I don't know what the videos could be. I mean, a lot of them looked pretty plain. It wasn't like you see on some of the clickbait stuff, like with Ritter, McGregor, or Earl Grey, or somebody like that. I mean, it was kind of generic stuff. So, and they said themselves that the videos had very low viewage. So,
well, to your point, Von, I think that's exactly why they chose her. They chose her because they knew, like, she probably doesn't even know why she's being targeted, right? Because, she doesn't know a whole lot about Russia, to your point. I think they chose her because they wanted to make examples of people, but they also wanted people who wouldn't fight back, right?
Well, if
you go after Ritter, you go after Judge Napolitano, somebody like that, they will fight back. She won't fight back.
Yeah, if you you're saying, if you look at her viewership, I mean, maybe across the whole format, platform, they have good views, but whatever she was working on obviously wasn't doing that great. And like to your point, she doesn't have the kind of pull or followers that could help her fund a defense or call people. Like same with Tim Pool, or Ruben. It's almost like they hit her because she's the weak link. But by hitting her, it fucks with, Tim Pool, Ruben Report, and other bigger players that get a lot more followers, and they do get their message out. So, by killing the platform, I guess, then they eliminate those guys' ability to get the message out right before the election, or at least make it hard, because now they have to spend time out there. I'm not a Russian asset. I never did this, or I never did that. I don't know these people. So it works either way. It's just a way to cause a distraction and interfere.
But
No,
we have to. Oh, sorry.
I just want to add. But there's a weird thing. As big as it seems, Tenet Media have all these personalities. Actually, all these personalities all have their own companies. In fact, like Teamcast News, Teamcast is entirely unaffected generally per se. Tenet is like a separate thing. It's like a side project where they just pull their power together to do something interesting. But each of them still have their own stuff. Like Ruben Report is still his own thing. He still earn his own money. Teamcast, Team Pool's stuff still own their own money. Like generally all these people don't really need any money from Tenet Media. They're all too rich. Like sometimes Tim Pool get triggered. He just like boasts about how much money he earns, and it's like these people don't need the money, which is why it's still like weird. Like, oh no, he wants the Russian money. It's like, what money? He's earning more than $1 million a month. Why would he want borders about Russian money? Sorry, Prata.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just replying to Nunya. They did went against Scott Ritter, and they went against the judge. Well, the judge had his YouTube account.
No, they raided his house. They haven't charged him, and he won't be charged. I guarantee you.
They didn't. That's what you're saying. They were too powerful.
Hey, also, Prada, didn't they take his passport too at one point? Judge Napolitano's.
Which is ridiculous. And what I find it really impressive is how come there's not the U.S. press that gets really strong about it and says this is they are really trying to block free speech, the ability of people to have different narratives. It is impressive. And one of the things I will bring with it, perhaps it's a good point, is the fact that Kamala Harris has been being interviewed or approach the space of information with people that never question her at all. She was in the CNN. That was ridiculous. It was like her best friend made a chat with her. She is finding guys on the internet that have the same positions and present her like in an interview where she's the best girl in the neighborhood. This is really strange.
But
Yeah,
I
Vaughn.
feel like Von go. You're muted.
Oh, go ahead. I forgot. I was trying to think of something about Kamala that I can wait a minute.
Oh, so I also know another. If let's say anyone that follows the odd media, you'll probably know a few of the personalities that got deplatformed very very badly, and like Carl Benjamin is one of them, the guys. But then he's still not that bad. He's just deplatformed. But like Lauren Southern, like is totally banned from entering Australia. Like when her in-laws are actually in Australia, then of course eventually now I think the marriage is also fall apart. So now she's back talking about politics again. Like she kind of like just gave up. Probably will never go back to Australia again. I don't know. She don't care anymore. So, but women tends to be very good targets. Women influencers because they are more emotionally, easily to be affected. I believe because they have family, they need to take care of their babies. Like from my understanding, Lauren Chen is pregnant. I think I saw people write on Twitter. I don't follow her so closely, so I'm not sure. So. And another thing is that if let's say if the idea is that this is against Russian misinformation, I think I'm in more danger because it's like I'm not going against the pro-Ukrainian point of view. Then let's say someone who is purely talking about U.S. politics. So Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say something else. It's off but what you were saying. The other day there was a Wyatt posted a thing where people were picking like who's the most pro-Russian, pro-Ukrainian, or neutral. And people should appreciate that Wyatt got all three categories, which means that his presentation is good enough and neutral enough that when people watch it, it's their own biases that make them think that he's pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian or neutral. Because
totally
if you get in all three groups thinking you're the other, that tells me that you're putting out pretty consistent information. And that all three groups of people can't decide, or they do decide that you're one or the other. So that just tells me he's providing the facts and consistency, and people.
I haven't forgotten, the beginning of the Curse offensive. How many people this pissed off with me, especially the regulars. I see all the comments like they're also angry. They say that I wanted the Ukrainian viewers. People don't understand. It's so hard to get the Ukrainian viewers. It's almost impossible. I can't even get the pro-Russian viewers. Sometimes, everyone just watch military summary. Don't talk about trying to fight for viewers for Denis Davidov. How do you compare with Denis Davidov? This is impossible.
I mean, think about it. Yesterday's update? You drew another penis on the map.
It's accident. It's an accident.
Yeah, I think it was around Pishani, and you're like, well, they got down here. But we don't know about this side, and you circled one side, and you said we don't know about this side. And I was like, oh shit! I'm sure Lambo appreciated it.
I think Wade at the moment is one of the best commentators there is. He's one of the most plausible because like Wade has been saying a lot. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of known information at the moment, and the thing about plausibility is really great. I remember Dima. I always liked Dima at the beginning, and when the Kursk offensive started, Dima was hysterical, just hysterical. All his points of view, so like there will be an end day very near. The world will end, and there was no perspective, no idea what's really happened here. And for instance, Wade was very objective. He could understand the point where we're going to, when you're going to. Understand, this doesn't sound like right, because there are a lot of things that didn't sound right and people took it for granted. Just took it for granted. It doesn't matter. The real big picture is what it counts. And well, we are where we are. So the exterior from the beginning of December and now, how do you place both things together?
Yeah, I mean, look at the New York map issue. They're still claiming that they control this cauldron in New York when there's fighting well past it on either side of the cauldron. And it makes zero sense that there would still be any kind of organized resistance or anything still in there. I mean, there might be some guys hiding, but
they're still holding down to Bakhmut.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like stuff like that. Like he'll overlay all the maps, And his gray, I think your gray areas are way better because they're more realistic. Because it's more like, you know, like your thing. Like if you see some guys on a building putting a flag up and they're standing around pretty casually and waving the flag, like you said, way back, there's probably nobody within a kilometer of them because they don't have to worry about getting sniped. They don't have to worry about somebody seeing them and flying a drone over there and killing them or calling in a mortar on them. So it's like, you know, you go by that and it's like, yeah, you can see where the geolocation is and you figure, you know, if it's a village, they might control a few blocks past that, or if it's an open field, maybe they control some of the tree lines out there on either side. They're just not showing where everybody's at. But it makes sense because, you know, nobody's going to go stand on a roof and wave a giant red flag and do Fortnite dances if there's a sniper around. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, I think that's one reason why people can't put you in a category because it's consistently good, solid review.
Yes, generally, I really like when
is a good word.
things.
It's a good word.
I always like when totally new fronts appear, and then nobody know what the hell is happening. Oh, that's my favorite time, you know, because I can start to plot maps. I start to figure out what the hell is happening, you know, where is the enemies. Then I start to plot all the maps. That's how I started the Ukraine war. And then I think, if I'm not wrong, I'm the only one that started from day one. Like only map reporting of the war starting from day one. Like I think even military summary started like half a month in. Like I think the second week or something. So
because weren't you doing a little? Weren't you doing a little bit before the war too?
I was writing articles on it. I was like, warning that Ukraine, don't go down this route. Don't insist that you weren't going to join NATO. At least lie, at least lie about it. Say that you're not going to join. But everybody just seems to want to test. Like they want to play this game of chicken to see. They want to call Putin's bluff. And then Putin invaded. Then they're like, oh, Putin invaded. The same thing, Istanbul agreement. I never believed a single second that it's going to happen. And I did mention in one of the SIRAPs, like 2-3 days before the Istanbul agreement signing, I said that it's not going to happen because Ukraine haven't changed the narrative. So everything, I like to map all these things that is like uncertain. Then it's very easy to. It's very exciting. This is very fun to find out. It's like playing Sudoku. They're trying to figure out what the hell is happening, and yeah, I think this is a strength that I think maybe a lot of other mappers don't have. Maybe because they don't map the information. You have to map the information to figure out what the hell is happening. If you don't map the information, then it's very, very easy to forget everything. And then if you have only one map, then you have to commit into like, oh, this is Russian, this is Ukrainian. I don't have to commit. Russian have a perspective, Ukrainian have a perspective. So that's how I do it. So I find it like easier because I don't have to commit to anything. And then like I look at Ryba's mapping and then I look at Deep State US mapping. It's like they have to commit to a certain front line. And then you see Ryba very confused. They keep changing the front line. Like one of the day, in a single day, they change the front line like 3 times. So because they don't even know what the hell is happening, but they have to commit to it. So now they just put one big gray zone, just to like don't have to talk about it.
I think Ryba, for instance, is very interesting. The guys are very good in doing what they do the best when they talk about other parts, which they loved a lot to talk about, in Africa, in Gaza, and so on. And then you notice how biased they are, and sometimes they make amazing geopolitical misinterpretations. It is really bad, and I wanted to pick it up. Ryber is interesting to look when we look at the Ukrainian conflict with, like Wade said, some filtration through it. But when it goes through other conflicts, which they really try to make it global, I would say they are really bad. They make a huge historical interpretation mistakes. They make what doesn't matter. It's what it is. I think a lot of them they have. Sorry, Betty, just real quick. They, like you said, they got a lot of issues with the West and the West's agenda and the West's history. So, I mean, like you said, it's hard for them to hold back that bias. I mean, you see it. I mean, even in our conversations and stuff, like in voice chat and stuff. I mean, there's times where it's like a bash America fest, because everyone's bitching about this and that that's been done or going to be done.
So, I mean, I don't really fault them for that. I mean, they got a lot to bitch about. But yeah, if you know, you got to know that going in, that way you don't buy into that. As you know, you can hear what they say and then decide for yourself. Sorry, Maddie.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, there's a lot of extrapolation that is done too, that it's impossible for people to actually even know. I mean, Wyatt does a great job by waiting till confirmed information confirms certain things, but not necessarily other mappers. They'll go out on a limb and try to exploit how, I don't know how to say the fucking word, but I can't say it without teeth anyway.
Extrapolate.
They'll try to, yes, they try to extrapolate out. And when you look at the lines they're drawing, they just don't make sense. They go counter to the topography. You know, and I'll always bitch about that. But with Wyatt getting like confirmed information, it's going to put him behind the ball a little bit on some things, because he's waiting for the confirmation where events did happen. Like I said, you know, eventually things are going to move faster and reporting comes in. And you know, you're going to see things that don't look like they make sense that actually happen. It's just that the flow of information is coming through slowly for some. Others are reaching out and just putting anything on the map that they hear. And then it fucks everything up, where at least with DPA and Wyatt's map, you know that it's mostly, it is confirmed where they are. And at least you can trust that and start building, extrapolate, there it is, from there. And I'm sorry for preaching, but.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the curse thing too. I mean, sorry.
No, it's your turn. It's your turn. Please go.
Just on the curse thing, I mean, you know, like what Medi's saying, you know, Wyatt waits for confirmations and stuff, you know, because look at, I mean, you know, granted in the beginning of Kursk, it was crazy and they were driving all over the place. But, you know, a week and a half in, you know, people are being realistic. They know that those big fingers are gone, and whoever drove down that road is either dead or captured or retreated. And, you know, they stay on the map for a while, but even Wyatt will tell you, like, well, we haven't had any news from here since the 5th. So it might be a week or two, but where, you know, he might leave it up as a possibility that they're there is because maybe over the week he's gotten 2 or 3 reports of fighting in the area, so he'll leave it up. So I think that's a lot more fair, because, you know, people be like, oh, they took a picture near this road sign. Yeah, that was a week ago. Nobody ever heard anything about that road sign again. No further update. So it's obviously not still held or captured. And I do like that he does wait for the geolocations and stuff, because you really can't argue with that. Like in that one town, I can't think of where it is, New York, where they say they don't have the factory. It's like, well, you're bombing the factory, so you're obviously not bombing Ukrainians. If they're hiding in the factory, you're obviously bombing Russians that are in the factory. So that, like Wyatt said, obviously they're in the factory, or they were at the time of the bombing. And they probably have that whole place, you know, under their control for the most part.
That triggered me a lot. The New York factory thing triggered me a lot.
Ridiculous. I mean, like you said, it's an obvious point. You've literally got fighting going on 2 prongs, like 5 kilometers past New York, but there's still this pocket of great resistance that's holding up. You'd think the Russians wouldn't advance past it, would surround it and take care of that little problem first. Doesn't seem like they like to leave things behind, you know, and have problems in the rear, especially at this point.
Coping.
So.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me well? I'm not going to be attending too much because I'm off to further intoxicate myself. But I have one thing that I want to say to the audience, and then I have one thing that pertains a little bit. Do you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we hear you. No, drunk speakers is our favorite. You don't understand. You should stay.
Oh.
Who knows? You may be the next one that, you know, we can have the closing on. You know, you just like
Shirty. Oh, well, if I'm lucky, I'm not going to get swifty at the end of the night. Well, so there was, what was it? It was 2 things. Yes. One thing, Wyatt, you made this video regarding Kursk and whatever, and you referenced Transnistria as you did from the very get-go of the war, and not the get-go of the war, but like it was pretty early on when things got solidified, and the Ukrainians were going at it for this Zaporozhye offensive that they were not prepared for. And you were not the only one. There were other speakers also. I don't see him in the live chat, but whatever. And Transnistria was, because it is a certain win. It is a certain win. But this is why Transnistria is likely to be the next one. Precisely because it is a certain win. It is the next, like I have a Norwegian word in the back of my head that I can't translate. But the point
It's okay,
is
you
that
can say it out. Someone will translate. I think in the live chat.
that's säkerstök. If NGS is here, säkerstök. Like it's a sure hit. It's a.
I thought you said sack of shit.
No. A säkerstök. It refers to it refers actually mostly to a lady, or I guess if you're gay or something, then whatever. It's just a sure thing you can put your thing into and it will work. And Transnistria would be just that. Nothing that like Wyatt very accurately pointed out, and there's no dispute here. If Ukraine goes into Transnistria, then there's nothing the Russians can do. Of course, that's just a half-truth. The Russians can be responding in other ways, just as things are responding in other ways. But for the sake of optics, now, this is precisely why I think Transnistria is the next. The Ukrainian army has generally been operating through optics. Zaporozhye offensive. But look at the successes, the temporary successes we had in Bakhmut, or the Donbass lines. They're failing, generally speaking. But hey, we are punching through with great success in Kursk, and of course, predictably, because they haven't. I think there's another theory behind the reason they went for Kursk. But that aside, now that this debacle with south of Kursk, it's not even Kursk, it's far away. And how are you going to cover up for that? You have your most consolidated lines, nearly a decade. Actually, it is a decade considering the year. If you include the years of the war, it is actually precisely a decade. These hardened, fortified lines are falling. Kursk cannot hold any of those kind of things. They're not going to hold because you haven't been given a decade to do anything about it. Okay, so you're failing in the Donbass where you really, really cannot afford to fail. You are going to fail in Kursk, obviously, but the optics is what matters. Ja, det är
Sure that is not
wait,
crazy
what
northern dialect at coping.
Ja, søring. Det er nordlending du snakker med. Men takk for pengene.
That sounds like German to me. Sounds like pirated German.
It is a Germanic language. Of course, it is
Yeah.
Germanic.
The difference is that the NGS
wait, do you want to answer?
No. Wait, let me finish before I forget.
You haven't finished.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm almost done though, to be sure. This thing with Kursk, it's an optic. Look, you can see this on the media. You can see this on how even state planners, they're trying to be insistent that, but look at this. Distract from the failures of the Donbass. And then, once the Kursk is over, where do you have an absolute sure win? Where you can maintain the illusion? Transnistria. And they will do so. Now, the real question is, as far as I'm concerned, and this is a little bit frivolously and speculative, did they go to Kursk because they ran out of vodka? Or did they or maybe they're running out of cigarettes? Maybe if they're heading west, if they're going for Transnistria, I think they will be going for Poland. Anyways, I want to be answering NGS. You Southerners, yes, yes. Should I answer this in Norwegian or should I answer this in? I love Andreas. He's like the best funder everywhere, and like he's also like Norwegian. He makes me look good, or maybe my poor performance makes him look good. It doesn't really matter. We're kind of. He's a Southerner. You're a Southerner, NGS. You're closer to Danish. You like, don't you know our language? Our language happened in Norwegian. We call it Norwegian. It's Danish. The only difference is that we speak Danish way better than the Danes.
That's pretty low. Like, you don't call people Danish.
Please someone get Coping a cup of coffee.
Come on.
Oh no, that's true.
No, fuck you, Vosh.
No, he knows what he's talking about.
I have a can of beer. Shut up, Vosh. I have a can of beer, and also wait. I'll hand it over. But I have
Coping is drunk, 100% drunk. He has never been. He's never like this.
You don't call somebody Danish. You just don't do that in this world.
Shut up. I need to get some Scandinavians or some more people getting on here. And if provocation, because I tend to be so kind and polite, fuck that shit. Let me provoke some of you. Rune may not be on here, but I know some of you Scandinavians are. So how about you come on? I had actually something else I wanted to say, but really, maybe I should. Prata. Medi. Or Prata. You can fight it out.
Very, very wait, do you want to reply to the first comments of Coping?
The Transnistria. So
I wanted to apply to Transnistria.
Yeah, me too.
Wait,
Yes.
Sorry. There was actually one important thing. I went on the ramble, but there was one important thing. I noticed very few have pressed the like button compared to how many people have watched. Okay, that was actually the only reason I came on, but because I'm drunk, I say a lot of nonsense. Where's Martin? I don't know.
Okay.
Where is Morton at Coping?
But please, people, press that like button right away, because it's the only way the YouTube gods are going to be pushing this stream forward while it's live. It's like, if it's a recording, wait until later, then it makes sense. But if it's a stream, press right away, immediately. And then the YouTube gods are going to be saying like, oh, wow, this is interesting. People are in anticipation. Yeah, okay.
So
sorry.
So who's next? Prata? Or Prata or Medi?
Transnistria, I think at the moment it's very difficult that anything will happen in Transnistria until after the elections. Moldova is passing through a very hard moment. There will be a referendum and there will be presidential elections in Moldova. If something happens in Transnistria, everything will be turned around. So I don't think the Western powers will allow any intervention in Moldova at the moment. Well, Transnistria is part of Moldova, more or less international recognized and also factum, because it's not so much separated like people seem to believe. Actually, like Coping was saying, it's very easy, it's undefendable. Yeah, it is true. You just have to look at it in the map and you immediately recognize it. But one of the things I like to remember people, first, from Tiraspol to Chisinau, the capital of Moldova, is 1 hour. The forces, the Russian peacemakers and the armed forces of Transnistria don't have to defend the land. They just have to cross the border and get Chisinau. And that's it. They get the airport, they get the parliament, they get everything. They probably even get a lot of public support. So this is a very, very dangerous situation. If they try to defend the river border, they are massacred. So they just have to flee and conquest the capital. The other thing, which is very important, is that most of the electricity in Moldova comes from central thermal power station in Transnistria. If they stop working, because if the invasion, I'm most for sure the power station will be destroyed, there won't be electricity in Moldova. How can the Europeans cope with that? That's very hard to believe. So if there will be an intervention, it will be after the elections in November, so almost after the elections in the United States. So it doesn't matter now. And secondly, it will be such a trouble for Moldova that Europeans don't see it as a viability, I would say, personally. Then there was a lot of people talking about Mariatov. Mariatov is a great guy, but he's definitely very Russian-oriented. He sees Russia like the god on heaven, on earth, I would say. Yeah, it's true, but he makes very good comments, and they are worth learning. Listen, well, yeah, it's how it is. I would be careful to take Mariatov's words for granted. They are not. But the guy says a lot of stuff that are true. He's very harsh. He's a very typical Russian, actually. The Russians, when they are very intelligent, when they know what they talk about, they are extremely arrogant. They know what they talk about. They are not talking about bullshit. And Mariatov is one of those guys. He knows what he's talking about, but he's very biased. He's completely biased. He's completely pro-Russian, and he believes, because all the numbers he has goes into direction of a Russian superiority. Of course, it is not like that, so we have to filter most of his information, but still very worth.
Who is Mariatov? Sorry, who is Mariatov?
Andrei Mariatov.
Or
Martyanov. Oh, he's a well-known blogger. He was a Soviet military specialist in terms of weapons. He went to the United States, and yeah, go on, Mehdi.
Mehdi, you're muted.
Really? Again? All right. A couple of things about Transnistria. Unless the AFU had already planned it, no. There's just no way they could reach. They're too committed to where they're going now and what they're trying to face as it is. To try to transition and now attack there, I highly doubt that they have the command capability even to pull it off. But I wanted to break into logistics a little bit here. I came across a news story that the payment for many of the soldiers is not going to go through soon. Mercenaries are only loyal to you as long as they are paid. After that, if you do not pay them, they leave. You know, we got to start thinking about, there's another part of this war that we, Wyatt actually in his last video brought up a great point. Did they move up some of these very highly prized assets because of the lack of artillery they have to support AFU in the front? Wyatt brought that up. That is a very, very, very poignant point. Because if they're risking that now, where they're putting it, that even points more towards Transnistria not being taken, because they just don't have it. They barely have enough to support where they are now. Taking Transnistria does nothing to accomplish them to win in any form, in my opinion. So that's what I think about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on Transnistria, I think the window to do that passed probably about a year ago, because they don't have the offensive capability to do something like that and still hold around Kharkov and Kupiansk and New York and all these other places where they're trying to hold, and whatever's going to go down in Pavlovsk and south of that. And the other thing is the Russians don't really have to be there. They can destroy those concentrations with ballistic missiles, cruise missile attacks. And the problem is the Ukrainians are going to have to move those units, so they're going to get hit. Then they're going to have to assemble them to go into Transnistria. So, I mean, they're going to be targeted before they even launch an offensive. So, considering how much they're lacking already, I don't even know if they would try. That's not to say they wouldn't be stupid enough to try it. I mean, look at Krinky and places like that, Who's to say they wouldn't? But it just seems to me like, you would expose a lot of troops and equipment to attack all the way up until the point of your offensive starting. So hopefully smart military people would say, no, don't do that. Because, I mean, think about it. There's no way they can set up to go into Transnistria without gathering troops, and you know what's going to happen as soon as that happens. You're just going to have the missiles coming in. And who knows? I mean, you know, if the air defense is bad enough, they might even start sending in glide bombs. You only got to get 50 to 70 kilometers away, fly in low over the ocean, pop up, and send them right in. I mean, there's a lot of stuff the Russians can do from a standoff point to help Transnistria. So I don't know if the Ukrainians would expose themselves to that at this point. Maybe a year ago when they had 31 M1s and, you know, 100 Leopard 2s and what was it, 200 Bradleys. But now it's like, you know, you're going to scrape that together and then try to go and then expose it to that kind of fire. I mean, wherever it is right now, it's getting hit, and wherever it's going, it's going to get hit.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Precisely to what Mehdi said, that okay, look, what do they have left? Look, they're fighting pretty heavy lines, pretty pressed lines. Transnistria is nothing. It's nothing. If Ukraine were to be committing, Transnistria would be nothing. Yeah, they're prepared for it. The Russians know it, but they also are well aware that push comes to shove, they can do nothing.
Yeah, but the point is if they commit to it, those forces are exposed as soon as they commit because they have to move to Transnistria and assemble. And that's the whole point. Before they even get to attack, they're going to be targeted the whole way. I mean, you can see what the Russians are doing. I mean, look around Kursk the week before.
I'm about to get poured on, so I'm going to go in the house and then I'll be back on.
They were bombing these areas in the woods.
Get back.
Now they're not bombing those areas in the woods because things have pushed back.
Right, but just like you said here, that they would just be responding with more missiles and whatever, then that would be, you can simply apply that rationale to why would they be going at Kursk? Because when the Ukrainians are going at Kursk, the Russians would still be expending. What they would have to expend if the Ukrainians went to Transnistria are much narrower band of armaments. And the thing is that they don't have to even hold the area. They're going in there, they're destroying the Russians, and then they go back. And it's Moldova's problem. That's why it is like the best, easiest win. It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, is it really going to be a win if you go in and get obliterated before you go in, while you're in there, and then on the way out?
Wait, Vaughn. Why do you think they're going to be obliterated before they go in?
Yeah, but Moldova is a big
because they have to move to the assembly areas from wherever they're at, which means they're exposed to drones, which means they'll be targeted by artillery and other systems. Then when they get to these areas to get ready to jump off and attack Transnistria, they'll be in assembly areas, which can again be targeted, which you've seen repeatedly. Every building they're in, hiding, every place they're parking tanks or hiding stuff in barns is going to be targeted. That's what I'm saying. Then once they actually move out into the open to attack the border and go in, they're going to be targeted that whole time too. While they're there, they're targeted. Then on the way back out.
Wait. The forces in Transnistria are not as well supplied or nearly as connected.
Yeah, but the Russians in Crimea have plenty of ISRs that they can supply to target. They don't.
Transnistria cannot be made comparable. Dude, the point I'm trying to make here is that you cannot compare Transnistria to Donbass or to Crimea. Neither of them are comparable. They are completely different theaters of war.
They're different, but the Russians could literally put hundreds of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles on that narrow front target on specific units, and it would be devastating.
Yes,
you've seen them target convoys in Kursk with Kinzels or ice scan.
I'm certainly not disputing that. I'm certainly not disputing that. But wait, Prata, you have not been holding the finger. Wyatt has been holding the finger. You have not been holding the finger. Wyatt has been holding the finger. And Vaughn, to your point, yes, you are correct. But the point is that narrows the band of armaments the Russians would have to expend. And if it comes to the point of attrition, because that is what this is boiled down to, right? This is not a quick war. This is going over the course of attrition. Ukraine, if it was there was any time, any period through this war where they actually had an advantage attrition wise, if the Russians were, because the Russians will be compelled to respond, just like you said. Yeah, true. But the Ukrainians are getting that anyways. Here they can at least get it with a slightly better advantage. Okay. Unless there's much more to say, Wyatt.
I don't want to share my point of view. So what I'm actually more aligned to what Coping is saying. So first thing first, there's only like 3,000 peacekeepers at most, Russian peacekeepers. So that's not a lot. The Ukrainians, right from the beginning of the war, have already gathered a huge, a decent size of soldiers or troops along the Transnistria border. A lot of these troops are already there because they are there to catch all those people who are trying to run away from mobilization. So there is already troops there, and because the Russians are all the Russian troops that is in Transnistria are underarmed, they don't have good equipments. They probably don't even have FPV drones because there's no way to supply FPV drones into Transnistria right now. So the Ukrainians would easily just march through. I think 8,000 troops, maybe 1-2 battalions, easily they will just wipe through Transnistria. And similarly, my position on why Transnistria is very likely is the same thing, because I have been alluding to Transnistria for a few videos already, because I got a feeling that this is going to be the next place that Ukraine will strike. I would say that 1 year ago, it will not be the right time, because Ukraine was still listening to NATO's command. Now, not so much, because now they are desperate. Europe is not giving them the things that they need, and Ukraine is very pissed off. Generally speaking, they are no longer getting much more supplies. Like when's the last time we hear of new military supplies or equipment being given to Ukraine? I think I can't even remember when. It's months ago. So what Ukraine now needs is to stir shit, to create problems for EU, for NATO. And Moldova is one of those countries that the NATO is very keen to bring in. And one of the problems Moldova cannot get in is because of Transnistria. And Ukraine is wanted to be this knight in shining armor, want to help Moldova. If they go in, they conquered, and they say, Moldova, we have returned Transnistria to you, away from the evil Russian orcs. And then they can redraw, just like what Coping say. Then it's now a Moldova problem. And would Moldova give up Transnistria back to Russian control? That's a big problem, right? But then if they hold it, they also is a big problem, because they already have problems in their elections, because the pro-Russian side, the pro-Russian population is huge. Adding Transnistria in, it will also be a big problem. But then, so there's all these intertwined things, and NATO trains with Moldova, which means that when Ukraine enters, maybe there are still NATO troops there. Would Russia strike Moldova? It's not a Moldova problem, right? It's not the Moldova invade Transnistria. It's Ukraine invaded Transnistria. But it's just that they conquer and give it to Moldova. Then what Moldova should do? This problem, this geopolitical problem, is perfect to draw NATO into the Ukraine war. Ukraine wanted it. Vaughn.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. I mean, I don't disagree with what anybody's saying. My only point is I don't know if Ukraine is willing to take the amount of damage they'll take to those units prior to their attack.
That's what we think about Kursk, right?
No, I'm talking about if they wanted to go into Transnistria. I'm not arguing with anybody. They'd obviously go in there quick and roll through. My only point is the amount of damage that they could potentially take from the Russians before they even get to attack Transnistria, because they do have to move all that equipment. And even if they have stuff there, well, that just means the Russians know where it's at, so they just haven't targeted it, so they could. That's my only point, is the pre-invasion time would be the bad time for the Ukrainians, because that would be when they took the most damage from the Russians. And then once they got in,
I want to interject, because the thing is that, like I mentioned, Transnistria is too underarmed. There's too few troops, so it will be too easy that they don't even need to gather a big force. So which is why it's very hard to detect any kind of build up, because it will be so easy for the Ukrainians to do it. I agree with that.
I mean, I guess I was just
Another
thinking,
thing-
you know, if they have to build up, then that's going to mean they're going to get hit hard. But if they don't really
Yeah.
have to, then. But I just
Another
figured they're
thing
going to
is
take
that-
damage doing it.
Another thing is that the strike back that you said that the Russians would incur is very similar to the situation Iran faced. You know, when Israel assassinated the Hamas leader, right, inside of Iran. The problem is how can you revenge or fight back harder than what your own land got destroyed or your own people got killed. So for example, Kursk is now getting invaded. How can you react bigger for Transnistria than Kursk? Kursk should be the priority, shouldn't be Transnistria. Prata.
The problem is whoever thinks that the forces, be it the Russian peacekeepers, which is just 1,800 or 900, less than what people think, plus the 30,000, they say 30, but I don't believe it, of the Transnistrian forces will fight Ukrainians. They are wrong. They will just cross the border against
They will
Moldova.
disintegrate.
They will cross
Yeah.
the border against Moldova. They will flee the Ukrainians. They explode all the depots of Soviet arms. Like they already said, it's all booby-trapped. To expose them. And then they will flee towards Chisinau. And they will take Chisinau, or they will take Gagauzia, whoever. It doesn't matter. So this is really very stupid stuff. Because
Wait,
a lot of supplies.
Sorry to stop you, Prato, but I want to understand. I want to get you. I want to make sure I get you clearly. Did you say that if the Ukrainians go into Transnistria, the Russian troops will go to Chisinau? Was that what you said?
Of course, it's 1 hour. That's their best. That's their best solution. Will the Russian military will the Russian military be taken by Ukrainians? Of course not. They will flee, and they will flee towards Chisinau, and they will take Chisinau. And it's the force that will break towards Chisinau, the capital of Moldova, will be big enough to take the city.
Okay, but Moldova has military, right?
But then what? Control territory of the Moldovans, and that's the point.
Moldova has military.
There is no possibility of defending Transnistria from the Ukrainian side. The river separates. The big river separates Moldova. Once the forces of Transnistria cross to the other side, they will blow the bridges and they will take Chisinau, or they will go to Gagauzia, where the population will support or give them support. And this is a chaos. And what we also have to understand, Moldova is very important for Ukraine.
Before you go on, Prata, there's one step here, one iteration that is important to address. Okay, so the Russian troops, they go to Chisinau. Then what? What, they're taking over Moldova, and then they're still separate and isolated from their source.
The whole country. Whoever makes a revolution in Chisinau destroys the country. The country goes in complete chaos. There is no possibility. Everybody gets crazy. The Romanians will get crazy. Everybody will get crazy. So this is the point. So if the Ukrainians do something against the European Union, against Moldova, if they do something against Moldova, they will be doing something against the European Union, against NATO. It's not in nobody's interests. We have to understand the 2,000 or 1,800 Russian soldiers will not want to be captured by the Ukrainians. They will flee the country as fast as they can. The same thing with most of the Transnistrian forces. This is 1 hour to Chisinau. It's what they will do.
So
they will take the
I will have to push back. I will have to push back because you are assuming that Moldova have no military. It sounds like it. It's not just the Moldova have its own military.
This is Soviet
Romania
shit.
will enter. No, not just Soviet ship. So it's not a Soviet ship thing.
But who arrives?
Moldova have already signed military defense pact with EU. So Europe will enter. So if Russia, so the peacekeepers will definitely, I don't believe they will enter Moldova at all. The Russian troops will surrender. I think the orders given to them will be to surrender. That if I'm Putin, I will say that you cannot enter into Moldova, you will surrender. No, because if they enter Moldova, as you said, No, it's not the distance problem. I know they can conquer easily if Moldova don't fight back. The problem is if they enter, they fall into Ukraine's trap because Ukraine want NATO to enter the war. So if Russia enters Moldova, Moldova has a defense treaty with EU and France and some others. They just signed it this year, earlier this year. Then EU or NATO forces will enter invading from Romania. And then you're going to have a big problem whether NATO would enter into Ukraine war at all or not.
But wait,
Transnistria will be gone forever.
We have been on the brink of that all the time since the beginning of the Ukrainian war. There has been Polish mercenaries, Polish, even British and Polish military in Ukraine. It's all a question of.
But that's unofficial,
will
right?
France decide to declare war into Russia? No, the question is.
No,
Okay,
think about it.
will they
Putin
decide
was
to
there.
declare war will they dare to declare war to Russia? They haven't did it yet. We all know.
So why would Russia take Moldova? No,
but they don't really have to take Moldova. Like he said, they can move into Moldova and just sit there. It's kind of fucked up in a way. It's kind of like human shields because they're sitting in the cities. But think about it. Go back to Kosovo. The Russians did the same thing. They put that VDV unit into Pristina Airport and took the airport from NATO. And it made NATO blink, and it kind of reset the whole negotiation. So, maybe they NATO blinks. Right? I think there's a better chance of NATO blinking right now than there is of them trying to go in there and fight. And I mean, Putin was there for that, so maybe he's going to make that maybe they've made a calculation again that they can move in there as long as they don't get violent or crazy or something. Kind of dare the Ukrainians to attack them in the city, or dare NATO to push them out and attack the city. Kind of sets up a buffer zone of in limbo until the war settles.
Yeah, but I don't think it's wise for Russia.
Imagine if the Russian military can get out. Imagine just a situation. There are 2,000 Russian troops. They are fleeing from the Ukrainians. They cross the border which is legitimate. It's on the treaties. They can do that. Cross the border to Moldova. And most of the Transnistria forces do the same. Like Von was saying, they just stationed on the other side. Who will attack them? Because if France attack those forces, they will be in a world war. So it's a very complicated situation. And especially like you were saying, the big example of Pristina, who arrived first to the airport. And nobody dared to expel the Russians from the Pristina airport. That was very, very intelligent.
Yeah, it was a crazy move, and it worked, and it delayed everything, and it kind of de-escalated everything because, like you said, nobody was going to go. They told the British to go down there and do it, and the guy's like, I'm not going to start World War III for you over a fucking airport. And like I said, if they go in there soft and they don't fuck up people and blow up the place, if they're just basically taking refuge, most of the world's not going to be on for attacking them. If they're just sitting there trying to stay safe from the Ukrainian hordes.
I'm not saying that coping or wait is wrong, what they're saying. I'm just saying there are too many variables there. They really should bring the idea that this will be a very bad idea because the Russians have many possible stuff. Will they go to the south and get refugee in Gagauzia? Will they go to the north and get refugee to the second biggest city of Moldova, where most people are Ukrainian but pro-Russian? Will they get into the capital and block the airport? So there are many things they can do, and the Ukrainians doing that. I think NATO and the European Union understands the dangers there are with such a reaction, because I don't believe the Transnistrians or even the Russian peacekeepers will try to resist the Ukrainians there. But the Ukrainians can try, and the Ukrainians can be shamed in international arena for attacking another country. Yes, of course they can. So Sorry.
The
for being so
Ukrainians will just say
insistent.
that they're fighting the Russians liberating the Moldovan, the Russian aggression or occupation of Moldovan land. They can justify it, and I don't believe the Transnistrian troops can blow up all the bridges in time. So that's another thing. And if they run in and they are not pretending to they're going to fly back to Russia, then Ukraine will chase them into Moldova, and Moldova will have to react. NATO will have to react. It's going to be very complicated, which is what is my point. The point is not supposed to be clean. The point of what Ukraine invasion into Transnistria is to mess up everything, because they are now on the final leg. They don't have a lot of things left they don't have a lot of options left. There's no place to invade. The entire Bryansk region is now fortified. The Kursk region is now in battle. Kharkiv region is already buffered. Then the rest of the Ukraine war they're losing. They can't cross the Dnieper River. They have no place to strike. They cannot attack Belarus because it will just trigger yet another invasion. So which is why I say Transnistria, because there's not it may sound stupid, but invading into Kursk is just as stupid. Like doing cranky is stupid.
It is true.
Slamming into Zaporizhia war is stupid. Ukrainians like to do stupid things. You don't underestimate them. And not on top of that, the European leaders are stupid. So you are putting a lot of faith in the wisdom of the European leaders to make the right decisions. They may just take it as an opportunity to help Moldova clear out Transnistria so that they can bring them into NATO. And that was like, Nunya. Oh, sorry. It's Maddie first. Sorry. Maddie raised his hand first. Sorry.
I put it in chat. I just think logistically, they just can't do it. They can threaten it all they want, but logistically, it's not there for them to be successful in any manner. They may, just like Kursk, get the initial push in, but it isn't going to last, and it isn't going to hold. And they just run into the same complex problem. Well, maybe not as much, because Russia had fortifications waiting, it seems. But I still think that to switch to trying to go into transition now, the only way it can happen is if they just collapse the front and just say, everybody move towards Transnistria, or at least a part of the front. This is where you all head. You get there on your own. Do you think they're going to, how many people are going to take that opportunity to just flee? Because they're already in retreat in many areas, and it's going to get hard to contain these guys as they retreat, because some of them are going to try to walk away. You got to remember, they don't want to be there in the first place. This happened to the German army. Shit is repeating. If they see history doesn't repeat, it does repeat the patterns. And if you pay attention to them, you can see what is going to happen. I'm going on a ramble here, but I just think logistically, they physically don't have the means to do it. They got the stupidity, surely. I will give you that, but I just don't think physically they could do it.
Ukraine won't invade Transnistria. They will look bad equals it can be used against them in politics within NATO, especially Han/Turk's risk outweighs reward.
And the next is actually
Hey, just real quick. Yesterday, Biden said he was giving $250 billion more in military aid to Ukraine, and Germany's supposed to give 70 more Leo tanks. I don't know what version to Ukraine.
The ones. Yeah, they were Leopard ones.
There was some truth
Can I go?
that super
If
chat.
Nanya doesn't want to go, can I go?
I can't imagine. Wait, Drew, just a few seconds. I can't imagine Turkey accepting an invasion of Gagauzia. That will be the split between Turkey and Ukraine. This is very important to notice. And if those forces from Transnistria fled to Gagauzia, and the Ukrainians went inside of Gagauzia, I don't see Turkey staying quiet about it. Sorry, Drew.
Okay, I'll just go. I think I think when Zelensky and Gang and Shesky, all of them were deciding to do something to break the like something crazy to break the whole, like, we are slowly getting pushed back by Russia and we can't win in Donbass, so let's do something crazy. kind of thing, they definitely considered invading Transnistria, right? But why didn't they do it? Because I think Russia, I mean, they're not just sitting around waiting for things to happen. They also know that Transnistria, they also know that what's that bit that's between Kaliningrad. These are like vulnerable places that are like separate from their mainland, right? So they would have like, you know, put in a lot of preparation. They might have just mined the entire border already. We don't know, right? So this, for us to think that they you know, that there are only 3,000 peacekeepers there, there's no preparation, they'll just be walked over. Is to me, it's like, I think it's a bit naive. I think the Russians would have done a lot of preparation. I mean, they have had 2.5 years, and the risk of being Transnistria being invaded would be like, you know, everyday consideration. So they would have, like, you know, I don't know, send supplies over there somehow, or, you know, put mines on the floors or whatever, and they would have already a kind of contingency plan in case that happened. Same thing with the Kaliningrad, the bit above Ukraine. So if Ukraine would, I mean, when they wanted to create ruckus, they could have easily invaded either of these places, but they chose Kursk. Why? Because Kursk was unprepared. The other places would be like the first places that they would expect Ukraine to invade. So they wanted to hit some place soft that they could grab a lot of territory in a short amount of time. So they picked Kursk, right? So yeah, I think we in this discussion we need to consider that all of these actors are taking active steps to do stuff, right? Nanya.
Yeah, no, it's a great discussion and all, guys, but I'm of the view that there's zero chance that Ukraine is going to go into Transnistria. Quite frankly, as Drew just pointed out, and Mehdi as well, they've got nothing left. I mean, Kursk was and I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, Kursk was the Hail Mary pass, right? And they failed. They lost the game. They wanted to take the power plant. That was their goal, because they wanted to then use that PowerPoint as a means of negotiating leverage. They failed, and, you know, the idea of them going in anywhere else at this point, considering that, you know, the front line is collapsing all over the place, this thing is going to be over by year end, early 25 at the latest. So the idea that they go in anywhere else, to me, is just absurd. I think that they are just chasing their tails right now, just trying to figure out how to survive. So yeah, I think the whole idea going into Moldova is just fantasy at this point. I think at some point Russia, if you listen to Medvedev, and basically they're saying, you know what, we gave you guys the opportunity to negotiate, and now we're just going to take the whole thing. If that happens, then yeah, sure, we'll have that discussion about Transnistria then. That's all I had to say. Who's next? Nobody. Oh, go ahead, Mehdi.
About Kursk, I was actually writing this in the chat, so I'll finish my thought here. Alexander Mercurius already said the Russians knew about Kursk before the event happened. He said it right on air. I was watching it when it was said. And we come to find out later that that actually was true. You know, Kursk, we think, was left was unprepared. No, it may have been left undefended, lightly defended, but it wasn't so much unprepared as we thought it was. Because it did what it was supposed to. It's around the whole front line is like this. They were never going to stop like a concentrated penetration across a whole line. It's not how it works. You know, if your enemy surprises you and gets a jump on you, they're gonna initially make the penetration, but the defense is about breaking its momentum, stopping it, and then counterattacking and crushing it. And that's exactly what is happening in Kursk. You know, it said they already had defensive areas planned for this. You know, there's going to be units and, you know, vehicles that with guys, I mean, 2-3 vehicles going out into all these towns snapping pictures, but it never meant they controlled any of the area. They were always contained and pushed back eventually, or they came back themselves. And nobody mentions the historic nature of Kursk. Had had the AFU had any success and be able to set its ass down in Kursk, we'd be hearing about how the AFU was able to go into this historic World War II area that the West thinks was the tank battle, which it wasn't. That was Provoska, or I'm saying it wrong, but it was a separate battle. We think of it as Kursk and that tank battle together. The Russians do not. So understand that. But my point is that I do not think they were as unprepared as people think they are. Even if they didn't know it was coming, this is how defense works. You know, it eventually all it had to do was hold until the reserve could show up and crush it. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So to me, from the beginning, this has really been a nothing burger. And why I think like a push into transition would only end up the same way. Although maybe transition just isn't prepared enough. But like somebody else said, you also have to know that the Russians, you know, have considerations in all this too. You know, do they already have plans to be able to quickly be able to support Transnistria and then hold the AFU where in place somewhere in there and work in their favor where they crush it from all sides? I don't know, but you know, we make a lot of assumptions that we don't know, but I am saying that Kursk was not as unprepared as we think. Alexander Mercurius was told 4 weeks in advance that it was a possibility, written by a source that said he knew, that he trusted, that had a little bit of inside of Russian operation. And I'll leave it there.
Thoughts of Serbia buying French fighters?
Well, the French are cheap whores, so I'm not surprised.
Where will the next big Russian push be?
All over. They're pushing everywhere. I agree with Anya that the you know, the push into the Kursk was to get at the power plant. I think it's obvious. That's the only thing there. And I think that is why they went for it, because it was undefended and it looked like a clear path to get there, right? But I disagree with Maddie. I mean, I also heard the Mercurius said that he had this source and then he refused to say who it was, and then, but I disagree that the Russians knew. I mean, they could have had like some kind of inkling that it was going to happen, like some intel, but they didn't really know when it was going to happen, like which exact date or how many troops were going to push through. And why I say that is because they allowed about over 100 of their conscripts to get captured when the Ukrainians went in, and you know that's politically extremely expensive for Putin. He would never want that to happen. If they had known they were coming in on that day, those conscripts would have been swapped out for like ready personnel who would like just run away when the Ukrainians came in. So they were caught off guard somewhat, and it was a soft target. And from Ukraine's perspective, that's like the least like defended place on the border, which nobody in their right mind would think they would invade, which is the perfect place for them to invade, because it was strategically like useless other than the power plant, right? So yeah, they might have known like a little bit inkling, but they definitely didn't know they were going to hit them that hard at that point. Yeah, here's what.
You know what, and I agree. I mean that could be right too. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, because we all saw. I mean, you saw it too when he said it on air. He said at the time he wasn't too sure about it himself. I want to include that in here. But it turned out later he said, eventually events proved it right. So, I agree with what you said. Would they sacrifice the troops, knowing that it was going to happen at that moment? I doubt they would. They would have told them just to leave it, let it go. So I don't think they knew exactly when it was going to happen, but maybe that they were prepared that if it happened, they had already had a plan to defend the Kursk area. I think it's probably closer to the truth, Drew. I think we're both on to something, the same thing, just a different angle. And we'll never know until the war ends.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the area was lightly defended, and they probably had indications that the Ukrainians were going to do something or concentrating troops. But I agree with Drew. They obviously weren't prepared in that area enough to where the guys could have fallen back. But the difference is they probably were prepared in some sense because they even stated this early, like a week or two into it, that, they got guys captured. They lost a lot of villages, but they flooded the area with special forces teams, which were small units. They could get in there fast. They had AGGM capabilities and sniper capabilities. And they specifically talked about how those early units getting in there devastated those advances by the Ukrainians and really fucked them up and held the line until the heavier forces could follow on. But yeah, I mean, they did get caught with their pants down, but they obviously had contingencies or people available in the area that could react quickly. And for considering the lightness of the forces, snipers, ATGMs, and small fire teams was all you really needed. And on top of that, they had massive amounts of air support available to them, and probably initially some artillery and mortars, and then that probably just got more and more. But think about it. You had special forces guys. They know how to call in targets. They have complete access to the Air Force. They had free reign. Everybody's just running around trying to find each other and kill each other. So, I mean, it might have been chaotic, but I think the Russians, it was never really out of control.
Like Vaughn just said, I think that they contained it like they should. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I was actually going to respond to something regarding Drew, but I forgot. So I will then instead be giving a standing order to those of you in the audience. I've been seeing then that less than half of you watching have pressed that like button. If you be so kind, press that like button right away, and that will make sure that the YouTube gods, the algorithmic gods, they will show more faces that will come on here, not just these tired old regulars that are, also amiable and also nice and all that. But we kind of need more folks. And that means also you don't have to be so shy. I see so many of you. You have so many comments about me, about Mehdi or whatever. Why don't you come here and just say it's screen to screen or something like that? I mean, a screen is precisely for projection. So do come on. Okay, I think it's Mehdi's turn.
Press the like button. Mehdi.
I have nothing to add. I think, I like I said, I think Drew and Vaughn both make good points. But the one thing I would say though is if you're going to set a trap, you have to leave bait. And that's a operational decision that, like I said, Drew, we'll never know until the end. They don't know the exact time. I doubt it, but if they had an inkling, they were ready for it, I think. But
Wait,
then
I think saying they set a trap is too much credit. I think it just worked out for them.
True.
Because the Ukrainians just bit off more than they could chew, and the Russians were able to react quickly enough to deal with it. But they obviously have a massive air advantage, so that kind of negates any shortage on the ground.
Did this Thai guy just give Wyatt 50 Canadian dollars? That's like the biggest donation I've seen ever on his channel.
I just dropped off it. Hold on.
Thanks, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a great supporter. He recently just become member on Coffee and also donated on Coffee. So very, very appreciated. If oil keeps falling towards $50, how does that affect Russia's war effort?
And can I say to the super chatter? No, I have to say something. When they say to the super chatter, not Vosh, you should come on. You make it all much more funny. But on that,
oil isn't gonna fall. Oil isn't gonna fall. With Iran kicking off soon, oil is gonna spike.
Who gave the $50? Anders gave $5. It's I thought you were Danish, Anders. I thought you were Danish. There you go. 50 Canadian
Pilot.
dollars. 50 Canadian dollars.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's actually
Guaranteed.
same,
He should
same
donate
value
more.
as Singapore dollars.
Hey, yeah, just 10 times more of that, and you, depending on how you look, you might be privileged enough to suck my coping stick. Thank you for financially supporting DPA.
Coping stick? That sounds weird. Okay, Maddie just now say something right halfway.
I just gifted 5 out there. Get them while they're hot.
Oh, okay.
They're gone.
Yeah, Maddie just
Hey, we
gifted
could,
membership.
We
Thank you
could
so
move
much.
on. Like the Kherson front, apparently the Russians have created a small bridgehead on
Before you
some
go
islands
on,
in
let
the
me
river.
thank Mehdi. Let me please, before you go on, let me thank Mehdi. Dude, you're not just a regular speaker here, you're just gifting memberships. Mad respect. I mean,
Maddie is our Santa Claus.
oh, you are the grandpa that
You should have
That,
seen me when I weighed 400 pounds. Yep, I would have been. I had a longer beard too.
you weigh 400 pounds.
Cannot imagine.
436 at one
Okay, that's a
point.
different discussion. Sorry, Vaughn, please.
Okay, Nunya, I want to hear what you think about this oil.
If oil keeps falling towards 50, well, I don't see it going down to $50. That's a pretty big drop from where it currently is. Now, oil has been sliding the last several weeks because of less demand for oil. But for it to get down to $50, it would have to be something pretty drastic, right? Usually you see prices like that in times of relatively good peace. And I don't think we have that here. I also think that OPEC wouldn't allow it. They would just cut production if it ever, once it gets down to a certain amount, OPEC will just begin cutting production to bump up the price.
Could you also use the Houthis as a way to keep the price up?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, there's so much conflict going on in the world these days. I mean, how could we ever, even with tepid demand, right? How could we ever expect to see $50 oil when you've got, like you said, Vaughn, just the Red Sea there? Red Sea or it's Red Sea.
Yeah, Red Sea, Gulf of Aden.
Yeah,
And I think part of the Persian Gulf a little bit.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a big bottleneck right there.
Can I address
and the thing is why wouldn't they use the Houthis first before they expose themselves to international pressure by going the cut production route? Then they could say, "Oh, it's not me. It's the Houthis. I can't control them." I mean, it seems like they'd use the Houthis excuse first before they cut production because that's easier to. They want to sell oil. They don't want to cut production.
Okay, let's get back to that. But I want to ask Drew. Drew, I want to ask actually you a question pertaining specifically to the super chat. $50 oil. I mean, even if all these issues that are around here in the world were not an issue, I don't see how we get the $50 oil unless there is some, overt manipulation like we saw in 2015 or something. Please.
What the super chatter said in the comments was that recession is incoming. That's why he expects $50 oil. And but the thing to understand is you are not heading into a recession. The entire Western economy is in recession. They played around with the inflation numbers to actually show that you are not in recession. So how they calculate whether in a recession is they take this year's GDP numbers minus last year's GDP numbers, and then minus away inflation, right? So if, for example, last year your economy GDP was 10 billion, and this year it was 20 billion. So your economy grew on paper by 100%, but if inflation was 50%, then your economy only grew by 50%. So if you have if you have 100 billion last year, 200 billion this year, and your inflation was 100%, then your GDP growth is 0. So by pretending that inflation is very, very low, which is what they have been doing by cutting out all the things like housing and food and whatever from the calculation, right? they're actually pretending that their economies are not in recession, whereas the US and European economies have been in recession for years. Even before the Ukraine invasion started, they have been playing around in the inflation numbers already. So the oil prices have dropped, if you noticed, during that time, but we are still in recession. So the recession isn't coming. You're already in recession. You might be a worse recession, maybe, but yeah. Yeah, and I agree with Nanya. The price isn't never going to reach 50. The OPEC they have a cartel, literally. They will just say, okay, we'll cut 100 million barrels a day, and then the price will go back up again. Yeah, so yeah, it's not demand and supply. Yeah, many. You're muted.
I'll get just a little bit political here. I want to draw attention to Trump's statement he made at a last rally about drill baby drill in the United States. And the first thing he addressed is that if we want to reindustrialize, you have to build the power grid that fucking supports it. And he even said it himself. And that's the problem that the West doesn't understand that it has, is that it can talk about reindustrialization all it wants, but does it have the power grid to support it? That's the problem in the United States. This is the reason why they thought that they could all go green and go on to a service economy, because the power grid only needed to support little bits of information pumping back and through, not heavy industry trying to melt metal, providing the power that does that. And there's the catch. You can go green unless you want to build shit. Because right now, not going to cut it. It's not there yet. And I think that the West has put itself in a box at this time. And I want to ask, though, Drew brought up a good point about GPD. It's so freaking, the numbers are so fudged in it by what they select to measure. Because if you measure like eggs, milk, bread, your rent, gas, propane, anything that you need in your daily life, it went up. It doesn't matter what the Biden administration tells us what inflation is. My fucking life tells me what inflation is. And that's what people don't get, is that their measurements mean shit. And price per product parity, I know there's an extra P in that one, but PPP is really the real measurement that means things to you and me and people around the world. What does it cost us to get eggs versus a Russian with the same equal amount of money in each country? How about in Singapore? How about in Germany? Those are the things that relate to our lives. So they can say whatever they want. If you're paying attention and you get a paycheck, whether the government's getting its cut of it and you're getting a pay cut every time it raises taxes on anything or makes anything more expensive, it has to make you wonder, why did they want to put the minimum wage to $15 an hour? It's because they knew they were trying to hide the inflation that was happening to the poor. It wasn't that they were actually trying to help them out. What they were trying to do is give them money, so it just made it look like inflation wasn't happening. And it's complete bullshit. Look at your own life. Judge it from that, not by what you're told.
Yep.
Yeah, talk about inflation is scary. In Singapore, even with our powerful financial capabilities, following the US dollar's rise, everything is still so expensive. It don't make sense.
Huh?
No.
Wait, what's more expensive?
No, everything is inflating also.
Well,
in
like
Singapore,
Manny said, all you have to do
it's
is go
more
to the
expensive
grocery
now.
store.
Everything.
Yeah,
What?
just go to the
What's
grocery
everything?
store.
I haven't noticed.
Everything is expensive. Oh my
Like,
god.
okay, I've been noticing the price of eggs. Okay, so like 3 years ago it was like $6, and NTUC was like $6.90. Today it's like I think like $7.10. So a little bit. So like the price of beef and pork is still the same. The price
I
of
don't know what grocery store you're going to, but the one I go to, I cry every time I walk out of the place. So
you're Canadian.
You know, like,
come to Singapore, it's much cheaper here.
now, like Maddie said it best, like all you have to do is go to the grocery store and you just see that your money doesn't go as far as it used to. And we're all living that. Except Drew, apparently.
Yeah,
no, really. The prices
can
in
I
Singapore
give a context?
hasn't
Can I
really
give a
gone up that much.
context?
A little
Can
bit.
I give a? Yeah, I just want to give a just a brief context to that. Since 2020, I would say the average increase in prices have been roughly 50 to 100%. Like, if you're lucky, it's only 50%, way above the average inflation rate. But generally speaking, it's double. Not generally, but on many things it's double. Okay, that's in Norway, where we have quite a lot of things to kind of control that. I happen to have some familiarity with, let's say, Ghana. Ghana, 4 times. Can you fucking imagine? 4 times the prices of purchasing goods, but your salary is like nothing. It's not.
And you were broke before.
Exactly,
So
right?
Yeah.
And so you get more people on the streets, and what do you have? Yeah, more people who are more inclined to, social unrest, basically, to put it simply.
And that's what we're seeing now, guys. Like, I think all these attacks and stuff, like, they're all related. It all comes back to economics. If people are happy, and usually you're happy if you've got a good income and you can afford things and you're not stressed out, you don't tend to go around stabbing people. You know what I mean? So I think that a lot of the civil unrest that we see and will continue to see is all connected in some way back to some economic reality that the people are feeling.
Very valid point, but I would like to kind of nuance that a little bit, because that one is a divide and conquer mechanism you can easily reapply time and time again. Oh, it's those poor migrants or the refugees or those who are otherwise stratified within our economic structure. But what we are really seeing is that, hey, as long as you're not one of those who are playing on the upper stratus of things, yeah, you're the one that's going to get a short end of the stick.
Well, the migrants are a real problem because they come to Europe thinking that they're going to have a good life. They realize that reality isn't like that. They get angry. And like what Nonia says, some of them take knives and start stabbing people because they're angry. So that's just bad planning all around. Either you don't let them in, but if you let them in, give them something to do. You let them in and then you ban them from working, and then what do you want them to do?
And that is valid. What you're saying is valid. But as a European, I also like to point out that, I don't think you get the habit of people doing that. Like, let me put this very simply. If the situation was so horrible that the only thing you got over across your shores were men between 18 and 30, right? Well, okay, if it was that horrible, what about the women and children? If you were to be having a sensible immigration policy, I would say at least that the women and children are the ones you allow first and foremost, because not only are they the most at risk at where there's ostensibly a problem, but they're also the least of a threat. Huh?
Yeah,
that's like a simple switch in it all, as far as I'm concerned.
That's a bad policy, because what's going to happen is the people who want to get in will basically pay women and children a little bit of money to then, so all these men that are coming in, they're not there because they're a lot of them are because they're persecuted in their own country, because they committed crimes, and they're going to go to jail, so they run away and then go hide in Europe. But a lot of them are also there for economic opportunities.
We were talking about economics, but we were talking about
Yeah, because
economics. Economically speaking, would you say is this easier for women to come over and then do all this kind of like rather than just guys swarming over like they're doing now? Because if that was the case, then why are not the women coming over instead of the guys?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that the policy of letting women in first is a bad policy because you're gonna get women harmed because they're gonna like put a knife to the woman and say, "Come with me, if not, I'll stab you."
That's the opposite of what I said. If you get the women in, they are the least threat to us. And if it comes to judicial issues, yeah, okay, then it's a judicial issue. But with the men, well, it's the men who are causing the problem. And it's the majority of those who are crossing over, they're men. Right? And if it's so horrible in the situation where they're from, who can best be able to defend themselves? Yeah, it will be the men, not the women. Right? So who do you provide refugee status for? Like legally speaking, and all those other parameters that are kind of being used as a justification. No, you don't let this boatloads of dudes who are just like, oh, I just happen to have scorched my fingerprints or whatever. No, you're a man. Sorry. But if you're a woman with a child, yeah. If you're a man with the family, yeah. If you're just a dude coming over here, I'm sorry. If it's so horrible for your situation where you're from, maybe we will take care of those who are most vulnerable from your situation, and then we'll help you sort it out. Right? I mean, there's no economic argumentation here, unless you want to have what? You're gonna get all these dudes coming over here, and you're gonna get them integrated. You're gonna be doing the 18 to 20 years or whatever it takes to usually get a person who is from that country, born and raised, to be conditioned to be, this is how we're doing things. Like, how are you going to do that? That's right off the bat, and just dudes. Like, do you understand why I'm kind of like pushing back on that? I get the economic, but it's also like, for me at least, it's terribly narrow. It doesn't take into account a few things that I've already mentioned. Unless Drew, and then you're responding, please, because I interrupted you.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the law should be crafted in a bit more carefully to prevent exploitation of women. I see the main reason is all these men coming to Europe. It's the same reason why a bunch of Chinese people came from China to Singapore, which is why I'm here, literally. Because back then, a bunch of agents in China said that, there's this free land, there's a new island, that you're going to be rich if you go there. If you go there, the roads will be paved with gold. And then a bunch
the
of
sand is full of gold.
People,
the beach is full of golden sand.
Just decided, that's a good idea. They hopped on a ship, and then they ended up in Singapore and realized, shit, there's nothing here. and then they have to help to build the country from scratch. And they stayed because they couldn't go home. So it's the same story every time. I'm sure all these Africans who are looking, or Middle Easterns who are looking for like a better life in Europe, they're being told this story by agents who are paid money to transfer them there. And then they get there and they realize, oh shit, this is not what I wanted. Some will go home, those with the means. Those that stay and are forced to stay, and they get angry, and then they take knives and start stabbing people. Some people will turn to the bottle and get drunk. They're not allowed to work, so what are they gonna do? So I think a lot of this is just a middleman, and so if you want to solve the problem, the first thing is you don't let these people roam around freely. You put them in a center, and then you give them room and board, very basic. So, and then you tell them, I'm going to send you back to your country, and you go tell the people around there's no free lunch. If you come here, you're going to be put in a room. You're going to be, so the word will spread, and then, you will counter what the agents are telling them. And then the problem will solve itself because nobody else will want to come because there's no free lunch. There's no free money.
Isn't that what Trump's policy is? Because it's that immediate immediate kickback. No, that's what
No,
Trump
if
plans to do,
you
right?
immediately kick them back, you're gonna kick back also those people who have a valid reason of being there.
Yeah, but they
Like-
have
like
to arrest them first before they can kick them back. So what
Yeah,
you
so
say
you
is
arrest
exactly
them,
the same thing as what Trump
put
wants.
them
what they
in a center. Don't let them roam around until they have a court date. For those people that are really there, and then they need a court date to go and determine are they really oppressed. Go tell the story. And then if they're really,
Roam
then
around.
you let them into the country. Huh? What? No,
Roam
you
around.
put them in the center. No, you
only
you
roam
plan
inside the center.
roam in the center. Let them stay in the center
Okay.
until they get a court date. And then when they go to court, they can explain. Then the court can decide, okay, is this guy, really here for humanitarian purposes, or is just here for economic opportunity?
Yeah.
If it's
Americans
economic-
call that place California.
Well,
Not yet, not yet.
if I can,
Going up is-
if I can give you the economic argument from both sides, because I think it's important to present it on both sides. So, to Drew's point, you've got millions and millions of people from poor countries all around the world, and all they've ever been told is how great the West is, right? America, it's the land of milk and honey, right? And Germany and France and the UK, and this is where you go to get a better life. That's great, right? That's a great argument. So all these people come over, and they quickly realize, well, shoot, I think Voz said it on this one of these open mics once. I had a better life back in Angola than I did in London, right? So you got a lot of people who show up, and then they quickly realize that, you know what, this place, it ain't all that great compared to what I came from. And at least back there I had a social safety net, so on and so forth. So you have a population of immigrants who are very unhappy. So that's one side of things. Then from there, on the other side of things, you have I'll call them the locals, or whatever you want to call them, the citizens who are on their side of things because of globalization. The last 30, 40 years, everything's been deindustrialized. So we'll use that place in the UK where those 3 girls got stabbed there a month or so ago in Southport. That's a perfect example. You've got a city which is economically depressed, and all of a sudden you get 3 dead girls stabbed to death by some deranged guy, and they're angry. Are they angry about the girls? Sure. But I'm guessing the underlying reason for their anger is not the 3 girls. It's the fact that they're all unemployed. So the people who are coming are underemployed. So the people coming out to protest against the evil, immigrants, the Muslims, whatever, I'm guessing they're just angry and they're protesting because of their station in life, right? And they're looking for somebody to blame. So that's the 2 sides. Now, the third side is you've got the UK government and the French government, wherever, US government. They have these policies, these open border policies now, whereby we're just going to flood our countries with immigrants because we want cheap labor, whatever reasons they have to flood their countries with immigrants, cheap labor, voting, whatever theories you have about that. They're all coming in now. Just even more people. So that just exacerbates the problem, because now there's even fewer jobs. So the locals are all angry about not having even fewer jobs than they had before. And they're pointing at whoever it is they need to point at, in this case, the immigrants. And that's what you have happening right here. You've got 2 sides who are very angry with each other when really they shouldn't be. They should just be angry at this fact that, the country that they're in, they've really screwed things up over the last 30, 40 years. And, we all see this. Like anybody who's in the West and you're born and raised in the West, you see this every day. You know that our quality of life is not the same it was 10 years, 20 years, 30 years ago. I can go on and on, right? But I think that that's the economic argument from both sides. And that's what I see. I think we're seeing a lot of this. A lot of these underlying race problems, culture problems, whatever, it's all economic problems, right? It's all economic problems. People get along when they're financially stable. Go ahead, Maddie.
I brought this up in chat, but tyrants love migrants because they have no affiliation with local population and will do whatever who's going to pay them are told so they can exist in the area they live. And that's kind of the problem. Migrants are meant to go in, if it's by design, they go in, and what happens is that they basically delude the local population and start to circumvent its culture. It's called migration as a weapon. There's white papers written about this. It's actually happening to us now, but nobody wants to admit it, if you ask me. Anyway, like none of you said though, is that you can go on and on about this. But if you're like I put in chat, locally in Maine, in some of these cities, we have the immigrants are some of these migrants are being put up in these cities here, and local people are struggling just to survive, with the inflation they have to deal with. And yet these people are getting mortgage-free homes and are getting a check by the government to be able to eat, buy a car, shit like that you're out here struggling to keep or at least maintain enough, and it's just not there in the local population anymore. I mean, houses, I just lost a house. I'll just be honest, I lost the house. It wasn't all the government's fault, but yet that's what happened, and it's being bought up, and guess who's going to probably end up with it? I mean, I can't say for sure, but whatever. But I mean, people, open your eyes, look around you. Just stop being led by the nose by what you're being told about how life is, and judge it by what you see. I mean, that's how people ultimately judge what's going on in their country, is by what affects them. And I think the problem is it's slowly been affecting us so long that, we used to laugh what they used to call the slippery slope. Oh yeah, everybody says, oh yeah, if you do this, well, you're going down the slippery slope, falling into censorship or things like that. Well, guess what? The slippery slope apparently existed. And here we find ourselves. So sometimes the slippery slope does exist, and you got to nip shit in the bud before it turns into shit that we never did. And look where we're all at right now. Yeah. I don't know how to go on, how people from NAPO can exist in this oblivion just leaves me speechless. Especially people that are supposed to be so educated, that are considered experts. When you look at their bios, they have no idea of what they're talking about. They have no military experience. They really don't have no understanding of history. They're basically political appointees based on degrees that were gotten in political science and all this other shit. You're putting people like this in charge of things that require people that actually know what these departments do and how to manage them, and we're not doing that either. I mean, I just rambled off. I'm sorry, but it all leads to the same thing, is that the local population isn't getting the representation it deserves, and then they see another one coming in that is supplanting them, that is getting more attention and funds than they get. What do you think is going to happen? They want us to think it's going to be a civil war. It is not going to be a civil war. A civil war is when you got one part of the country against the other. This is going to be us ultimately against our government. That is called revolution or rebellion. So do not buy this civil war bullshit. They want you to think it. That's exactly what the Washington, D.C. establishment wants, is you to think that America is split down the middle. It isn't. America is splitting from its fucking government. That is what it's splitting for. And FBI, bring it. I don't care anymore.
May I ask you a question, Mehdi? It pertains a little bit to what you were saying. So, because you're clearly very opinionated, and I am very, very curious because you kind of presented it's a zero-sum game, but then sort of you also presented, without getting into details, an alternative. Now, I actually want to hear from you, since you kind of have such a clear idea of what you dislike. how would you do it? Like if let's say you were in charge, let's say you could do it. Devil's advocate position. Like, yeah, please.
First thing I do is clear the department of who is currently in charge of them and put people in there that are going to obey the law and the Constitution of the United States. And then I'm going to have them clean it from the top down. And then I'm going to have them put up a border and enforce current immigration policy. That's all that needs to happen, people. The laws are already in place for all this shit.
So
It's the will to do it.
Right, but that's that's a lot of words. I mean, there's a lot of words to be put into all those words that you just said. Now, how are you going to make that happen? Let me put it more succinctly. If you were to be having an opposition party, group, whatever, what makes you think that they would not be going into the duopoly that is already existing in the United States? Yes, maybe they will be fulfilling some parts of the immigration policy, but then they will trash your country otherwise. Like, how would you actually, do you understand? The point I'm trying to make here is that those who are in power in the United States, their hands might already be tied.
I have a solution, but you're not gonna like it. Can I pitch my solution?
If Mehdi, because I was actually responding to Mehdi, but if Mehdi gives it to you, then yeah.
Go ahead, Drew. I mean, I stated my opinion on it. I can't tell you step by step how it happened. I don't have that control. I've never been in these departments. All I know is that all you need to do is have somebody that's honest enough, that knows the job, not to be corrupted, to do it for the good of his country instead of exploit it for the good of him and his family, is what needs to happen. All you need to do is get honorable people in place and it will fix its fucking self. We have the rules, we have the laws, we have the US Constitution. It all comes down to obeying by them. And politicians are not doing that at all. Because if they were, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Okay, so the solution is actually counterintuitive, and the people that listen to it are not gonna like it. Basically, you need to understand how corruption works. Corruption isn't like, okay, I go into government and then I take $10 million. That's not how it works. How corruption works is, if I get elected and I go into government and my salary is only $250,000 a year, it might sound a lot to a regular person, but $250,000 a year is like the profit you will make running a small dental office in the middle of nowhere, right? So it's not a lot of money for an entrepreneur or a person that runs a business. So a person like that would go into a government system, and then he would go negotiate with a large company, and maybe a weapons company, maybe a pharmaceutical company, and he would go to them and say, okay, I will give, this policy is worth 100 million to you. Okay, I would propose this policy, and then you would make $100 million out of it. You kick back $10 million to me. So you end up, the people of that country lose $100 million because they lose this amount of money that may not necessarily be spent in the first place, right? So what you need to do is pay the politician $10 million to start with, instead of the 100,000, 250,000, or you pay him a shit ton of money, and it's not that expensive. 10 million is, you have 300 million people in the US. 10 million is like 30 cents a person. It's nothing. You will actually see your taxes fall, because when the corruption stops, because now the guy already has $10 million a year. Why does he need to be corrupt? It's already shit ton of money. The risk of them being corrupt is actually much higher now, because if they are found to be corrupt and they don't do their job, they risk losing the next election, which kills off $30-40 million. And so they wanted $30-40 million. So now they will turn around and actually put policies that benefit the people clearly, so the people will actually vote for them. Of course, you as a US citizen now look at your politicians and go, I don't want to give these people any money. They're all assholes. They're all corrupt. I don't give them any more money. Yes, but when you put a $10 million price tag there, in the next election, you'll see how many people will come up for elections. it wouldn't be a two-party system anymore. There'll be 20 people on your ballot, and you actually get to pick, because suddenly the guy that runs the guy that runs a dental office goes, I don't run a dental office, I'll be a politician. Pays a lot better, So all the private sector, the people that are actually smart, will actually try for political office, and then suddenly you have a lot of choice. And for a guy that already has been paid $10-20 million, or $40 million in the last 4 years that he's been in office, he can fund his own campaign. He doesn't need somebody out there, to go and ask for a company to give him a campaign contribution. He won't be tied to any of these guys anymore. So you guys just need to counterintuitively pay your politicians more, so that eventually they can actually take less money from the system, and then your taxes will actually come down. Look at Singapore. We have the highest paid politicians in the world. We have some of the lowest taxes in the world. Our regular guys don't pay more than, like, real in tax is like more than 5% a year. I mean, a guy making $40,000 pays like $500 a year. It's nothing. And after like all the tax credits and whatever, it goes to zero. And we have the highest paid politicians in the world. So that's how it works. Even though it doesn't feel nice to think about paying your current politicians more. Those guys won't be around for long if you start paying them more. They'll get competition. Yeah, Vaughn.
Were you all talking about? I mean, I was trying to keep track. Like Mehdi was talking about closing the border, and you're talking about corruption. So, were you talking about closing the border?
We're talking about solving the problem, and my solution is more.
I mean, the easiest way to solve it, to get around all the corruption and everything else, is just to put the military on the border and close it. I mean,
who ordered the military around?
Thank you, Iranian Putin.
Politicians. So you have to fix the politicians. It's the politicians that order the military.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the point. You just have to get. Well, the president, like Trump could order it. You could federalize the National Guard in every state on the border. You could send engineers down there to build walls and dig trenches or whatever they wanted to do. You could set up more processing centers where people could be herded to and processed and evaluated and either turned around. You have a military. You could. If you come to the border armed, then you're offered the chance to surrender. If you try to cross the border armed, then you get shot like an invader. Same with the drugs. I mean, think about it. If that would be the easiest way to do it. You already pay these guys. It's better than going over to Iran or something. Why not protect our border? So, I mean, that would be the easiest thing to do. I think, is just use the military to close it down, because most of the people going across the border that are doing illegal shit ain't going to want to draw that kind of heat on them. So they'll either figure out something else or it'll get shut down. But it's the cheapest, easiest way. It's just, you got to get somebody with the will to just do it and take the shots. Maybe Trump's that guy, but it's a big do if you do it. But I think that would be the easiest thing to do quick.
I always laughed when people said that building a wall would be just impossible to do and too costly. When, if you know the history of China, thousands of years ago, it was able to build a wall from the sea to the Gobi Desert, for Christ's sakes. I mean, it happened over generations, but they did it. And the main part of it was done within one generation. There is no way they can tell me that it can't be done.
The thing is, even if you don't use the military, you build the walls, you got drones and electronic stuff. You could have people stationed nearby. If some sensor goes off, they go out there and investigate it if they need to. If not, they don't. I mean,
yeah, just FPV drone them, just FPV drone the immigrant, the illegal immigrant.
I mean, there's so many ways to do it where with the stuff we already got hanging around in the military and civilians.
I want to add on to what Manny said. Also,
we all know it's possible, but we also know that the governments just don't want to close it down. Like the U.S. government could easily shut it down; they just don't want to.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So I want to add on to what Manny
said. I mean,
it
would probably take a month max to shut it down with the military down there, depending on how hard you wanted to do it and what you wanted to do. I mean, if you just wanted to close the flow, I bet you'd have it shut down in a month, because you got tons of units in Texas already. So ain't no motherfucker gonna come across the border with a backpack of cocaine if there's a platoon of M1s sitting there and some Bradleys and a bunch of infantry. Problem
So I want
solved.
to add one more. I want to add one more thing about what Maddie said about the Great Wall of China. That is at a time where there is no industrialization, there is no mass production, there's no factory. Today, everything can be prefab and just installed. So it's a totally different world.
Yeah, you think with prefab stuff, they should be able to slap that shit up real fast. And where they couldn't put walls up, they put electronic monitoring real quick.
Or just put landmines.
If you just shut down one of your aircraft carriers, the maintenance cost would pay for the entire wall.
Right.
Many.
But you know what, Drew? I mean, what Wyatt just said is true. I mean, I actually looked into. People really should go look into an unbiased version of the history of China. There is there's a video series. It was done by, I think, China's PBS. It's called The General History of China. It's 104 episodes of 50 minutes long each. It goes from the beginning to end. Some of it's missing information, probably due to censorship from the Chinese government, which, okay, fine. But this is how China sees its own history. This is what people in the West do not understand. We always look at history through our eyes and not the eyes of the people who actually were experiencing it. We get it all filtered through a Western point of view. When you step out of that realm and you start looking in the history of these countries as they see it themselves, you are in a completely different world, and you learn that you got to relearn history again. Because like Wyatt just said, they did it with freaking picks and shovels and labor. That was it. Right there.
And a lot of dead people. A lot of dead people.
No, don't get, but you know what? Industry. I worked in an industry where machinists die all the time. They got sucked into machines. You just never heard about it. If they're, not like that though. I know what you're saying, but it's like, I think what the point is, and I think we've all stressed it, is the laws are all there. The ability is all there. Really, the money is there if we want it to be by stopping other endeavors. It's just the political will. And that's what it's all about. It's the leadership we have right now in the West is so fucked up. They're bringing us to the brink of freaking World War III, and not one of us had the ability to say anything about it. They circumvented the way the U.S. Constitution was supposed to get the American United States. If it went to war, it was supposed to go through the Congress, not some edict written from above. But we've had troops in Ukraine. I mean, if you want to count it from 2014 up to the Russian SMO, which I still say they're there. We're just saying that they've been. That's another thing I like to see is I wonder what's going to happen when some of the American families find out that their loved ones didn't die in plane crashes and such like that. Will our government come clean about that as well? I'd like to throw in there. I'm rambling at this point, so stop.
So I just want to highlight a bit on what Mary said about how Chinese see China or our history. Chinese, ethnic Chinese, right? We also see ourselves as Chinese. Like we look at Chinese history as our own as well. Just like the Russians see Russian history as their own as well. We really have a very different view from what the West, how they see China. It's very, very different. Because Chinese history is so long and Chinese empires are so powerful, when we talk about war in China history, we are counting in millions. This always in millions. One army is at least 100,000. There is no such thing as 10,000 army. This is 30,000, 50,000 one army. Then they charge. So when we look at European history, we laugh at it because in European history, one army is 5,000 troops, 10,000 troops, and 10,000 is a lot. Just like you watch Lord of the Ring. 10,000 Urukais. That was like, what the hell is 10,000? In China history, it's like, what is 10,000? We are all talking about 100,000 and more. So it's like, I just want to put into that context, which is why China have its own ego, which the West don't understand. Chinese ego is very strong. Sorry, Mandy.
I'm currently actually listening to, I have the audiobook and I've listened to it before. I think it's called Three Tigers, One Mountain. It's about the Mongol invasion into China and in Korea at the time, and the fighting that went during that period of time. And what Wyatt just said is so true. You don't in the West, like a big army back at the same period would have been considered about 10,000. To them, that would have been just one cohort of one of their larger formations of 100,000, and they would have 10 of those 100,000. Not that's a little bit of exaggeration, but 250 to 300,000 people on a battlefield was nothing new back then for them. It is only new to the West. So we got to think about this too, because the Russians dealt with large forces coming their way as well. Actually, the Mongols did go west for a period of time. But to what Wyatt said, and I ask others that are listening, is that to do yourself a favor, invest a little time in reading the history of who we're supposed to consider our enemy as they see it, and you will see that we are, in a way, and always have been, the barbarians walking into Asia and stomping our feet around into a culture that wasn't necessarily as warlike as we're told it is. That is not in their MO. And that was the thing, is now they've learned a lesson, and now maybe we're going to get taught a lesson back. And that's what I fear. Is it going to, who in the West is going to be the ones that are punished for what has happened?
Can I just jump in there and say something? That China is like totally not warlike. The Chinese, okay, they have, okay, I said this and you guys are gonna jump, but China has never invaded another country and occupied it. Zero. Not Tibet, not Xinjiang, not any of it. See why he's shaking his head? Okay, yeah. See, so let me explain. Okay, so let's take Xinjiang. Very, very contentious. Like, so they were there. The Chinese were there because they were asked to protect the traders. So the traders at the time, Xinjiang wasn't even a country. It's just empty land, and then there's a Silk Road. So the Silk Road people asked the Chinese to go there and protect them. So the Chinese went there to protect them, and then the Uyghurs, which is a Khanate in one of the Mongolian tribes, basically invaded and kicked out the Chinese. So the Chinese says, "Fuck this! I'm not gonna die." They left, and then the Uyghurs were there for a few hundred years, and then eventually the Mongols invaded, and then they killed the Uyghur political leadership. So all the Uyghurs basically that ended up there basically came under Mongol rulership. So when the Chinese eventually revolted and kicked the Mongols out, and then they reclaimed Xinjiang, and the Uyghurs were already there. So instead of genociding them, then they kind of just, okay, now you're part of China. So that's how the Xinjiang thing happened. The Chinese never invaded Xinjiang, right? Same thing with Tibet. The first time the Tibetans got invaded was when the Mongolians invaded and conquered all of China, and then after that, they invaded and conquered Tibet. So after the Chinese revolted and then they started the Ming Dynasty, what did the Tibetans do? They said, we want independence. So the Ming Dynasty, so the Tibet became a country again after the Mongols were kicked out of China, right? And the Ming Dynasty never invaded Tibet. So Tibet was a country again during the Ming Dynasty. After that, then China got invaded again, this time by the Manchurians. So the Manchurians invaded China. And then after they took over China, they also invaded Tibet. And they also invaded Mongolia. So during the Manchurians' time, the Manchuria, which they called the China of the time, the Yin, Jin, or whatever dynasty, the most recent one, that dynasty included Mongolia, also included Tibet. So, but when the Chinese revolted again, this time kicking out the Manchurians, Mongolia declared independence. So that's why Mongolia is a country today. So, but the Tibetans never declared independence. So the Chinese never invaded Tibet. It was the Manchurians. But when they kicked out the Manchurians, the Tibetans kind of stuck with the Chinese. So that's why Tibet is part of China today and Mongolia is not, because after they revolted and kicked out the Manchurians, the Mongolians decided we still want our own country, so they went their own way. So for several hundred years, China hasn't like invaded another country and then taken their land and basically stayed there. It wasn't them. It was like it's like saying China invaded Tibet. It's like saying the Polish invaded Russia. The Polish never invaded Russia, but half of Napoleon's army was Polish and Austrian and Germans, and only a third of Napoleon's army was French. But it was the French that invaded Russia, but half its fighting force were like not French. You can't say the Chinese invaded Tibet like you can't say the Polish invaded Russia.
Drew, you're
I shall
taking
not go
quite a
into
lot of
that.
time. Can I please interrupt before I completely forget what I was wanted to ask about before we move
Sure.
way
And after
beyond
that, tell
topic?
Adam to introduce himself.
Yes, thank you, because that was also the next. But I have one question for you, because I think it was you, Drew, who said you mentioned fabless mechanics. Basically, and my understanding of fabless machine, that's semiconductor construction or manufacturing, basically, where the basics are done in the foundries, and the basic foundries in Europe, that will be, for example, the Netherlands, as far as I know, and maybe some others. But then recently, the United States made a decision they basically coerce their allies who would actually were in the basis of that. When it comes to I'm not sure if you can actually answer that, because if not, then stop me and move it on. But I was a bit curious because as far as I've understood it, what the U.S. has done is corral its allies, the few of them who would actually be standing for the fabless machinery. Because you can have all this fancy whatever, but if you don't have the primary foundry, then you're nowhere. And so I wondered, like, all that is considered, if with the U.S. some would say that if the U.S. is with the U.S. doing this, they're accelerating China's development, and on the other hand, the reason the U.S. will be doing it will be to stall them. What would be your take on this in this regard? And then after all, when you're done, just please throw it over to our new speaker, Adam. You're welcome, by the way.
Drew wasn't listening.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was typing in the comments. I was responding to some people in the comments. Were you talking to me? Can you repeat?
Don't worry.
No,
We
have
haven't.
to repeat again.
Don't worry. Regular speakers are just that as important as you just proved it. Thank you, Drew. I love it how you exemplify it so clearly and crystallized. Adam, where are you from?
I'm sorry.
He said
I was
so long.
responding to people in the comments. Huh? Can you summarize? Okay,
No.
Adam, you go first.
No,
Adam,
you
go
can
first.
suck my coping stick and forget my name. Adam is the one who's gonna get to talk now.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Yeah, my name's Adam. I'm from Ontario, Canada. I was born and raised here, but my family's from Sudan, which is currently in a civil war. I've been following this conflict here in Donbass since 2014, where I was actually watching the Vice docuseries Russian Roulette. It's actually a pretty good series. It films on both sides of the conflict, where Vice was actually kind of credible, but not anymore. But yeah, and been a subscriber for a while now, since he's been mapping now. So yeah, love your work. Funny guys here as well.
Welcome to the open mic. Yeah. So yeah, Koping, you want to try?
I have a question to this new dude. Yes, yeah. Well, welcome to the open mic. So, where you're from? Because we have some standard questions to new speakers,
He
and there are
said,
some.
he said Ontario.
Ontario, Canada. I was born and raised here in Canada.
Whatever. North American, but we have some standard questions to be posing to some new speakers coming on, and it's typically the hot topics, because the hot topics are the ones that are spewed around on the people that you know, right? You're here because you probably got nothing better to do. I don't know, but you are here because we're super charming and you are one of the coolest kids in the block, probably the latter. Anyways, Oh, Bagatti is here. How nice. Anyways, so from where you are in Ontario with the people you know and generally you interact with, what will be their perception regarding the Ukraine war as opposed to the media? And also, I guess another hot topic is Israel Gaza and Sudan. Have you ever heard of it? No, you have not. So just stick to the two first one. Yeah, please. Well, what will people that you know, you probably had discussions. I'm curious, and I'm sure the others are curious, and if they're not, they can shut their fucking yappos. It's only your opinion that matters.
To be honest, some of the people I talk to, it's just they don't know much about it. I'll send them links, try to explain to them what's actually going on. But I mean, it's here and there with a couple of my boys that we talk about it. But yeah, man, it's hard. Like, no, it's hard to kind of get the truth about about what's actually going on instead of mainstream media. So I get them to follow X, Twitter, stuff like that, as well as Telegram. But I mean, yeah, not anyone I know really talks about this conflict or knows too much about it, because most of the guys I know are just into sports or going out, but that's about it.
Hey,
welcome to the open mic.
Let me just throw this out, though. Here's the thing about Canada. When they gave the standing ovation to the Nazi in the House of Commons,
right?
Any discussion about Ukraine was dead in the media. They just don't talk about it anymore because they're embarrassed.
Yeah.
Do you go on Twitter Spaces at all? You and your friends? Okay.
Yeah,
do you follow me? I sometimes host Spaces.
I don't follow you now.
Oh, please do. And hit me up so I'll follow you.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, I wanted to say. And this is a great place. This is the one place that I'm able to talk to other people and get other points of view without a lot of bullshit and able to debate back. And that's what I think the value of this is. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
So just now you were talking about Sudan, is it? Like no one really cares? I tried to cover it, but the views are atrocious. The amount of investment in time is a lot. So which is why I also gave up.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Like most of my family, they on my dad's side, they fled up to Egypt because my uncle has a bunch of properties there, so he was just able to bring them up there. But I mean, I saw this war coming years ago when Omar al-Bashir, the former president, they arrested him, and when you have two high-ranking generals who control two different armies, one's from
that's obvious, right?
One is from the other side.
Just shit waiting for it to happen.
That's just a shit show ready to happen. I saw it coming, man.
Yeah, that is too obvious. Like you have two armies, like it's just waiting for a war to happen.
Yeah.
So your family is living.
I think the reason why nobody talks about it is all the more reason for you to do those shows, because I think more people need to talk about it, and we need forums like this to do those shows. You know what I mean? Like, and I understand it's a lot of work, but
You see, CIA got him. See, you cannot recommend this kind of thing. You see, this is what happened. You see, CIA got him. So the problem is resources. That I don't have enough resources to do. Like for example, now Ukraine war is getting very hot. So by doing almost 2 to 3 reports a day, that's basically like most of my time.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
On top of family and what.
It'd just be nice to hear about places in Africa.
I don't even have time to do the headlines,
don't talk
right?
about it
So,
here,
so usually I still do the headlines and cover some news. So now I can't even do it because it's like it's so much things. I need to do. Then I'm renovating my new house. So it's like a lot of things I need to concentrate on. So yeah, maybe in the future, because now the problem is
your redemption is the end of the Ukraine war, because that's swallowing all of your time.
I'm not sure if that's a redemption or the end of DPA. The thing is that I need the viewership to increase. So maybe like by the time the level of what Big Billionaire is getting or Military Summary is getting, the kind of viewership, then I will have the revenue to hire people. Like what Military Summary is doing. He have so many players with him, like doing different languages of this version of mapping. But I wouldn't go down his route, but I would do something different. But I'll probably cover more news, more wars, maybe get people to map like Myanmar war, Sudan war, like, because the problem is if I do it myself, Sudan is very complicated because the sources is all over the place. Ukraine war is already simpler because I just follow a few of the key sources which I trust. But if I talk about Sudan, I need to look at the RSF and I need to look at the government side, and it's very, very confusing. Like, the information may clash. Then I have to look at Raiba. I have to look, like, the amount of time needed to map Sudan is difficult. I have no freaking idea who is next now. I will go for Maddie because Maddie always forget what he's going to say.
I already forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say, no, but I agree. I understand it takes you time and stuff, but you're becoming a trusted news source, and that's kind of the point, is that people are looking for people that are just want to deliver the news and not having an opinion, or at least just showing you all sides of it. They can have an opinion, just show all sides of what's going on. And that's the problem, is that we can't get that in the West at all. And I wish, that's why DPA open mic is so, I think it's more popular than you see. And I do think it's definitely throttled. I mean, I comment on many of your videos. I never see you respond to anything. I don't think you even see them.
Because you're not important, Mehdi. The ones who are
Well,
important,
that's fine. Maybe I'm not. It doesn't matter.
Has been holding his finger, and Macchiati has also been holding his finger.
Oh, then they can go.
Right, but no, I'm not to diss you because you're my favorite uncle. But please, keep it concise. Like,
Bigari, I'll go after you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I want to talk, like, the suggestion to cover the Sudan war is the worst one ever, because it will bring like 2K views, because no one cares about Sudan war. 200,000 civilians died approximately from open sources. Do you hear everybody talking about it? No one cares. The same goes about Burma, Myanmar, or like in the modern times. Yeah. No one cares about it. Like, covering these conflicts is the dead end. You will not bring any views to your channel because no one cares about it. It's too complicated. You need to like fucking PhD to understand what's happening there. You need 2-hour lecture, introduction lecture to the war to understand. Russia, Ukraine is very easy. Big evil Putin invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting the orcs from Mordor, so it's really easy. Sudan is not fucking easy. Like, I tried to follow Sudan war, but it's so complicated that I just gave up.
I can quote one example. I tried to cover Haiti, right? Haiti was like going crazy, right? So I did a deep dive on Haiti thing. It took me like 5 hours to piece out all the players, all the things. That video got only like 4K views. There's 4K is like $10. I only managed to get like 1 meal for all that work for just to pay for one lunch. Then it's undoable. The kind of investment, right, is undoable because I need to go into deep dive to educate people what is the background. Then I can start to cover the small details. But if the people don't understand the background, like for example the Sudan war, people don't watch the headlines. Previously, initially I covered about the Sudan situation, who are the sides, who is fighting, where the fighting is, or what's the politics. If people don't watch it, then they have no interest in the war itself because they don't understand who is who. When I say RSF, who the hell knows what is RSF? I say Rapid Support Force. Then people will just look at the English word and they don't understand what it is. And then there's still long history behind it. It's just undoable. So this is the problem. Like with covering, like Myanmar is even worse, way worse than Sudan. Myanmar is like so complicated. Like History Legend tried to do a video, and then he talked to me about it. No, I want to do it, but it's like I can't put my heart to it because it's just so complicated. I don't know how to educate people into all the different factions, and it's just too complicated.
You can cover Africa in about 10 years, when Africa is economically like prosperous, then the Africans will watch it. A lot of people watch Ukraine because it affects Europe. So, Europeans watch it. And that's where a lot of money from YouTube comes from.
Stop
But
being a
not
dick,
just that.
Drew.
The
Stop being a dick.
the AdSense, right? The advertising money, right? In Europe, especially like Germany, UK, US, is much higher. So if you cover news that is from the poorer countries, or only the poorer countries are watching, the revenue is actually a lot lower. There's a huge difference. Like for example, when I did the DPA Espanol, I tried it. I need double the amount of views to get the same amount of money for the English one. So yeah, so I kind of stop it for now because I can't make it work at this moment. MK.
And also to that point as well, is that the public was well prepared for the Ukrainian war by the mainstream media. So even though they were getting the wrong information, at least their brains were told, this is the right side, this is the right side, this is the wrong side, this is the right side, and these are the personalities to pay attention to. Imagine people in the West can now say Russian names and Ukrainian names. Some of these names are very difficult for people to say, but now they can say it because it was introduced to them. But anyways, I wanted to welcome Adam. Adam, welcome. I'm from Kenya. We used to be neighbors one time, but then a country appeared in between us. But we're still neighbors anyways. But yeah, so you're from Canada. Did you see these headlines I was talking about? So Canada was being told to release the names of all Nazis that are in Canada, and then the Ukrainians were saying that information will only benefit the Russians. And I'm like, come on, we all want to know where the Nazis went to. But yeah, Adam.
It wasn't the Ukrainians. It was the Canadian government saying that. They were saying we can't release that because it will embarrass us.
They thought it was going to help Russia or something like that.
Freeland's grandfather's on the list. That old bastard that they gave the standing ovation to, he's on the list. There's all sorts of people on that list. So, and it's just so sickening. It's so sickening. I'm so ashamed of this country.
You guys are now the bad guys.
You
guys are now the Nazis.
The thing is that if you knew, I know you know this, but the people that cheered him, if they knew the unit this guy was with and what that unit did in the Ukrainian area to mostly Poles at the time, they would have been disgusted by what they see. Now, that was the Galicia, the 14th Waffen SS, or the 12th or 14th he was in. And that unit was known throughout history for being just so bad the Nazis basically had to put the brakes on them. That's how bad they were. And once they were brought up to the front line, they collapsed like little cowards. Yep. And for them to sit there and honor that guy up there and try to make it like it seemed like he was in the fight against the same enemy we were, which was Russia, was also something about it that just was like a total mind fuck. They even tried that. That didn't fly, though.
Yeah, completely shameless. Justin Trudeau has no business leading a frigging circle jerk.
Yeah, you ask any Canadian now, everyone's done with that guy. It doesn't matter where you're from. He turned to this country pretty shit. Especially with like the temporary foreign workers as well as some of the international students. The government kind of fucked them up, but it's a bit much now too. So. I think Bulgaria, I guess,
it's sad. I'm just sad, to be honest with you. It's not the country I was born into. That's all I know.
Okay, so, I will make a quick comment and then I will give word to Prata, because we need to I don't know a lot of shit, and people in modern times don't like to admit they don't know a lot about the subject. And when Wyatt was introducing this open mic, he talked about that Modi visiting Southeast Asia was really important. I don't know why, so I would like Wyatt to explain me why it's really important.
Because Southeast Asia is like it's like Ukraine. It's like visiting the Baltic states. It's like, why come to this area, So it feels like, India is doing some geopolitical move, trying to attract, trying to put more weight into Southeast Asia to counterbalance China, perhaps. So like he visited Brunei. Brunei is like this tiny little country that is totally meaningless, generally speaking, geopolitically. He visited there. He visited Singapore. Then do a lot of PR. So there's a lot of things. It is a bit unusual. I find it very unusual. Like it's a bit like Putin suddenly visit all the Central Asian countries. Central Asian countries are not important, generally speaking, but yeah, suddenly he started to visit. Is the kind of feeling there yet, Bigari?
Yeah, I want to counter your point that Central Asian countries are not important. They are really important to Russia.
No. I'm saying that Southeast Asia is actually important as well. I'm just saying that generally speaking, like massive country visiting a smaller countries, that kind of situation. Where I'm not saying that it's not important. Indonesia is one of the most populous country in the world, so it's important. But just that the visit just feels different. It feels like suddenly Putin went on a Central Asian tour. You'll find that why Putin want to go on the Central Asian tour is the kind of question.
You know why? Because he will try to counter the Chinese influence in Central Asia, because it's growing by the day, and Russia is losing influence in Central Asia. The same while he went to Mongolia. The same what's happening in the Caucasus, like really underreported in Western media situation right now is in Abkhazia, the province where Russia basically annexed or liberated from Georgia in 2008. Like Russia did not really instill the power on the Abkhazian elites. So foreign NGOs, especially from Turkey and from the West, like in Abkhazia right now, it's really popular to be Russophobe. And the funny fact is that all government programs, all everything is funded by Russia. So right now Russia cut off everything from all programs, because they wanted to use a port to convert the port in Abkhazia to a military port in the Black Sea, and they declined. Abkhazia declined. So, and it's election season.
Go back to Georgia then.
Yeah, it's election season. You need to understand, in Russia right now is election in Kursk. By the way, the war, why not? We can have election during the war, it's local election. In Abkhazia, soon there will be election. In Georgia, soon there will be election, and a lot of shit is coming because Russian law, as they say. The funny thing is that Russian law is what's all the shit that you talked about at the beginning with funding of that media company by foreign assets. But we can have it in the United States, but not in other countries. Yeah. So a lot of shit coming Yeah.
Sorry, I just thought of something. I just want to highlight another thing about India, or why they visit Southeast Asia is a bit important. It's partly because of what happened in Maldives. Maldives is by right under the sphere of Indian influence, and they just totally lost it. Like Maldives is down totally in the Chinese sphere of influence, and there is a geopolitical problem, a massive threat to India's control of the Indian Ocean. So I think Modi's government suddenly realized that they need to start to engage more with the foreign countries before things get even worse. Because the Chinese are getting very, very active geopolitically. Before that, there is not that much, but now they are very active, like Central Asia. They're constantly trying to influence Southeast Asia. They have taken Cambodia, Laos already. Vietnam is somewhat there, here and there. So and I think India is starting to realize that they cannot just keep looking inwards only, because India is very inward looking. I think they're starting to realize they need to push out. So this is the feeling that I get. Why is
Singapore
important?
just
I think you are.
military exercises with China, like recently, like last month or something.
Yeah.
I think
India is
we are
talk.
we are portraying India. I think we are portraying India in a very naive way. The Indians are always also expanding their influence, and very strong way. And they are having a lot of setbacks. They are having the setback in Maldives. Maldives has always been like that. A president comes, he's pro-Indian. The other president comes and he's pro-China. Why pro-China? It's so far away. It's very easy because they have to balance Indian influence. You see, the problem with Indian influence is that India, like China, like so many countries around the world, they are continental countries. And continental countries have very little ability. So I hope you guys are
we
listening
can't
to
hear
me.
you.
Now, Bigari was talking something about Abkhazia. Abkhazia is extremely. Please listen to me because I'm being cut.
You are lagging really badly. Like we can't hear what you say.
Oh, this is impossible. I was saying that because
Okay.
Bigari, I want to get back to you. Before it gets lost. You mentioned elections in Kursk. I mean, that could possibly explain quite a bit, because if I was the Russians, I would just let the Ukrainian come as deep into the territory, stretch the logistic lines for the same reasons I would not be advancing otherwise in Ukraine. Logistics. And especially if they're going into Russia, holy shit, you have a lot of logistics to cover. But then you mentioned this thing about elections in Kursk. Now, if the Russians were to be feigning, then that will be a little bit harder if they're going to be like you election-wise, right? Can you, would you say there's actually something to it? Because as far as I can tell, as soon as you mentioned elections in Kursk, and that they need to kind of show that, hey, we can actually protect you and all that stuff. Because if I was a cynical Russian planner, I would simply say, yeah, take Kursk, go in there, entrench yourself, and we'll see how happy you stay. The elections in Kursk.
I mentioned elections in Kursk just as a funny reference to that Zelensky banned elections in Ukraine during the war. That's all. I just wanted to ask people.
Wait, but what do you mean? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, to be rude, but are you saying the elections in Kursk are just as valid as any election in Ukraine?
I meant that Zelensky said that it's dangerous to elections to take place during the war, because people can get bombed during at the election sites.
Right,
so we cannot hold elections.
But the same applies for the Kursk region. They're now being invaded, and now they're going to have elections more or less at the
governmental elections are taking place today in Kursk region.
Yeah, exactly. So could
so you can make elections during the war. That's what I was saying. It was just a sarcastic comment.
No. Maybe it was if it was a factually correct comment. The question really is, could the Ukrainians have taken that into consideration before they invaded Kursk?
No, Kursk's operation is dead. Forget about it.
No. That's fine. It's dead. But that might have been a part of the planning. Okay, the Russians are going to be having a local election in Kursk. They're going to have a local election in Kursk.
You are making a point. Well, we got Prada back.
You are
people in the chat
taking over Alex Jones as the best conspiracy theorist in the world.
He lives there. He's telling you they didn't do that. Why don't you believe him? I mean, he lives there. He probably knows people.
Right.
The idea that they had an election plan inside of the Kursk plan is ridiculous.
Right. I know it's
It was not part of the calculation. I wanted to ask something more like on the geopolitical sphere, like more serious. Like, what do you make of the Turkey wanted to join BRICS, like sitting on the two chairs at the same time in NATO and in the BRICS? It's more interesting to
I
talk.
was just going to bring that up.
I think it sounds stereotypically Turkish.
Yeah, they want to play in all. They want to play in all teams, and they don't play in any team really seriously. If I'm allowed to go back to the point, yeah. So if you allow me, Abkhazia is a very interesting point, and is a very hot point in many senses. The thing is that whoever is opposition in Abkhazia, it needs Russia, because without Russia, Abkhazia it doesn't exist. So the only place, so it's very interesting how different groups, I wouldn't say different oligarch groups, but different interest groups. They don't really have oligarch groups. They have like football
NGO.
Yeah, sure, but this is old. This is quite old. There are groups of people that follow. It's like clans, more or less clans. It's not a clear clan, but it's a clan mentality. And the thing is that Russia has a long-standing point with Abkhazia. Abkhazia lives completely on the coasts of Russia. From the tourists, it's one of the most beloved tourist destination of Russians. And the thing is that if anyone goes into the internet and look at Abkhazia, they will be shocked. There was a civil war in the 90s, and since the 90s, they haven't restored any single building in that country. Everything is falling apart. It's disgusting. It's repulsive. The thing is that they expelled more or less 30% of the population, which were non-Abkhazians. The only people they respect was the Armenians. Anybody else, Russians from all over the Soviet Union, and Georgians, above all Georgians, they expelled them.
What year was that, Prata? What year was that?
That's 91, 92, and so on. But the conflict is older. So we have to understand that the ethnic conflict in the Soviet Union, especially in the Caucasus and in the Central Asia, is from the 80s. From 85, everything is like explosive, especially in the Caucasus. Everything is crazy. Everything is burning.
No, Prata, I want to correct you. Roll back 100 years from the 1800s and 60s, approximately.
Yeah, you're right. But there were periods of calmery. There are periods of calmery, and there are periods that really heat up. And so the 80s were the really heated up periods. And well, it doesn't matter. What is really important to see is that Abkhazia has a lot of buildings which are completely empty. Everything is falling down, train stations, everything. And so there was a few requirements, very old requirements from Russia, which is one is allow apartments to be sold to Russians, Russian business to establish in Abkhazia to improve things. They have been trying to convince the Abkhazian government to give some infrastructure to Russian enterprise, especially the railway. So when we come back to this new crisis, one of the topics is the selling to a Russian, the selling of a big tourist apartment houses to Russians to develop for tourists, the Samunka State Palace, something like that. The other one is the giving the railways, which have been completely destroyed, to the Russian railways, and the opposition is very preoccupied that Russia will use these railways to make Abkhazia like a transit, which is like ridiculous. And if you listen to the opposition, it's very ridiculous. So it's what Bagaria was telling about is like this ridiculous the ability that you have to use people to destroy their own country with ridiculous arguments. So if you guys ever are interested in Abkhazia, you can see this is the most ridiculous conflict you could ever be. Yes, they were saying it's being like very fashionable to be anti-Russian. but if you don't have a Russian passport, you are nobody in the world. So the Russians, what they did, on the 1st of September, they stopped all the financial of the central state of Abkhazia. So Abkhazia received 25% of their budget, if not less, if not more, from Russia. They cut it. Now they are going to cut Russian citizenship to everybody that is anti-Russian. And they are really preoccupied. Well, they should think first. Well, they have a country that doesn't work. They live on the costs of the Russians. They get cheap energy from the Russians. Everything is from the Russians. And suddenly they have become like children fighting about everything. I don't say that the Russians are good or bad, but in the case of Abkhazia, they really help this country like shit. They help them really a lot. And they do nothing to improve their own country, which is amazing. I want also to pick something that was said before, which is something that many people haven't realized, is that many of the European elites now, they are the granddaughters and grandchildren of old Nazi officers in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, and also in Canada. Many of those law makers have Ukrainian or any kind of Nazi ancestrality on their blood. So this also explains a little bit. But Bagari, it was extremely interesting. Please cut me and bring your thoughts about Abkhazia, because Abkhazia will be something very interesting. Someone is trying to heat up Abkhazia, the most impossible place to be heated, because without Russia, Abkhazia disappears.
People don't even know about the existence of that place, man.
And,
Well,
and that's
if you ask like even the people in chat to point Abkhazia on the map, they will not find it.
It's much more important than Transnistria.
Why
Abkhazia
do
is
you
much
underestimate
more
the DPA
important than
army?
Transnistria.
well, and
Transnistria is
I
nothing.
don't underestimate DPA army, but it's really like fucking small, and you really need to know your geography. But those
Just
like
look for Georgia, you'll find it.
so Prata and Bigari, so what you guys are talking about, Abkhazia has 200,000 people approximately. Why are they such a problem? Or I mean, do they have like some pride that they have that we are not aware of? Like they're only 200,000 people. Like literally the clan on the side of my mother is like 5 times that amount of people.
You should conquer them.
You should look at the geography. You should look at the geography. The ports, the strategic what are we talking about every time? Maybe not here, but like we should talk about it, like the new Silk Roads, the ports, the Black Sea, the strategic roads. It's all important, and doesn't matter that they have 200,000 people living there. It's strategically, geographically important for Russia to own the ports there, for the Black Sea, for the Navy, and for the transit.
And the opposition, where did the opposition come from? I mean, did they not just break up from Georgia like around 2008? Where did this opposition come from?
But Russian influence are so stupid. Like I like talk with like Russian nationalists and all others, like, and they say like we are so fucking stupid that we let them be on their own. Like we didn't control them. Like we tried to do some like be nice with them. Like we pay for every fucking expense they have. We pay their salaries. Like people say that we should just buy all the fucking military in Abkhazia, buy all the politicians in Abkhazia, so they vote for what we want. And instead, we didn't do that, and all foreign NGOs infiltrated Abkhazia and created the anti-Russian movement. So now we have a problem.
Yeah,
So
one of the contestants' problems is that
I want to object something a bit. This is a good example of how powerful Russian propaganda is. It's so lousy to the point where they can't even handle a small enclave, and then they want to infiltrate United States and influence US election. Like, come on, man.
But
propaganda is rubbish.
Well, one of the contestants' points is that Russia wants Abkhazia to make a foreign law, a foreign influence law or foreign agent law, and the opposition in Abkhazia doesn't want to, which is really strange because they are the first to be the targets of that bad influence. And I'm very curious how this influence exists, because where is it from? The country is not recognized by almost no country around the world. It's really closed down. It's like it's very strange.
I mean, no offense to the Abkhazian people, I bet they're wonderful people, but 200 people, 200,000 people, from 200,000 people, how much opposition do you have from that? It must be like 100 dudes.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. The
How are they a
capital.
problem?
The capital, most of the problems just happen around that cosmos in the capital. And the cosmos around the capital, it's really just a couple of hundred of dudes that write some kind of posts in internet, and then everybody gets really crazy and talks about it. I think the Russians are doing it good, ignoring the problem because they have no future without Russia. And the Abkhazians are just shooting themselves in the feet if they can believe they can survive like they have been surviving until now. The country has no infrastructure whatsoever. Everything is from the time of the Soviet Union, degraded by time and degraded by the Civil War or the Independence War, how you want to see it. Everything is destroyed. Train stations, even public buildings, they still have the signs of the bombings. They burn, they are there burned. They didn't do anything at all. It's impressive. How do they want to survive to the 21st century in terms of state and the population support these people? They are not. We live in different times. And this is a question about that we were talking about Iran. It's exactly the same thing. If Iran doesn't modernize very quickly, if it doesn't understand the new position around the world, it will lose the support of its population because people need some things that belong to modernity. If you don't have it, you will look at in other easy explanations around. And there are many explanations around. Sorry, Macchiati.
Can I interject before Macchiati responds? This is a mere promo round. Look, we're halfway through the open mic stream, more or less. And I see that there is a significant amount of you that have yet to press that like button. If you do press that like button right away, it's going to be helping the YouTube gods to understand that, hey,
so some
worthwhile.
people watching on TV, they can't press the like button. So that's one of the reasons. Like,
if you are in Abkhazia, you probably watch.
Yeah, but there are also those who may have forgotten, and also those who you may have. Okay, whatever. Promo round over. Sorry. Okay, Macchiati, and then I guess hi, Vosh.
No, I just wanted to say something real quick. Like, so sometimes we may sound like I'm being unfair to a country or whatever. But the thing about it is, at this time in the world, we are at a very critical point, right? We are living at a time where everything will change and has to change. So if you're a country out there thinking you can play games, if you're a small country, you better really think about your future very much, especially around this time. I don't think even the Russians have as much patience as they had before with the stupidity of some of these little countries. Like, I'm looking at Armenia and I'm like, I look at them in the streets with placards talking as if, trying to live this dream of being European. What is being European right now? What good does it do to you? It doesn't feed anybody, But also, on the other hand, it's the same thing. Like, if you choose the wrong side around this time, you're going to pay dearly, because this is not the time to play games. You saw Gaddafi trying to play both sides. At the end, nobody was there to protect him because he thought he was, balancing two sides at the same time. So I don't know what the people in Abkhazia are thinking, but this is not 2014.
I want to say, I totally agree with what you're saying, is that everything is dependent right now on what happens in Ukraine, because any type of agreement that was made previously with the Ukrainians or anything that was involved with that country are going to be null and void. It's going to be a new world, just like you said. And as Ukraine changes and what happens there, it's going to influence everything around it, because right now, many of these countries act out like they do because they think they have NATO support eventually. But if that support is no longer there, as it's going to wind up ending up being, then where does that leave them? They've made the wrong choice, and that puts them at the mercy of whoever has the influence in the area, which is going to be the Russians. So I think a lot of these things are all dependent upon what happens in the Ukraine. We could say whatever, but it all can change just like that. Because any agreement made at this time, who knows if there's anybody around that's still going to be around that agreed to it or signed it. So if that makes any sense. The one thing I did want to mention was when I put up my hand was to about Turkey and India. I think they've always had more influence than people have given them credit for, especially Turkey now that it has formally requested to join BRICS. Being a NATO country, that is a huge thing because it's the second largest army in NATO. So
Can I
they've already.
Oh, sorry. Complete if you're done. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Oh, okay. To Macchiari's point, when it comes to small countries, this is also a thing we should be noticing. Sphere of influence. So Norway would not be something that you can make that equivalent to the rest of the European continent. It's like the UK. It's a special relation, and it ties on to a hegemony. So when you're saying like, oh yeah, this is the right time for you to do this and that, actually, when it comes to Norway, don't have to like it, but that happens to be the case. It's been very, very beneficial for Norway to be this. I said this from the very first open mic. Norway and the UK have a special, like of all the NATO members, we are special members because, of course, all Norwegians have the souls of angels, and that's why we have an angelic government that could never do anything with Nord Stream. That being said, though, make no mistake about it. You can say that is true, but it really only matters to who has the greatest power and who are you closest adjacent to. It's I don't think it is as clear cut. Oh, China's just going to get it and then just whatnot. So I talked way more than I was actually supposed to. Bigari, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the point that MK made, like what these countries are thinking. I call it a geopolitical delusion. Like you can look at the geopolitics from two camps: realism and liberalism. Geopolitical liberalism, you think that everything is according to the rules, as David was saying a couple of open mics ago. Like we have organizations that control everything. We have rules. Everything is going like. I'm a small country. I'm I'm a country of 10 people, and I have the same power as the United States or everything. It's not like you would like to think that if you are a small country, but we can divide countries as a subjects and objects of geopolitics. And we have only like maybe 5 subjects of geopolitics. Maybe more, I don't know, like United States, China, Russia, who else? Like European Union as a whole, maybe. Everything else is an object of the geopolitics. And these countries, they don't want to admit that they are objects. Because it's like, who wants to admit that you are a fucking bitch? Like, no one. Like, that's why, like, Ukraine is thinking that they have some power. That's why, the Chihuahuas from Latvia bark at the Russia. That's why we have some South Korea is thinking that they can do something. They are objects. Everything is object. Like, but countries do not want to admit, and people. Majority of people, like if you like read through the Twitter or every comment on YouTube on the subject, like on the videos of the subject, people don't want to admit this truth that countries are not sovereign. Like people like to talk, we are sovereign country. No, you are not. Like people want to talk about Ukraine is a sovereign country. Ukraine is not sovereign country. Like 2 days ago, Minister of Finance said that Ukraine doesn't have money to pay soldiers on the front line for the month of September. They need to do some adjustment to the budget quickly, like in the next 2 weeks, to pay the soldiers. Like, and who pays the soldiers? The credits from the international bank, United States donations, and everything. Like, is it sovereign country? I don't think so. Like, and the same goes to every other country. Like, can Germany? Like, Germany is not the subject of the geopolitics. Maybe on the whole, as a European Union, they are, but not as a like sovereign country. Do they make the decisions on their own? No. When ask them to do the decision, they do the decision. Like the only like decision they did was not providing Taurus. That was the only sovereign decision they did during the last like 3 years, maybe. The same goes to every other country that is not subject of the geopolitics. But like, I cannot emphasize this point enough. Like, people don't want to admit this because people don't want to admit that they are not important enough. And that's all. It goes to your personal life when you don't want to admit that you are not maybe like important enough in your job or in your life. Same goes to the countries. They don't want to admit it, so they will go, "Oh, we are a sovereign country. We will make our own decisions." In reality, it's not. It's not like that.
Voz do Povo. Voz do Povo, it's you. DDP, you're
muted.
No, I think his mic is not connected. Yeah, he didn't mute, but his mic is not connected.
Okay, a quick one, guys.
Wayne, go first.
Just according to Bagari's definition, Russia is not a sovereign country. Think about it.
We all agree with you, so that's amazing.
Wayne, you're very low. Wayne, you're hard to hear.
No, please, come on, talking. Let it be low. We'll be all deaf. We'll listen him to that.
Wayne is an entertaining
because I just higher, but it's still very soft.
Yeah, Wayne, please put your mic closer to your mouth. Put your mic closer to your mouth.
I think Voz do Povo. Yes, let's talk Voz do Povo because they have been having a Voz do Povo.
Quiet, Prata. Wayne makes the rest of us look good.
Okay,
Wayne, please talk.
Wayne. Bagari, according to your definition, Russia is not a sovereign country. Think it through logically. According to the way you define it, Russia is not a sovereign country. They are not capable of functioning without outside support.
Which country?
I think they proved that during the entire SMO. That's complete bullshit.
Can you explain? Can you explain and then provide the? Okay. Can you explain why they cannot function and then provide examples of the countries that can function without support from other countries?
Actually, there aren't any. That's the whole point. You guys don't realize how intertied things are. If Russia wants to build computer chips, they can't do it. They don't have the technology. They don't have the equipment.
They do have the technology. They're doing it now.
Regular speakers, please stop. Please stop. Let Wayne and Bigatti have the discourse. Let Wayne and Bigatti have the discourse. Please stop interrupting them. Wayne and Bigatti. Wayne and Bigatti. Don't interrupt. Wayne and Bigatti. No interruption. It will become chaos.
Wayne, with all
no, Vosh, stop. Wayne and Bigatti.
Wayne, with all due respect, fuck off.
No, if they cannot.
With all due respect, Vosh, stop.
Involved in designing this sort of stuff, the amount of engineering talent needed to do it, it's just too difficult for any one country to do it. The United States can't do it. Nobody can do it. It has to be a community effort. And you guys just don't get this stuff. if you don't have the entire community. You want to build chips. What are you going to do? Okay, so you need some silicon. Where are you going to get the silicon from? Well, there's only one place in the entire world that produces high quality silicon. It's in North Carolina. So you need the United States. You want to get high density. You want to get the high density capability lenses. The only place you can get them is from Germany. I mean, the stuff is just not available elsewhere. It cannot be gotten. Okay, but besides that, sorry, I had a couple things I wanted to bring up. First off, why the hell is the Singaporean military deploying to the Chinese border?
Singapore military deployed on the Chinese border. What are you talking about?
So, in other words, I know shit that you don't. Great. I had a feeling that was the case. How about
no. Wait. No, you don't jump far away. You explain where is the deployment. China is a very big country.
No, not only that, you answer back to Bigatti. You conclude back to Bigatti. You don't jump topics. You answer back to Bigatti.
Don't interrupt. I'm asking. Where?
Hold on, guys. The point is that you guys don't know about this shit because you aren't paying attention.
No. You cannot just say shit and then then after that you just move off and think that
Go look it up. Go look it up.
Don't look it up. You tell us now.
You tell us now. Troops in Nepal, and that was last week. As a matter of fact, the Singaporean Army YouTube channel reported it, for fuck's sake.
Yes, go to Nepal to do what? No, go to Nepal to do what?
They reported that you had troops deployed to Nepal.
To do what?
Well, in this particular case, it was a training exercise, but the point is, where did they deploy to? They could have deployed to a bunch of other places, but they deployed right to the border with China. The week before, a carrier group showed up in the off the coast of China. Did you guys know about it? It wasn't American, it wasn't British, and it wasn't French. Guess whose it was? Any guesses? You aren't paying attention. It was Italian. The Italian cave war aircraft carrier was off the Chinese coast. And it was
the Italians have no aircraft carrier.
You fucking look it up. The thing brought F-35Bs and AV-8C Harriers. That's an aircraft carrier by any definitions.
Italian is it would be so expensive for Italy. The whole government would get broke. I think this is just a joke. Come on. This is not even logical.
It's reported. It's reported all over the place.
Yeah,
my point is you aren't paying attention.
But please, Wayne, be logical. An Italian aircraft carrier would be the fastest, easiest target of any Chinese. Saying this is ridiculous. What do you want to tell us? What do you want to tell us?
This is the guy who knows nothing about an Italian aircraft carrier, and he thinks it's going to be an easy target.
Oh, by the way, Wayne, I'll answer one of your questions. If you want to know anything to do with the Russian chips and the way they work and how they manufacture, there's a YouTube channel called Millennium 7 History Tech. They explain everything in detail. They have all the sources you need. But saying that they can't make their own chip is just pure nonsense. But those guys explain for you.
Can I address the point that Wayne made?
I think Bigatti was talking about something much.
Say Millennium 7 knows more than Dr. Ian Cuttress, one of the greatest experts on semiconductor manufacturing in the world? Are you fucking nuts?
Who?
Can I address the point?
Dr. Ian Cuttress, look him up.
This crazy man made.
Wait. I have to come in. I can't even find the freaking information about Singapore military inside Nepal. You cannot just drop facts that as if it's real, you know.
Just a sec, Wyatt. I'll get the link.
Right.
Okay. Can I address the point?
If you just drop facts like this, I can say anything, you know, like the Martians have arrived in Australia, you know, then but you don't know.
Can I address the point? The man confuses sovereignty with need for other components like chips. Sovereignty is the ability to make the decisions on your own. Russia has 6,000 nuclear warheads. They have sovereignty. they have the ability to make decisions on their own. Like when they need chips, it doesn't matter for their own sovereignty. Like it's a fucking retarded argument that I hear over and over again. Like you are not understanding what sovereignty means when you bring up that argument. Like seriously.
And I
Wait, Prata. Vojin has entered and not been speaking for a while. And also, Bigari, as far as I'm concerned, Russia may produce it. I'm not okay. I'm not going to enter the topic. Vojin.
You're muted.
Hey guys,
All
can
the
you hear me
time.
now?
Yes.
Nice to see you again. I just saw that you were on with the open mic when you were discussing about Abkhazia and a bit earlier maybe. But this is an interesting point. I'm sorry that I want to go back there. But the area there is all quite interesting with the Georgian introduction of the Russian law and such. So Georgia is moving towards Russia politically, and Abkhazia might be afraid that means a bad thing for them, just like it was maybe bad for Armenia when Russia and Azerbaijan reapproached. It's going in both directions. So this is an interesting thing how this area develops. The Georgians also said that they don't want to be a second front for the Ukraine war, you know. So it has definitely some correlation with our topics, mainly Ukraine. Regarding chips, I have also looked into it a few times, and some time back, and even recently, chips in Russia get produced, but they don't make PlayStations and graphic cards and stuff. They do produce chips that they need for the military stuff mostly, and quite few consumer electronics. But obviously not competitive on the global market, but good enough for military stuff. So there's that. But regarding the Abkhazia issue, might Abkhazia be afraid of Russia approaching Georgia with friendly relations again, and then Abkhazia using its sovereignty that you were talking about just before? Maybe Bigari?
Yeah, no, well,
Sorry, Prata, I didn't see you.
Yeah, well, you're right. You picked up very good points. It's one of the arguments of the opposition. Exactly that. But they feel they have to increase their international relationships. And they also argue that it's not in the interest of Russia that more countries recognize Abkhazia, which is a bit of a freaking argument, but it's the argument they do, is that Russia, it's not allowing Abkhazia to receive more international recognition. We all know that it's not possible, but they take the case of Belarus, that Belarus could have had recognized Abkhazia a long time ago, and they didn't. That's because of Russia, which is a kind of strange argument, because for all effects, Belarus does recognize the existence of Abkhazia. If we look more into the matter, the thing about Georgia is very interesting, especially because of the train. The Russians want to reconstruct the train until the Georgian border, and possibly make it another ramification of the north-south transport corridor. I think it's still very stretchy. It's not so easy, but the Abkhazians is one of the arguments of the opposition. So you pick up very good points on that. And the other things I wanted to talk about, because Bagari really picked up very interesting good things, it was about the realist school of international relations and the liberal school of international relationships that wants to believe that international relationships is based on international law, rules, and order. Pretty much this world-based order that we hear all the time, rules-based order that we hear all the time. Although this is not a real concept. This is a political concept. It's not a juridical concept. It's a political concept that has appeared around more or less 2017. Western politicians start repeating it all the time. Before that, nobody was really talking about it, although the concept is a bit older. And then there is another school of international relationships, the one called the social constructivist. And the social constructivist school believes that if we believe that a country doesn't exist, that country disappears. So the social constructivist school believed that if the Western wanted to isolate Russia and destroy Russia, they just had to repeat that sentence. Now, as we know, it didn't go up. So the social constructivists are ruling most of European and United States diplomats, not all. And they keep repeating this sentence that they believe that if they create a narrative, things will happen out of the sky. They become true. If they repeat it many times, it will become true. So what we really have is the coming back of the realists out of the disillusion with the liberal school. So each country that believed that they were being protected by international law, they learn it in the hard way, like Bulgaria was saying, that nothing counts. They are always subject to realpolitik, to realists, to the realists. The moment they don't do something that the big powers doesn't please, they will come there and say, do how I want. And they have to do it. And there are two types of countries. The countries that realize it very profoundly, they understand they don't have full sovereignty. Yes, they are very conscious about it. They don't lie about it, but they try to navigate waters as it goes. They don't commit to nobody. And then there are these disillusioned countries sold by some kind of social constructivism on their own that believe they really belong to the free world, like Georgia used to be, and now they completely went away, like Ukraine, well, not Ukraine, that stupid guy called Zelensky does, and many other Western countries, Bulgaria, and so on. Bulgaria is a very strange situation, that's why I mention it. These people really believe they belong to this elite club, and that makes them perfect and amazing, although they are just shitty countries where they can't have any sovereign decision whatsoever, which is really sad. So in a way, we have to distinguish these three types of schools in international relationships. We have to understand the different approaches each country tries to realize. And about Turkey, I would say, don't take it too much for granted. Turkey is not a welcome member in BRICS. It has problems with some BRICS countries. And in order to get inside of BRICS, it needs to be accepted by all other countries that are inside. I'm not talking about the 10. I'm just referring the 5 that are there. And I find it very difficult for Turkey to get in. It's a marketing thing. Let's hope how it is. And Voyaging, again, to Georgia. I don't think Georgia is going into the direction of Russia. It's going into the direction of Central Asia. 60% of their exports goes to Central Asia, of course, Russia included. They are going to the same direction Central Asia is doing. They are doing their stuff. It aligns with Russia, more or less. We have to see how it goes. Bigari, sorry. Bigari.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to make a point on Georgia before I went to another point. Georgia is going to the direction of not being the next Ukraine. That's where they're going. Not Central Asia, not anything. They just don't want to be the center of next trouble. They just want to be friends with everybody. That's all. What I wanted to say is I wanted to cosplay the Coping while he is fucking drunk as fuck. You will not hear anything anywhere on the internet the discussion about the geopolitics involving Abkhazia. So press that like button. Yeah. Because you will not hear this information everywhere because no one talks about it. Like, and to the point about Bulgaria, like that you mentioned, there is an interesting law that was passed like a month ago. That is like Bulgaria is a part of European Union, but the law is prohibits any LGBTQ propaganda in schools. So they are not really in line with the party line in the European Union. So I don't know what to make of these countries, but it's Balkans, so every shit flies there. Like they do what they want.
Voz, you've been waiting for a minute, for like 30 minutes. You haven't said a thing. I'll go after you.
No, you can go first because I forgot what I want to say.
Okay. So yeah, the first thing I wanted to say was, so a lot of times we think that the way a country thinks, or the way, let's say, an opposition thinks in a country or a certain group, everybody thinks their thoughts are original. The truth is, the average person is like an empty vessel, and there's always somebody to come and fill it up with information. And usually it's through the education system. But once they're out of school, then they have to get information somewhere. When people are working, they don't have time to go on the computer and research about geopolitics and whatever. So this is where these so-called NGOs fall in. They are very smart. They create narratives. You don't even know when that's happening. In Kenya, where I'm from, these NGOs are quiet until the elections. All of a sudden, they're awake and they're talking about democracy and all that kind of stuff, right? So they're very good at it. But the country or the government has to, and that includes the opposition. If the opposition has brains, it will know that what's being used against the current government can also be used against them when they're eventually in government. So everybody has to work together to stop these NGOs. But the problem is most politicians in most countries are, especially nowadays, they're some of the most empty vessels you've ever heard. You will listen to them talking. Like I love these they're called the new young African leaders. Listen to them. They will talk for an hour, but it will all be nonsense. They'll use words like sustainable development, upward growth. Whatever those words don't mean anything to the average person. That there's nothing they ever talk about that will reduce the cost of transportation, meaning the cost of food. They will not address increasing electricity generation. They're just talking about building data centers and something connectivity, blah, blah, blah. It's all nonsense. So those people are ripe for that BS. And most of them, if you follow most of those leaders who are coming up in all these think tanks and everything, talking about, speaking as if they represent the whole continent, most of those guys have been paid by those organizations. And it's not even difficult. You will, if you just follow their names, you will see their connections with some of these organizations. If you follow that organization, it takes you to USAID. If you follow USAID, obviously USAID gets connected to the State Department. That is how, and they've done a good job at that. What surprises me often is even after the war was like full blown with Ukraine, Russia still has all those NGOs, even within Russia themselves. And that still puzzles me. But I always assume that, the Russian leadership is smarter than I am. They know why they are leaving these organizations to just run around. But yeah.
Well said.
May I please say regarding NGOs, just specifically, because you said a lot of things on just the NGO part. Yeah. So I know exactly what you're talking about. But it also occurs in the so-called allies of the United States. It's just that now we don't need NGOs. It's governmental. And so you can put that level, like all the negative adverse effects that occurs with lack of accountability in an NGO, because that is the problem, right? NGOs aren't inherently problematic. You can find tons of people within that who really genuinely believe, but how are they corralled, right? And of course, there's no such thing in geopolitics, no such thing as aid comes for free. In the Western countries, it's different, but I'll leave that for maybe my closing. Bigari.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that it seems like Norwegians are really weak to the alcohol. How much like
shots fired.
how much did you drink? Like I can drink like 3 liters of beer and I will be as fresh as ever. Like, because we are Russians, we can drink like until we die. But it seems like Norwegians are not...
Apple. You said 3 liters. I am already on my 5th. Shut it.
Okay. Then you get a pass. I wanted to.
Eastern Europeans, look, I drink well with you, folks. Don't come with that drinking and like no, except with vodka maybe.
Yeah, vodka. Okay, I will not turn it into the stories from my university days. Okay, I wanted to talk about what MK said about NGOs in Russia, and it's funny that in the last 2 days, like yesterday, maybe because it's already the next day here, it came out that Russian special like intelligence operations, like people from intelligence, got information on every fucking NGO that worked in Russia, and they got access to every like text messages and every information that NGO was operating. So maybe they did it intentionally to allow them to work, to gather information on them, because now they have everything on them.
Yeah, it's quite well known that the Russian special service quite often let spies work until they become problematic, until they have really dangerous stuff. They collect really dangerous, but because they want to collect from the other side, the network. So they are spying on the spy to look how big is the network, and just in very extreme cases, they will expose the network when they really believe that the network has become dangerous to Russia. And
that's probably why it explains how the Russians always manage to capture all these terrorists like very quickly. Like they are all actually all on taps already. Like maybe they're already like monitoring all these people. It's just a matter of like pulling the trigger, because I always seen the Russian capturing all the terrorists like super fast. Like for such a big country, that's like unusually fast. I don't even think the Americans are that fast.
Yeah, but capturing is one thing, right? But like if you take, for example, the latest example of when like in the colony in the Volgograd, if I remember, like when ISIS like supporters took over the colony, like it highlights the problem with Russia itself, because it's not the like when the war in Ukraine happened, like a lot of people disillusioned with West started to like idealize Russia, like it's a perfect country, blah 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 blah. It's not a perfect country, because like if just look at the Volgograd like colony, when ISIS like people, they had ISIS flag in the like cell. How does ISIS flag goes into the fucking cell in the prison?
They can't paint it. Come on. You can't paint it. It's very easy. It's just a black color.
No, but another problem is that people on the ground are very corrupt. Like,
Bigari, I saw this article that was talking about that, and they were saying that of all the departments within the Russian government, the prison department is the worst of all.
Yeah, because
everywhere.
prisoners in Russia, like we always like fucking laugh at like prisons in Norway and Sweden and so on. Like when they have like access to TV and they live better than like fucking I live in Ukraine, like in prison. We always laugh, but in Russia, like prisoners, like they have so much freedom. Like when I was reading. Opinions from other like countries on that stuff, they say like it would never happen in our country because prisoners in our country like they are cut off from everyone. Like, but in Russia, like they can speak with radicalized Islamic leaders in the cell. Like they can radicalize even further in the prison. So it's not the ideal country as some people want to like paint it. Like a lot of problems.
They have different types of prison, right? They have these colonies, they have these working colonies, they have these high security colonies, and so on. They all have different types of security measurements. So, Voz do Povo, sorry.
Yeah. You're talking about prison. I watched a TV series about a guy that traveled around the world, visiting countries, prisons. One thing for sure, I don't want to be in prison in Russia, South Africa, Brazil, Ukraine, UK, United States. And you're right about Norway. Prison in Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Iceland. Fucking hell. That's not fucking prison. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah.
I wanted to. I just remembered the story that
Shut
came
up.
out.
I want to interject here. So you're talking about Scandinavian prisons. I just want to make it perfectly clear. This is not an invitation to criminals to come to our lands. That's it. Okay, Bigari, you had something to say.
Yeah, just after that latest incident in Volgograd, if I remember, it was probably Volgograd. It came out that in some other prison there was a online like basically casino made in prison by prisoners. So they made bets. Like it was like so organized that like okay, man, like even like in the United States, like I like sports, like, and I listen to podcasts, like for example, like Bill Simmons, like NFL, like NBA, and I always fucking laugh when they like, oh, we can now bet on games like in real time, like the game is going and we can bet because it's so fucking regulated in the United States, especially betting, like it's state to state, and here I could have bet on game online like 10 years ago, maybe even like further. Like they don't understand. Like so like for Western countries, like it's so foreign, but for us, like it's like ingrained. Like we don't have much regulation, and especially like in prisons, like your guards like getting the cut, everyone getting a cut. So we have a large gambling organization inside the prison, and no one talks about it. And only way we like get to know about that organization is because some fucking ISIS members in other prison took hostages, and we need to make the revisions about everything. So that's come out. Like the situation in Russia, inside Russia, is so fucking fucked that you don't understand, especially with like migrants. Like people like Tucker, when he went to Moscow and he talked about, oh, I don't see any migrants on the streets of Moscow. He talked a lot of shit, man. Like I went to Moscow a lot of times, and every like working job is a migrant job. Like he just doesn't understand shit about Moscow.
Yeah.
Like Moscow is very clean, because
You have to go.
Prata Macchiati was before you. And,
Yeah, but I'm just complementing what Biagari was saying. You go 20 metro stations from the center of Moscow to outside, and you just see migrants. You don't see them in the city center. You see them as you go out, you start to see them, because unfortunately in Moscow, people are very racist, and they don't give apartments to hire to non-European looking people.
That's not really true, but city of 25 million people. Like, you need to understand that. Like, because agglomeration of Moscow and like, for example, like Liberty and like from south, like people go from Moscow to work, like from 100 kilometers away from Moscow every morning, like through the transportation system. So Moscow during the peak is like 25 million people in the city. It's a fucking big city. And like Tucker, when he went to the interview Putin and made his videos, he went to the like nice places. Like he didn't went to Chertanova. Chertanova, like no one goes to Chertanova in Moscow. Like if you live in Moscow, you don't go to that part of the city.
Bigger, but
you'll get stabbed.
You know, this kind of place you find everywhere.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I know.
Every country go fucked up shit.
Yeah, I know. But Tucker just made it's like Paradise City. It's not Paradise City because some parts of Moscow are controlled by Chechens, like, and you don't want to meet with Chechens and with people from the Caucasus because, like, for example, they control like markets, like local markets, and especially construction workers. Like construction workers from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and it turns out in like fucking I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
but you know, but Takakasu,
they just stab each other on the construction site. There is mass melee, and they kill each other there. Like because they don't care about like we are living in the Moscow investment. We bring our values. Like so it's the same as with immigration in Germany, like where like a lot of Syrians or like from Iraq, they go and bring their own values. The same happens in Moscow.
I don't think.
Are there homeless on the streets? Are there homeless in the streets?
You can find homeless in the streets, just not in the center of the city. You will go to the.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the point. Takakasu was making. You know, the city center in Moscow is much better than everywhere, any city center in America.
Well,
it's true. Let me. The thing about
Moscow is very organized, and I think Bigari is also having a picture of Moscow that is different than mine, because mine was just made until when I was studying there until the pandemic. And I think what many people were talking about, what was before, it was already ended some years ago, just a few years ago. So they actually made good progress. They made a good progress on that. But what happened was that in other cities, it exit Moscow to go to all other cities, and now the situation in small, bigger cities around all over Russia is horrible. Yekaterinburg, I don't know, Omsk, all these cities have huge problems with these gangs of foreigners. But the thing is that also these people are very badly paid. They are really explored like slaves. It's not in Moscow anymore. This is over somehow, but in all other cities, they exist, and these people, it's over there. What you have in Moscow now coming is that some of these people, which actually live quite well, are radicalizing. And we see, like, for instance, men from the Caucasus or from Central Asia attacking girls, Russian girls, which are very beautiful and don't dress too much, and they attack them in the city. This is the new horrible thing in Moscow is this. It's like young men from Central Asia or from the Caucasus attacking young girls. Sorry, Bigari.
Yeah, Prata, as you've been in Moscow, as I understand that, yeah, Moscow is fucking huge. So, like, I never encountered any problems in Moscow. Like, I was staying with at my friend's house, apartment. Sorry, like streets on that, like the walkthroughs on the streets were like cleaned manually, not by machines. Like people like manually clean the streets because everything is top notch like there. But I have a friend from Chertanova, and like you don't go there. Like Moscow is fucking huge, so in some parts of the city you will never see that. But I agree with your point that it's in the regional centers it's really bad. Like there was a really big scandal in Vladimir with regional governor that is like, oh, we have everything under control, and the problem is diasporas, because diasporas are not controlled by everything. They install their own control. Like people are not, people are controlled by we have our main guy from our diaspora and he will tell us what to do. They will not listen to any laws, local laws. They will listen to the guy that is controlling them. Like it's like Tajikian diaspora, and they will concentrate themselves around that small, maybe not even that small number of people, and they will live by their own rules. They will impose the rules on anybody, everybody, and people in Russia are still like the talk is right now the sentiment is going against that, but especially like Medvedev was talking about that recently, but till recently they were afraid to go against those diasporas from migrants that are running the show in the local cities and city centers.
Oh, by the way, Bigari, what you ran into with Tucker Carlson is a typical Western ideologue, right? These guys, there's no nuance. They're either on one side, there's nothing in between. You're either here or you're here. That's how they operate. So if he wants Moscow to be clean and better than any other city in the world, he's going to make sure he says that, and there's nothing in between. But
to be fair, Moscow is more clean, probably cleanest city in the world. I don't know. Maybe Singapore is better, but Moscow is really clean.
It's clean, but I saw his video on the supermarket, and it was just, I'm like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like going around the supermarket looking at eggs. But the point I wanted to make was so I saw that when those guys were caught, the guys from the for the AUKUS, the guys the terrorists, I saw all these, like the Western media was talking about how cruel that they were treated and everything, right? And they're still talking about that. I saw one article popped up, I think it on Reddit, and I looked at these people and I'm like, guys, let me tell you, if you are a terrorist and you are captured by the Kenyan army, you would wish you were caught in Russia. I promise you that. These guys they caught from Al-Shabaab, who attacked a city in Kenya called Lamu, those people have forgotten how to speak. They can't speak anymore. Whatever they faced through these people, because in their minds they're like, if you're a terrorist and you don't and you're just harming average people, the amount of anger it brings from, like, say, the Kenyan population, because Kenyans are generally very peaceful people. But when they see you coming out and killing innocent people, they get really puzzled, right? Like if you're American and you see like terrorists attacking something American or an American base, you're like, man, we probably piss those people off one or another. But when you come and attack Kenyans, the army gets you, either the Kenyan army or the Nigerian army. If you're caught by the Nigerian army, man, you're gonna squeal. Those people are really bad. But the same way I look at it. If I catch you and you're a terrorist, man, there should be no mercy, because I don't think they even covered at the Geneva Convention, But another question I
Super
want.
chat. Wait.
Oh yeah,
Wait. Super chat. Russia needs more diversity and inclusion. Okay, you can continue now.
They fucking don't.
But I wanted to ask Wyatt. I saw you on a different video. I think it was a few days ago. You refuted what Siersky was talking about, that Russia has been halted for 6 days, right?
Did I?
Yeah, you
did.
Yeah, I think you did.
I don't quote Siersky, so it's not me.
Why I didn't talk about it? Why I didn't talk about it?
Okay. Oh, sorry, bro. I am confusing with military summary for some reason. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you're one of the evil ones.
But I have a question for Wyatt.
Come on, voz do povo, voz do povo.
Yeah, the thing with Dima, is a bit over the top when it comes to new war or new place where war is starting. I don't trust that guy anymore.
Oh, he was hysterical.
Yeah.
He was completely hysterical.
It was like a pregnant woman, the way.
No, I don't blame you. You know why? That dude was only acting on geolocations, right?
Yes.
So if Ukraine is popping up in every little village in Kursk, he's gonna report it. Now, was he a little bit enthusiastic? Possibly, but the Ukrainians, that's what I mentioned in the last last open mic, that the Ukrainians rushed all around to basically create geolocations. Part of their whole incursion into Kursk was to fool the people making the maps, and they did that quite well, because everybody was confused. I was listening to some of the mappers. They're like, and the Ukrainians are here, and the Ukrainians are here, and then they're over there. I'm like, this happened within like 5 hours? What's happening?
Like the way White said the other day, when they go with this shit, they went there and put this. They saw like 3 Ukrainians here, 3 Ukrainians there. They probably dead already or got caught, because these people, they got no way to come back where they came from. I keep asking myself, what the fuck are they doing there anyway?
I wanted to give another explanation to Bigaris, saying that the Russian state was having difficulty to react to those problems. And the thing is that the whole power nation state that Putin built is based on the multinational state. He's very careful all the time not to put an ethnicity over the other, even if it is basically Slavic Russian. He is always very careful. And when Carlson tried to corner Putin, he was very, very diplomat, trying to navigate around. And then later, Carlson said, yes, I asked you about the Orthodox Church, and he explained me, but we have 10% of Muslims. They are also part of our national state. And the biggest problem after the Crocus attacks, the population got really, there were many expressions of revolt against Central Asian people, especially Tajiks, and went to the degree that we could start seeing popular justice against anyone that could be considered Tajik or from some other Central areas. And the government obviously tried to make things calm down, especially because, as Bigaris said, there is a very tiny barrier between Central Asians and Caucasians. Well, of course, we are talking about the Muslim Caucasians. And it's a big problem inside of Russia. These people really believe they have their own rules. It's not just the Central Asians. They came to Russia, and when they built a big network, and they always come with networks because it's family, clans, Well, it is also happening in Europe. It's not something unusual. It's just happening to Russia now, and they create their own networks. Well, Voz do Povo is from Angola. He came to Portugal when many Angolans were coming to Portugal, and they also have their own networks. They had the places where to go, the discos that everybody in Lisbon wanted to go in and was not allowed to go inside because they were very popular. But they had their own networks to get the products, to get the things. But of course, in the case of Russia, sometimes these networks are human trafficking and all bad stuff that you could imagine. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the point that Sirski said that there is no Russian gains on Pokrovsk in the sector. Like realistically, like there is some gains, but not to the extent that it was before. But we need to understand at what cost. Like Ukraine took brigades from Vuhledar direction. Ukraine took brigades from Chasiv Yar direction. Ukraine took brigades from Kupiansk direction to reinforce Pokrovsk. What's happening in those directions? Like the point is, Ukraine right now doesn't have a reserve to hold the front line at all points. Like, and Russia is completely exploiting that. Like Vuhledar is gonna fall within the next 4 weeks. Chasiv Yar, it's stupid to attack it because it's flattened and you don't need to, but you can exploit the reserves that were taken off from there, like south at Klivshivka, at Kalinina, and north, and at Kupiansk, like Sinkovka. Yeah. Why not? Why not take over Sinkovka when you took over brigades to plug holes at New York, for example? Because Azov were fighting at Kupiansk section, and they took over Azov brigade to counterattack at New York. From what it was their video, yeah. So Ukraine right now is plugging holes from existing front lines. They don't have reserves. You need to understand. Like my friend was in reserve for a long time, and when Kharkiv offensive happened, he got called because he was serving previously, and he was in the reserve in the western part of Ukraine. And when Kharkiv offensive happened, suddenly he was not longer in reserve. He need to go to the Kharkiv front. He was dug in trenches, under fire, everything. Like right now, he is sent back to the western Ukraine, to Lvov region, for the training. You know what it means, that you need more people on the actual front line. That's the bad thing when you send back to training, to train for the actual front line. That means that Ukraine is really short on people on the front line. Like plugging holes at the expense of other front lines is the situation right now. So Sirski is not completely wrong, but he's saying the shit that is if you look strategically, it's all going to shit.
Bigori, I've got a question for you. You know, sometimes we get videos here that there is still nightlife in Kiev or Kiev, whatever you say. Yeah. Without you telling where you are, is the same in the city where you are? Still go nightlife, clubs and stuff?
I don't fucking know. I haven't left my house in 6 months, man. So.
Yes, I remember you saying that you haven't been out.
But nightlife is
COVID is very
on,
bad at it. Yeah, COVID is very bad at the Bigari's area. You know, they have to still continue to do quarantine.
Yeah. Nightlife is still going on, especially if you have money. You need to understand the corruption that is going on with all the people that are fleeing from the country. Like you pay 25K like euros and you are free. You can cross the border. And those money, who gets those money? Of course, border guard and every people that are controlling them. So, for example, like just do a simple calculation. Like if 1,000 people are crossing the border each month, how much money do the border guards and the people that are in control of them make?
Yes, that's a lot of money.
2.5 million, I think.
Yeah,
Virgin
and
has been waiting for a long time. Oh, sorry.
What the funniest thing is that Podolyak, which is like who is what's his like? He's like advisor of Zelensky in the like.
Zelensky number one.
Yeah, he was on the national TV. He said like, if you don't want to fight, you can pay and leave. he is saying that.
Did he really say that on TV?
Yes.
What?
He said it on TV.
What year was that? What year was that?
Like 3 days ago.
Holy
What the fuck?
They are really lacking of money, I think.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they are. They really are. And I heard that you have to pay dollars or euros on the border, not hryvnia. I heard. I'm not sure. But it used to be like this, not 20,000. 20,000 is since the last year, but 2 years ago it was 2,000 to 4,000 euros, and you had to pay in hard currency, no hryvnias.
Yeah, but Prata, you are talking about like you paying to the people that are not backed by the border guard or everything. If you want to be sure that you live, you pay 25K and you live for sure. Because that money is going to not like some like people that do like contrabanda across the border and can walk you through the like some trails in the mountains. Those people will just let you through the normal checkpoint on the border.
Yeah, I remember Dima say that he paid £10,000, $10,000 for one of his friends leave Ukraine through Belarus.
But the thing is,
let me. I have better example, but it probably would not work now because my friend from university, like it was previously really easy to leave Ukraine. You pay some money, and you are enlisted as a volunteer. And volunteers could leave the country to Europe to gather the aid and all that shit, and they will never return. So my friend paid that money, and he's living in Norway right now. So, and there is a lot of such examples. Like I have friends like one of my university friends, like how did he leave the country? He's living in Texas right now, in Dallas. Another one is in Norway. Another one is in in Manchester, in England. Like how do you leave the country? I don't fucking know.
How they gonna survive in Manchester? There is a lot of Pakistani and Indians in Manchester. Some of these people they don't like non-white people. How they gonna survive there?
Oh, by the way, guys, Virgin has been having like his finger up for like half an hour.
I want to shame the guys to stop talking and respect the rules, but I think there's not too much shame there. No, I'm joking. Guys, I have to leave, unfortunately. I will throw 2 questions into the round instead of a closing, and I will listen to your answers because I can listen afterwards, after leaving.
just to continue the discussion regarding Pokrovsk progress, I have well, an idea or a question. Do you think that the guys that left to attack Kursk region, it seems to me that these were the
CIA got him.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that here. You know that.
Yeah, CIA. CIA, drop the CIA in the chat. CIA.
I want to say one thing about the Ukrainian government or something like that. I forget who it was, but they said that now they're running out of money, to pay troops that are actually on the ground. I don't know if you guys saw that report or.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't see the report, but you can explain more to everyone.
Yeah, so I forget who it was on one of the government officials. They said that now they're saying that they're running out of money for troops to pay the actual troops. But I gotta find it and maybe send it in the chat.
I think
and they blamed it on the United States because they didn't give them money.
Yes. I think they don't have the money to pay the soldier this month.
By the way, if what Bigari said is true, and actually that particular official, forget what he said in name, was said that you either pay or fight. If he actually said that, that completely justified what I've said all the time. Like, the Ukrainian government is a very cruel government. Like, even before the war, like, it has to be ranked as one of the most cruel governments out there. Like, it's crazy that they can actually say that publicly.
They said it, and they say we will make adjustments to our budget before we run out of the money. So, like,
Yeah,
this time
we already got the military tax on everything. So, like, people will get poorer and poorer. So, according to the recent report from, I don't remember, some international organization, 60% of people in Ukraine live in poverty. So
the IMF
and people.
Did you say 60? Biggery, did you say 60%?
Yeah, 60%.
60.
60 live in poverty.
That's fucking a lot.
Yeah, because the IMF is pressuring the Ukrainian government to devaluate the currency in 65%. And Zelensky is having difficulty in trying to implement it. Of course, we know they're just provoking people. But a very, very big devaluation is coming on the way. They don't have any hard currency anymore. It's how it is.
Well, if they printed money in hryvnias, I think that's the name of the currency. I mean, who would know? Like, it's not like they would report it. Why do they need to take money from their people unless they want their people to pay in dollars? They're a rogue state anyways. They can print the money. Nobody would know.
Well, more or less, Macchiadi. If everybody goes, it doesn't believe in their money, everything they have a bit extra, they will go to the exchange point and try to exchange it for hard currency. And somewhere in time, they lose the capacity of controlling the exchange rate, and things can get really badly if the central bank completely loses the control of it. Of course, they print money as much as they can, but there is limits. There are limits, more or less.
It doesn't matter.
I know they've already done it. I know they've already done it, but you're saying that they can't do too much of it, right?
Yeah, because Ukraine is it's still a money-based economy. People still pay with. I was in Ukraine in 2018, so I'm not sure how it is today. But back then, I think it was half-half. People still paid a lot with money, physical money.
Yeah, people pay with cash a lot. Like, I don't pay with cash. I wish I would pay with cash because Like, I'm saving my money outside of my banks. Let's say that like from government, like so
You
they
better
cannot like take it.
be, care- be careful what you say here, please.
What?
Yeah. Now be careful what you say here, because a lot of people watching this program, and
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
they're gonna
Listen, man. Listen, man. I lived through the COVID, so it was like 2 years of isolation. Now it's like another 2 years. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, like you have 4 lives, 4 years of your life. Like, you write off 4 years of your life.
It's called
We have,
corruption.
we have super chat.
Yeah, but this is can you play it out
Can
loud?
someone explain how they run out of money? They get billions from the West every day.
Because they don't get that money. This is
They
a
don't
lie.
they don't get that money.
That money is that money never leaves the West.
Yeah.
That money is used to buy weapons. That money never goes to Ukraine. Well, they get a lot of money. It's true, but most of those billions, they never leave the countries they are giving them to them. It's to pay the consultants, the advisors, the material they send, and everything is sold at very expensive prices. This is what people don't even realize. They are selling old, used material sometimes for the price of new. It's shocking. And the Ukrainians don't realize one day they will have to pay them back. The Ukrainian government, whoever comes after Zelensky and makes an accounting about everything, they will realize that the best thing is to make Ukraine disappear out of the map and create something new, because the Ukraine that will stay, it's broke.
There was a study released by FAS, Federation of Something Scientists or whatever, and they say that the cost of a 155 millimeter shell in Russia is between $400 to $600 each. The same cost of the cost of a 155 millimeter shell to Ukraine is $8,000 plus. I mean, look at that difference. That difference doesn't make any sense. Like, literally, it's like they're firing a used car into the Russians every single minute. It's crazy. That's a lot for a shell that doesn't have anything else like electronics in it. It's just the usual shell. I mean,
You know why the difference is? Because Russia controls the prices. Like, Russian government controls the prices. Like, the government says, we need to produce that amount of shells at that price. In the West, corporations control the prices because it's free market. And they will say, the shell price is that much. That's why you see this difference. Also, whatever. I wanted to say something about what Prata says, but I forgot. Anyway.
Okay, Voji is back.
Sorry, guys. The CIA guys and the streaming provider obviously cut me off. The question that I wanted to get off Pokrovsk, there seems to be now a bit slower progress, as Bigari said. And before that, it was quite fast when Ukraine started the Kursk thing. And these troops that were used for Kursk, I thought that it might be that these were the back lines which stopped people from retreating or which filled the gaps in some cases. So what do you think about that? The guys have been retreating quite a lot, the Ukrainians, in the Pokrovsk direction. And the other question was to Wyatt. The thing with the New York whatever it is, the surrounding of the Ukrainians in this area, in the northern part of New York, that the Ukrainians claim that you have several times touched upon in your sit reps. Could it be that it really are some troops there and that they are supported by, well, drone deliveries, drone logistics, or tunnels? Because there are a lot of tunnels in this Donbas area. What do you think?
I doubt so, man. The quality of the Ukrainian troops nowadays is quite poor. I don't think they want to die there. That's what I think. Like they just published Deep State UA just published a video I think a few hours ago, showing that they put a flag in the middle of New York on a very, very high building. But there is clearly a drone installed flag. So it's like they're trying very hard to insist that New York has not fallen. So it's pure, to me, it's purely a propaganda thing now. It's purely a PR war right now to prevent any more bad news from coming online. But it's going to be a bit difficult if the Russians start to take Nelipivka and the Deep State UA also, just because I'm doing mapping as you all talk, the Velsky collapse has begun. The Ukrainians have just admitted that the Russians have taken the Velsky. So the collapse, as I mentioned, is now starting to collapse. So yeah, I'm not sure what the Ukrainians can do, but I don't believe they are in the plan. It don't make sense. No one wants to die there, man. Like if they do a mass withdrawal, why you stay at the plant? They would have all left together.
The point was, if they have tunnel connections to their side, they could maybe take
maybe, but I doubt. Because even if there is tunnels, I don't think. No, the motive to me is that the motivation to fight is very low. Like there's no win condition for the troops on the ground. Like, what is the win condition? Stay here for another month. Like which is why we are seeing the withdrawals, the retreat, because a lot of the soldiers just don't think it's worth it. They're retreating. So that's what I think.
And also,
of course, no, you may be right, because ultimately they call it the Azov Brigade, right? But I don't think there's much of the real Azov people there anymore. These are all just in name only.
These people always are the first one to leave anyway.
But either way, even if they're new, they're still ideologically motivated.
No, it's just a name. It's just a name for the brigade. They recruit people, they just put it in. They give them the best possible training they can give, but that's about it. They are no longer the Azov battalion that we understood during the Mariupol days. It's a totally different thing anymore. They just expanded the battalion into a brigade and give it some branding, because Azov battalion disappears at the end of the Battle of Mariupol. There's no more Azov. So they basically just reform it and just give it the name so that, and then they try to give them the best thing so that, they continue to bring the Azov name on, to bring on the name. Just like it's just like all the military units in World War II. Many of them still exist today, but they're just in name, like the 101 regiment, the airborne, but they are totally unrelated to the World War II, the Battle of the Bulge people. Like, it's unrelated anymore. They're just the same name. Bigari.
Yeah, I wanted to expand on the information warfare. Like at my previous job, like at one of the IT companies, like one of the biggest IT companies in Europe, basically, and it's based in Ukraine. We had a lot of people there, and it works like pretty closely with SBU, like GRU, all Ukrainian intelligence, and we had separate like people volunteering for the work in information warfare. Like, so IT professionals, separate group at the start of the war. It was at the start of the war. I don't know how it went on, but I can tell you how it was at the start of the war. That group was really hellbent. Like the job was to create fakes infiltrate Russian information space with those fakes, infiltrate Ukrainian information space with those fakes, create like a discourse that Ukraine is winning, Russia is losing. And you need to understand that like Russia is very bad at informational warfare, like compared to Ukraine. Like Ukraine is working 24/7. Like what I'm saying right now is like private companies are working. Like they in the company, people are working on the like paid hours to create misinformation. Russia is not doing that. Like they are still stuck in the fucking Soviet era information warfare. Like that's why you see all this shit with like New York, like deep state. If you look at the deep state people, when they show on camera, they are like 22 years old guys. They are so like ideologically entrenched in that you don't expect any objectivity from deep state. Like they show some front lines objectively, but they hold information so much that you don't believe. Like, but from where do you get information else? Like it's basically only source from like if you want to get information from pro-Ukrainian side. So that's where you stuck it.
Some generals, Portuguese generals, especially the ones that work with Stratcom in NATO, said that when the war started, this was a completely new dimension, because the ability of NATO to produce this amount of Stratcom, of information warfare, you can call it like this, strategic communication, it was not possible. They didn't have neither the infrastructure nor the logistic for it, the capability for it. So what is new is the outsourcing. This is nothing to do with Russia being bad or no bad, because not even NATO has this capacity. It's the outsourcing of this capacity to private companies. This is something new. And the amount paid to these companies is amazing. It's like a lot of this war is made in Stratcom. And Ukraine won it at the beginning, but with time, as you Bigari probably will recognize, this amount of propaganda doesn't pay off anymore. People get resistant to it, and we see as well that the NAFO army, it's going down. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on your point, Prata. Like, if you look following the Ukraine war, like day to day, like not like reading an article once a month or something like that. Like people are starting to support Russia, like unironically. Like if they follow Ukraine, like the war, like day to day, they are starting to like think, what the fuck is going on? Maybe Russia is the good guys all alone. Like what the fuck? Like you see the conversion. Like
but the
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
But it's
right.
my impression. Like the people are starting.
The Russian propaganda, it's near to reality. I think Wade will probably agree with what I will say. It's near to reality. So you tend to believe to the guys, they are more real, they are more honest. And you look at the Ukrainians and you see, well, these guys are lying all the time. They are lying with all the teeth. They are lying with no shame. This is impossible. This is just... These are brainwashed people, and people start getting away, and then they listen to the Russians and this makes sense. It might not be true, but this makes sense. This is logical. That's why. Yeah. So it's a different type, it's a different type.
So there's these Russians that explain to me specifically why the Russian government avoids lying or being caught lying is because naturally, so this is how they explain. So naturally, Russians are very suspicious of the government, always, like permanently. And some people can date it to the Soviet times and say, the Soviets had this propaganda, nobody believed it, but everybody went along with it. So they were telling me that, so the Russian government is very careful not to be caught in an open lie about something as much as they can, which is very difficult during times of war, because you also have to play the information warfare. But I thought the same before. I was like, man, the Russians suck on information warfare like that. But now if you look back all the way to when the special military operation started, the propaganda from Ukraine is not working anymore. Like, generally the whole world got immunity from that. If today Ukraine said 1 million kids were born by Russians today, nobody would believe them. Even the people who support them, they'll be like, yeah, we don't believe them, but we'll keep saying it anyways. And the other thing I wanted to say is, so there's something that was mentioned, like at the beginning of the war, these statistics came up and they showed that after the war began, the amount of scam calls Russians were getting, especially like calls to like pensioners and everything, they dropped by way over half. And the networks that were delivering like basically hard drugs also were in shambles, which clearly shows that drugs and all these scams were being run from Ukraine. And then there's this guy who popped up, his video is somewhere on YouTube. He said he used to work for them, and he explained the whole network and how they used to do like sell drugs and everything, and how it was being run from the intelligence services. So technically that was some type of warfare way before the war, right? And the Russian government obviously knew this was happening. So that's why I say, like, the running of a country is way more complicated than sometimes they can comprehend, because they definitely knew these people were doing this. But I've noticed that Russia in the past has done this thing where it goes to very crazy ends not to piss off a former Soviet state. If it was up to me, which obviously it's not, but if it was, man, I would have punished those motherfuckers way bad for those kind of things. Because when you start pushing drugs into a country, you think it's all about money, but it's not. You're literally trying to weaken that country. You're trying to attack their generations, especially the young people. So yeah, it's terrible. So I still hold the opinion that Ukraine and Israel compete as to some of the most horrible nations that stand right now.
It's not just the drug issue. It's also like like the gas pipeline. The Ukrainians stole the gas, and then it's like, then they don't want to pay for the gas. Then Russia let them owe the money, but then also let them earn transit money. It's very there's a lot. It's just a lot of examples that the Russians are really trying to convince Ukraine not to try to go into the Western hemisphere, to the EU side, but it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work, because it's like maybe it's a bit like the situation where you don't cherish things that is easy to get, like this, because all this is given to you for free, right? So you think that all this will continue forever, but which is why the former president that got disposed got a shock after they made the calculation and realized that it's not worth it to join the EU if they lose the free trade deal with Russia. They calculated it's like, no, they were going to lose a lot of money. I think that's the point where they realized that it just cannot be done. But then no, Euromaidan happened anyway.
It's like begging your girlfriend every day not to leave you. She's gonna leave you because you keep talking about it every day. If somebody doesn't want to be around you and then you beg them, they look down at you. They look down at you like they.
It can't be helped. The other guy is so handsome.
If
The other guy is so handsome. He drives Ferrari.
If you leave me, I'm gonna kill myself.
But then the thing is that the girl do not know that the guy driving a Ferrari, bought the Ferrari with a loan, with a credit card. Yeah, he's still paying for it, like every month.
Okay, so the French guy is here. Go on, Upgrade. I'm sure you came in to say something.
I just came in because Wyatt told me that it's open mic. So I came to see you guys long
How
time.
come
no
you're
see.
working on Saturday?
I'm always working, man. 7 days a week. Own business,
so
you
you're
need
like,
to run by yourself every day.
Are you selling drugs or something?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
No.
that's
yeah, don't expose him. Don't expose him.
I'm
well,
great.
one
Can,
thing
can,
is-
can you explain?
He's
Can you
going to
explain?
announce and give everybody his number, what his drug trade number is. Yes, this is my business. This is my trade. He's going to announce it, boss. Come on, brother.
Don't let me say something I will regret, guys.
I'm great. Can you explain the shit show is going on in the French politics? Why?
We got a new prime minister, yeah.
Yeah. But
But is he the prime minister or it's just a suggestion?
No, he is.
but the prime minister is from the party that is like fucking on the fringes. What's Macron doing? Like I understand what he's doing, but it's really funny.
So the guy who just became the prime minister is actually from the Republican Party. So it's the fourth party of all the majority, right? So he just took something like in the middle. He tried to make a deal with the left, but the left said we will not take anybody from the right, and the right said the same about the left. So he just went to the obvious choice because he didn't have any choice to take the fourth party, and that was Bernays. And yeah,
What a
now I don't know what he's gonna do.
What a
I don't
fucking
know.
joke. What a fucking joke.
But it's really funny.
The lefty won the election. They deserve to have the prime minister.
Nobody has majority, so nobody won the election.
Yeah, but they have more than anyone else.
If you count them together, yes, but if you count them separately, they actually don't have so much
The
power.
the guy who's prime minister came fifth.
But look, this is actually a very interesting situation. The thing is that now everybody to the left and to the right wants Macron out. So an impeachment is now much more possible than ever before. So Macron is what it is. He's a guy that has impulsive decisions, doesn't really think about it, and now his head is really on the guillotine. It's a question of who makes the first click, and everybody goes and does it as well.
And the problem also is like now many of the media is saying that this new prime minister is actually under the thumb of Marine Le Pen, because the left said anyways they're going to censor him, so they're going to want to kick him out because he's from the right and they don't accept him as prime minister. And the Marine Le Pen's party RN said we're going to watch what he's going to say, and we're going to accordingly censor him or not. So actually he is pretty much under the decision of the right party, of the right extreme party, because he has no power. He will get impeached if the right-leaning party will decide so, because the left anyway going to say we want to impeach him. So it's pretty much like a dead end. But anyways, Macron is doing crazy things all the time. We all know that. So it's not something new. He didn't have to do this move. He did it because but actually he was smart, because at the end he won again, because nobody has the majority. and he grew his not grew, but he still maintained his party as some relevant thing, which actually nobody would like him to have. But French politics is very strange, guys. It's not something. It's very emotional. French people are already emotional by just normally. So when politics come inside, it's even worse. So we will see what will happen. But we see in Europe everywhere it starts to get more right, and more the left is pushing to the left. More it will be. One day it will come that the right will come to power.
Okay, Mehdi's trying to talk, and he keeps disappearing.
CIA got him. You see, he cannot move anymore. Oh, he's
If
moving
you
now.
let me speak, I can talk.
Oh,
If you let me speak before don't introduce me. Just hold on. Let me ask the question. That's all I'm at.
Your mic's not working, man. You might have to disconnect it.
Mehdi, you fuck.
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Try again, Mehdi, try again.
This is what happened when you listen
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good now.
Dog, shut up. All I wanted to ask, let me get it out here before I crash again. Is this, I heard that this is the only candidate the rest of the EU would approve. Is this true?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
that
he's the guy. He's the guy who was negotiating basically with the United Kingdom.
yeah, he's a hardcore. He's a guy that doesn't make any.
He's a proper EU guy.
Yeah, he's a hardcore intransigent person. I don't see him staying with the very complicated political spectrum in France. I don't see him staying for a long time. It's almost impossible. And if there is any suspicions that he was chosen by the European Union or European Commission, then the French will have even more pleasure in bringing him down. It will be like an extra incentive to bring that guy down.
Man, can we appreciate how like Europe has all these leaders that have insanely low approval ratings and somehow they're still in power? That still blows my mind that you can have 23%.
I mean, hell, dude, look at the American Congress. They're like barely in the teens, and them motherfuckers are there for life.
And somehow you're in leadership. Like, my God, like in like Kenya, where I'm from, if you have anything below 50%, you're in trouble.
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's different.
These motherfuckers be like,
democracy.
they're like, these dudes be like, I got 2%. Woo-hoo.
5 million people voted for Nigel Farage. He only got 5 places in.
How can how can more than half of the nation hate you and you're still in power? That's crazy.
Well, look at Scholz in Germany. It's amazing. The guy has the lowest popular rate ever. There was 2 states in Germany that voted, I think almost 3 weeks now, and 2 weeks now. And just 2 days ago, did Scholz speak about it, that his party...
Russian agents.
Yeah, right. And it's impressive. His party just almost cost a little bit over the 5% rule. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seats on the regional parliaments. It's impressive. The Greens also went down. The FDP, the Liberals, which is a third party in the coalition, didn't even manage to inside of the 2 parliaments, regional parliaments. I think in the next weekend there will be also another federal state voting. The approval rate of his party is even lower than these are the 2 that just voted. It's incredible, and that guy behaves like there is nothing. Everything is okay. Everything is marvelous. It's perfect. I don't know. It's very strange. In other times in Germany, this party probably would have to get out. It's how it is.
He shakes Zelensky's hands when Ukraine, on the behalf of United States, blew up the German economy. So, what do you expect? Like,
It was Vladimir Z.
Like, by the way, did you watch the recent Zelensky trip to United States and Lindsey Graham talking with him?
Yes, it was in German.
It was fucking insane. Like, Lindsey Graham treats him like he's a fucking president of Banana Republic.
Oh yes, that was shit. You
like,
know,
we will. You should fight. because we don't want to fight Russians, and you have 1 trillion of like natural resources behind you.
For us.
So you need to fight. So we can use it.
You go
What the
die.
fuck, man?
You go die for America because this is money.
Think about it. If these characters were portrayed in a movie, we would all call them bad guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like saying that you have $1 trillion in resources and you need to fight so that we don't fight. Holy crap! That's it. Just amazes me.
I saw that in the lounge. So I just forwarded it to the main DPA Telegram.
I posted that in the lounge.
Yeah, I just shared it to the DPA Telegram. Also, for those that are interested to see, how crazy direct that they basically, like hostage. You hold a hostage and say, this hostage have a lot of money. Holding this hostage, we can earn a lot of money.
He has no fucking shame. It was like, you go, you die, and we get the things, the goodies for us, and you fucking kill the Russian, but thing is not working out the way he wants. Anyway, this grind doesn't matter, he's winning because Russia is dying as well,
Hey, Boz.
Yes.
Can you talk a little quieter? There's this blue-haired girl in the store, and I feel like it's kind of like me hiding from a velociraptor. So please don't make a lot of noise.
You just mute yourself, you fucking freak.
One. If you look at the glass door, the window on your door, later you will see the fumes from the nose.
It left. I'm safe. Thanks.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what was said before. Why in Europe people vote in some people and they have such a low approval rating? It's also because there's a low voting percentage, right? If you see the UK, how much was it? 30% of the population voted in the new prime minister. So it's also about the people.
33%.
Exactly. So it's also about people need to go vote. If you don't go vote and then you cry about how bad it is, that's your own fault. Don't come cry after. Sorry. It's you need to go and vote. It doesn't take so much time, and all of us have the right to do it. So take your rights and go vote. If you always cry about it, that's not a solution.
Upgrade. The problem with the UK, the Conservatives were in power for 14 years, and everyone knew Labour gonna win, and things gonna be the same. There was only another choice: voting for Nigel Farage. Is this something you need to think twice before you vote?
But
voting. Yeah.
How many votes did Nigel Farage had?
5 million. 5 million.
Which is quite a lot. How many MPs did he had? The British voting system is completely rogue. It's made in a way that is impossible to change things behind these two parties, the Labour and the Conservatives. It's impressive. And in Portugal, it's the same thing.
But
people don't go to vote because they don't believe that voting makes a change. There are two big parties and they keep winning, and you have the feeling they are just. It's like you don't want to commit to that. You don't want to be part of that criminality going on. You see, we see in Portugal, we see politics as criminals, and most people actually they don't want to be part of it. They intentionally don't go to vote. I am against it completely, but it's how people somehow in a big way sees it. They don't believe on the system and they don't want to be part of it.
Yeah, I will say that because Singapore used the same system as UK.
This is why I said I'm not going to vote.
It's actually about efficiency, but it's about efficiency because if you have a simpler system and then you have a party that have more mandate, even though by percentage of the votes, it's not that much, but by seats you have a lot. You have a stronger mandate, and you can run a country better rather than engaging in a lot of politics. But the problem is that a lot of these countries like UK, the government don't do their job, and I think that's the main problem. Like in Singapore, if 30% of the seats really go to the opposition, Singapore will be way less awesome than whatever it is right now, because the opposition is rubbish. So there is due, it is good, but the thing is, it's still depending on whether the politicians are good. So if the politicians are all shit, it doesn't matter what system, is all still shit. Upgrade.
Yeah, that's true. But also, do people really want to go in politics? If you see how you get treated, if you have an opinion who is not aligning to the overall Marxist kind of thing, it's also a little bit strange, because we have opposition parties who actually could change things, but they get so much destroyed by the legacy media and by the legacy parties, that we actually can't have a change. And I think also this is one big factor why people don't vote, because they don't see, like Prata said, that there is sometimes just one or two parties and they always change and nothing's actually changing. And that's why they have this discussed about politics. But there is actually alternatives, but the problem is maybe that they get stigmatized a lot, and that people are scared to vote for them, and that's why also there's no change. But I think after a while, when you see that it's so bad, there's going to be a change. There's going to be a forced change for people, because you can't always say everything is good when everything is shit. At the end, economy is playing a big part of it. I think if you constantly say everything is good and people can pay their bills and they have their salary is not increasing according to the inflation, then it's just gonna push them to make radical decisions and to vote in a party which maybe they didn't vote to. Bigari, I think was you right?
Yeah. Just to sum it up, can you please name me one strong leader in the West right now?
Yes.
Even the opposition leader?
Orban, maybe?
Yeah, but he's not really West.
Putin.
Putin is not West. I'm talking about West countries. Can somebody name?
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Oh, okay.
Can you repeat the question?
What I'm talking about? What I'm talking about is that the West has the fucking crisis of political leaders. There is no political leaders in the West.
Hold on. It's not about a leader. It's about have a proper diplomat.
Yeah, but diplomats are also extinct. There is no diplomats.
It's like in the West they need more foreign minister like the one from Hungary, India, China, or Russia. People who are really diplomat, who talk to people, don't tell them what to do.
There is no diplomats in the West. If you compare Western diplomats to Lavrov, for example, they suck dick. For example, Lavrov is a diplomat. Western diplomats, they don't exist. Western leaders don't exist. If you want to look at a strong leader, you look at the Putin, you look at the leader of El Salvador, you look at the Modi, you look at the Xi Jinping. All strong leaders are not in the West. West is
I can answer
devoid
that for
of
you.
the strong leadership right now.
I can answer that for you.
Okay.
And the reason being is that because the United States could walk in and stomp its foot down projecting military power and money. So they always had it behind them. They were smug about it. And they continued to be smug about it long beyond it was actually true. And finally, somebody's called the bluff. And this is where we are. And we literally are diplomatic children when it comes to people like Lavrov and stuff who have actually negotiated with true intent, not with getting what they want for the moment, they understanding that they'll break whatever treaty or whatever freaking thing they signed in a moment's notice once it doesn't benefit them anymore. That's the problem. We don't have people to do that have that astuteness and wisdom right now anywhere close to leadership. If the only leader that I can see, and I'll admit my bias, is Trump right now. He's the only one at least talking and stopping and slowing down this fucking hurdle off a cliff. There's nobody else in the West doing it.
To be fair, Mehdi, to be fair, Anthony Blinken, you gotta give him credit. You know, the guy can play music live, and he got McDonald's to eat fucking Big Mac. You know, that's a lot.
I thought you were about to be serious.
No, you know what?
Yeah, that Big Mac is probably made of Ukrainian flesh.
You know, when it comes to the concept of change, there's one thing that always stands on the way of change, which it blows my mind that the average person has a difficulty understanding this. All countries have a system. The opposition is part of that system. Now, once in a while, there are some exceptions, especially when a nation notices it's in trouble from within, from without, or something is not right. But when everything is running right, all countries run within a system. Even when they look like they're adversaries, they're really not adversaries. You know, if you live if you go to most courts and you read what the role of a lawyer is, everybody thinks that the lawyer represents you. But in most countries, the lawyer is an officer of the court. They're there to more or less work for the court than there to work for you. Yes, they can exonerate you. Sorry. Yes, they can help you find yourself not guilty, but they're still an officer of the law and they'll obey the rules of the law before they represent you. It's the same way most of these opposition parties work. The icons that you see popping up talking about they're going to bring you freedom or they're going to do this for you and whatever, they would not let them be there if they didn't want them to be there. There's no way anybody is coming to liberate you. An individual, that's not going to happen. Especially in big countries like the US, which has like 360 million people, they cannot leave the fate of the whole country and the system that they built, spilling the blood of everybody and spreading 850 US military bases all over. They can't leave that just to anybody. And most countries operate from there. The more complicated they are, the larger they are, the more like systemic they become. These guys speak with each other. You will see a country where the opposition leader and the government are going up against each other, but then you find that their kids all go to the club together, right? It's a game they play. But it's also very important to note that if they don't put the system first, there's the danger of the system being in trouble. So the system itself, once people gain their independence or once their country begins and they get to a certain point, it becomes a self-sustaining entity. It becomes like it has a life of its own and it needs to preserve itself. And all these people become agents of preserving that system more than trying to give you freedom or better housing. All these countries, especially almost anywhere, they give their citizens the least they need not to revolt. When it comes to inflation, most of these inflations are manufactured. We saw that with the Vovan and Lexus calling the U.S. Treasury lady. And from what she said, it looked that they were manufacturing inflation to curb the power that labor had gained, that the common workers had gained from the issues with COVID, right? From the lockdowns. They got a whole lot of power because of the lockdowns, and now people can detect how much they want to make. People wanted to work from home and stuff. So the point I'm trying to make is that none of the people you think are on your side are on your side. They will lie to you, but they will not let anybody get to any point where they can threaten the elite and the way they make their money.
Yes, that's more than obvious.
Well, ever since
In the
the
case
first,
of the European Union, I think that one of the problems was that most European or member states abdicated from their strategic institutes. And in doing so, they don't follow anymore their national interests. They follow a kind of a communal institutes. And most of the politicians, going back to what Macchiadi was saying, most of the politicians, before they really become officials, they get a position, they are earning money towards all these European Union institutions or foundations, think tanks, and so on. And in that way, they create this system, and they are very afraid of the system to fall down, because that would mean they wouldn't have how to survive. Because they know they will be in the power today, but tomorrow they will be in the opposition again or out of the power, and they need always to sustain that system in a way. We also see some countries going to the point of destroying their national interest, going against their even their national interest. He's not taking care of it, is really destroying their country in order to maintain the global system they are integrated in. And this is where it really gets scary.
well, ever since the first stone buildings went up, built by humans, there have been full-time staff there trying to keep their jobs and get handed the good-looking women and the good food, right? Like bureaucrats tend to sustain institutions. That's what they do. So that's nothing new. But the difference is there any kind of structure that can put them in check? And you do need strong personalities, diplomats, leaders to do that. I personally don't think of Trump as a leader so much as a weapon. Like, he gets support from people that kind of hope he will blow things up, and they don't really care about his positive direction because they'll probably always be frustrated anyway. But they just wanted to blow up what's there, make people quit and shake things up and talk to people that aren't being talked to, and that kind of stuff. And I tend to think there is a value in pure disruption when your system is completely turned into unrepresentative, self-propagating empire. But 2 points I want to make I didn't hear anyone else make. One is, I agree that the leaders are gone, but if you ask people who was the last real leader or the last real diplomat, you don't get much consensus. People don't tend to agree. I'd be inclined to say that John Kerry was the last actual diplomat in the West, and maybe Jacinda Ardern, who actually had a significant agenda she tried to do in New Zealand, was the last actual leader in the West that tried to change anything about the neoliberal order. And both of those people seem very much on the outs right now. So, I mean, if I asked 30 people, though, I would get 30 different answers to when did it end. And we just don't have a consensus on the values of the directions we want to go. But the other point I didn't hear anybody make was how the systems themselves choose the leaders. Like in countries like the US and the UK, they have first past the post voting systems. These really marginalize the extremists to the left and the right. Everybody's campaigning to grab the middle and get swing ridings and coalesce single issue voters. Like, that will absolutely lead to pure power players like neocons running everything, because they're sitting right in the middle with no agenda other than keeping power. Those systems breed those people, and they eject anybody with principles. They eject anybody with real agendas other than holding power. And then on the other hand, these very, very proportional systems like Israel or Germany have, they tend to reward people who are very extreme by giving them a solid extremist 3 to 5, 8% of the vote, 20% of the vote. And they hang on to that for 20, 30 years until someday they get in a coalition like in Israel. And then that coalition totally destroys the country. So, like, basically the extremely proportional systems and the very unproportional false majority first past the post systems have serious flaws that actually select for the kinds of governments we get. And if we just randomly change those systems, we would find the political culture change. Last point I want to make is to answer Wyatt. He says if the 30% minority party in Singapore were to take over, they're terrible.
where they're going to stay terrible until they get some practice at trying to govern. Part of democracy is you have to let amateurs take over, mess up, learn, eject the people that are really terrible, recruit new people go, oh, you actually have a chance at power, maybe I'll run for office. And so evolution in democracy is messy, it's never easy, and if you take a hard kind of communist view, it's all a sham. But if you actually have any belief in all in the concept of voting, then you have to look at the specific voting system you have and ask what is it encouraging and who is it driving in and out.
I have something I wanted to bring up, and it just recently came across, and I don't think we've talked about, even though we went in this direction, is that Turkey's president Erdogan calls for Islamic alliance against Israel. Do people not understand how huge that is?
I agree. That's the biggest thing that happened this week for sure.
And this is...
Hey guys, I gotta ask a question. You hear me?
Yes. Muy bien.
Yes. My signal has been so shitty. EW is on me real hard right now.
You don't need to shout.
What do you? Can you hear me?
Too loud.
We can hear you. Stop shouting.
I just wanted to ask, what do you think is like this historical phenomena of some dude entering in power and changing the system entirely? What do you think is going on there?
Where?
I don't understand.
Where? Who is entering power and changing what system?
Whatever this dude is trying, whatever this dude is trying to do, whatever this dude is trying to change, is gonna die.
I don't know what he's talking about, but if he's talking about Erdogan, I might agree that that's important.
You're not allowed to change things, you know.
It may have been the right person because they cut him off.
So yeah. So anyway, I just want to shout out the super chat. Question for the panel: who are the front runners for the Person of the Year 2024?
Dennis Davidoff.
My gut feeling is that it's going to be Putin winning again. No,
my
audience, my subscribers only vote Putin all the time. It's a waste of time, you know, almost.
I think it's
but that's still
Elon
interesting.
Musk.
Who's second, third, and fourth, right? Like, you know, that list is changing.
I can see. I think it's Elon Musk. By the way, if we talk about like people that change everything,
we'll know later this year when we put up the nomination, and then you'll see the voting. Is usually Putin will win, then it's the second, third, fourth will change. But yeah, we shall see how this goes. Because this year I think got Trump, Elon Musk,
look
a
at
number of people who I think
look everyone here. Do you think any of you guys, apart from me, is gonna vote Macron? I'm the only one who's gonna vote for Macron.
What the fuck? Are you even French citizen?
If Macron holds on to power, there's an argument that
I just like the guy, you know. I just like the guy. He's sophisticated. He's French.
Like, do you know the big tragedy of Macron is that he was trying to mold his best gayer version of him in Natal, and it all failed.
Best gayer version of him.
That's too
I'm
complicated
going to
for
make
my
a nomination for a guy who I think is way more significant than is obvious, and that's a journalist, Richard Medhurst. Richard was just arrested in the UK, basically for reporting on Gaza, and he didn't just get released recently. He got the British Union of Journalists and the International Union of Journalists to both strongly come out in favor of him, and he has been absolutely unrelenting on criticism of the West on Syria, on Ukraine, on Palestine. He's probably the single guy who has been absolutely anti-West more than anyone else, pointing out every detail of the things they've been pulling. And so if you've got Britain's the most oppressive country, so if it's with the most cucked journalists, so if its journalists and the International Union are willing to back Richard, given his positions, I'd say that's a major breakthrough, and he deserves some credit for that.
I've met him last year.
I can see Musk for this reason. That guy walks a very fine line between the governments and I think what he really intends to do. And that's what he doesn't get credit for. Everybody's, he's either a victor or a villain. And I don't think people understand how much how much a thorn he's actually been, but yet not crossed the line enough where they totally just bureaucratically deregulate him into the ground, which they can do at any time, but they haven't done it yet. So
he's
it
in a
shows
lot
you
of
the
fights,
power.
right?
He actually, huh?
He's in a lot of fights. He's fighting with Brazil. He's fighting with and then so that's part of being important is you're in a lot of fights. I'm going to actually offer up 2 points to that. He's doing things most people don't notice. One thing is that when they released the Cybertruck, the automotive 48-volt Ethernet, it was the first implementation of this standard. They've been trying to move the auto industry to 48-volt low batteries for 30 years. And he releases one, he puts the spec out, gives it to all the other auto companies and tries to make it an open standard. That's a huge thing to do industrially. And also, he went to the data center people and offered Tesla's Power over Ethernet protocol for a much lower overhead protocol that would work for data centers and in vehicles and in avionics, and he offered that up as a standard too. And he's also fighting Sam Altman to basically ensure that OpenAI remains actually open. So these are 3 very major efforts industrially that he personally is devoting a lot of time and energy to that he doesn't get enough notice or credit for, actually.
But I have a very quick question to you guys, all of you guys, about Musk. How can he be anti the system when last year he made like $15 billion from military and government contracts? Don't you think that doesn't make any sense? If they hated him so much,
space contracts, aren't they? Like they're peaceful space stuff.
Well, they need him because he's the only one. But he's the only one that can build the stuff for him. And you know what I mean? Like I said, he walks a very fine line. He has to do something for the government, or else he won't exist. And that's the fine line this guy plays. Nobody really takes it into account. I don't know what to think of Musk. All I know is that at least with X, I have some reach through like Twitter Spaces and such. Where we get on YouTube, it can be shut down at any moment.
And that, by the way, Mehdi, by the way, that I understand. But I always caution people against any version, however modest of it, of hero worship. There is no individual who is coming to save anybody. If there's a problem with free speech, it's not Musk that will save people. It will be the consciousness of the whole public that eventually evolves there or matures to that position. All these individuals, people seem to follow a lot. If you go back in history, they always disappoint everybody. They always turn out to be what we never thought they were. And these are even some of the most popular people, including the guys here who are voting for Putin for the person of the year. That guy would disappoint you too.
I'm going to agree with that and offer. I just want to offer 2 quick points about Musk just to offset my own compliments. I thought it was unforgivable when he went on the Ukraine kill list, got himself off without doing a damn thing to help the 300-odd miners that are on that Ukraine kill list. That to me is appalling. You save yourself and you leave miners on the hit list in front of you. It was also appalling that he went to Israel and talked to Netanyahu and has since said nothing about Palestine, although he initially did. So he seems quite willing to be silenced on really important issues where innocent people are being killed. So I am not the biggest Musk fan. I just pointed out that it's such a long list of pluses and minuses, it's hard to leave him off totally.
That's exactly my point. And Richard Medhurst, he was out there reporting the truth. I followed him, and I'm like a MAGA guy. I mean, I'm not shy about it. I guess I'm a MAGA communist now, whatever the fuck that is supposed to mean. And I don't really care at this point. But Richard Medhurst was also on the Ukrainian kill list too.
Yeah.
And many of these journalists that they're rounding up have been on this list.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And people don't understand that was basically almost NATO driven. It wasn't just the Ukrainians, it was on NATO servers. So people got to remember what is going to happen if the Ukraine falls and you have these pissed off, fanatical fucking Nazi retards running around in your country who have this list as some type of justification for them to reach out and start causing trouble. Do you think the government's going to protect these journalists or people that are on this list? They surely in the fuck have the responsibility, do they not, for what they've done? But will they come up and do it?
MAGA communist.
I just want to say in relation to Musk, I mean, I think a lot of people just don't understand America. He's a cool dude. He says good things. He's doing some good things. He's basically just a fucking useful tool for our side. And right now he's good. Maybe someday he'll be a piece of shit like you say, and he'll lie to everybody and be a big tricker. But for right now, he's an ally of convenience, whatever you want to call it. He's useful, so why not use him? He's doing the right thing. That's all that matters. I don't worship the guy, but I'm happy to use his billions in his platform.
He's good because he's pro-Trump, but the shit he does, I'm against that guy. You know.
Nobody's perfect, dude.
I think we had
Like I
upgrade
said,
and then Bagari. Oh, sorry.
That's
Mine, Vaughn.
I'm good.
Yeah, I would.
The way he was reporting shit in Venezuela was like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Oh yeah, that was another strike. Yeah.
That was a proper letdown, you know.
Yeah.
I would say maybe depends on.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Was he really doing that, or was that just people doing it on his platform?
Oh no, he did it. He said we can coup anyone we want, and he meant it. And he backed the Venezuelan attempt to oust. Yeah, he did.
And the thing is, Lula is basically on his side when it comes to Venezuela. At the same time, he's against Lula. You know. Sometimes I don't understand people.
Anyway, we finished the Musk topic, and maybe because he's kind of viral, he's in everything. Maybe we can ditch him. Topic.
I mean, you don't understand the deal, but yet you doubt that Trump will pull the deal out of his ass and end the war in Ukraine. I mean, look at it, dude. It doesn't even make sense what's going on. Just like when Trump makes the deal with Putin, people are like, what the fuck? How do you do it? Maybe Elon Musk will be there. And they'll do it on a space station. I don't know. Maybe they'll do it on Mars.
Upgrade.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm pro-Trump, but I don't like the people
I
around
think
him.
Boss deliberately don't want to let Upgrade talk.
Yeah, I purposely interrupt Upgrade.
Hello, motherfucker. No, I'm just saying. I would maybe say Trump. Depends on if he wins, because it can make a lot of changes in the world. So, and he almost got assassinated this year, and can change a lot of things worldwide. He can end some wars. You know, he can bring back stability if he's really doing what he said he want to do. So I think I would give Trump a shot if he wins the election. I definitely would give him my vote for the person of the year of 2024, because with all what he had to go through and become president, and if he really does what he says, then he can really become one of the big guys, you know.
Yeah.
Also historically speaking, because it's very strange times we are in, and dangerous times actually.
Do you think Kamala?
And you will be in time though.
Do you think
Because
Kamala?
the nomination will be
I'm
beginning
saying
of
I don't know
December.
about Kamala, but I don't see Kamala, but it can be, you know. People are very emotional in voting, and Trump has this unique facet to have people voting for him emotionally and also discussed about him. So it's a 50-50 thing. That's why it's so close. But I think Kamala
it's
is
not so close.
a long time ago, I said the Democrats
Finish my sentence.
they are cooking something, you know, because
No,
they are too relaxed. They are too relaxed. They're letting things go. Now,
Give me a second. Yeah, I just wanted to finish my sentence. I just see that when I see the polls so close, it shouldn't be that close because
it's not.
Kamala, you know, she's Democrat. She should be much higher, especially with all the good press she gets and all the propaganda machine who is pushing her. So I see it. It's gonna be a close one, definitely, but I think Trump can do it. I think he can really do it, and they're gonna cry again in November, I think, and 4 years.
I'm
I don't
gonna
know.
explore here. There we go.
Bigari
I
is
hope,
next, I think.
I
But
hope you're right. I don't.
Hey,
I don't think.
But Mehdi wanted to say something first.
So
oh my God, I just forgot it because I'm trying to fight to get heard. The problem is this. It doesn't, first of all, Harris does not have the support that is shown out there. What they're trying to sell is a bullshit story they know is not going to sell the American public if they try to steal the fucking election. Here's where the question is, and nobody's asked the Harris administration, Biden administration, or anybody on the other side like they did to Hillary, to Donald Trump, is this. Are you going to allow for a peaceful transfer of power? Because it doesn't matter what happens with the election. What matters is whether they're going to give up the power if they lose. There is where the problem is.
When is the election?
I just please don't say anything about who will win the US election.
I need to buy my popcorn. Okay, Bigari, go.
I will kill you. I will find you and I will kill you. I'm Liam Neeson.
You know I'm black, yeah?
I'm Liam Neeson.
No, it's racist. No, you cannot do that.
I didn't notice, boss.
Okay, please stop talking about the fucking Ukraine kill list. It's like it's insulting my intelligence. Like the Ukraine kill list is made by the fucking retard Twitter that made his own website and puts people that he doesn't like on that list. It's not Ukraine kill list. It's
why isn't it shut down? It's serious negative on the reputation of Ukraine. Why isn't it shut
because
down?
Ukraine doesn't care, but it's not official kill list. They would like to kill those people, but it's not official kill list.
Nobody publishes an official kill list. That's no such thing.
Oh yeah, that's ours, by the way.
Oh, the US does,
but
yeah. They're the only ones that can. Yeah.
Stop this shit. Like, it's fucking insulting intelligence of normal people.
Sorry,
like,
man. It's under the responsibility umbrella of Ukraine. It's done in their name. There's lots of people who approve of it. No one ever denounces it in the Ukrainian government.
Yes, because Ukrainian government is a fucking retards, man.
I know. They should denounce it, but they don't.
Yes, but they don't denounce everything.
If I put up a quasi-official Canadian government kill list, I would hear about it.
Yes, but like Ukrainian Nazis are on the payroll of our special services, so we are living in some different
the real
like
government, doesn't it? That they're really in charge.
Yeah, man, those guys even have US politicians on that kill list, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to get away with that.
Oh my fucking God, it's not a kill list. They just say they are enemies of Ukraine.
Yeah, and then they claim credit and put eliminated on when it happens and it's hosted in Langley, Virginia. This looks absolutely official.
Just look at the creator of that website. I will fucking beat him up with my left hand. He's a fucking 60-year-old, like fucking
you should do that and put it on Telegram so everyone knows that ordinary Ukrainians don't approve of this. That would be a good idea.
Craig, if you don't quit pushing him, he's going to start his own kill list.
What, Bob?
I said if you don't stop pushing him, he's going to start his own kill list.
Yeah, everyone in Ukraine gets to make their own then.
Yeah,
But then
I
he wouldn't
have my
hear
kill
about it.
list. Yes. Yeah.
If the government shuts his down but not the other one, then the other one is the official one, right?
But
Anyway,
Gary,
anyway,
if there's an
anyway,
enemies list, does then an enemies list easily become a kill list? If it's an enemies list, you said it's an enemies list. What's the difference between an enemies list and a kill list?
There's really no difference if you get paid
If
for killing
some
people on it.
fucking retarded person makes a list on the internet and says that the enemy of the state, is it official for the state? Like, you need to understand, I hate Ukrainian government, but why am I defending them? Like, because
Yeah, why?
like, because some
You do
people on
understand
the
that
internet,
this is exactly what all these guys do. It's called
because some people on the
stochastic
internet
terrorism.
created the story about that there is official government kill list from Ukraine. Like, please don't be retards.
It's stochastic terrorism. There's a whole study of
But-
this, how you increase the probability of assassinations by making things just like that. You don't directly cause it, you're not putting a bounty on their heads, but you drastically increase the chance that when somebody decides to take someone out, that they take someone out on that particular list. It's called stochastic terrorism. It is considered to be a form of terrorism. And I mean, the government should say at least that we don't believe in that. They have to disavow it. It's out there with enemies of Ukraine. If I tried
There
to
is
do
no
something
Ukrainian
like that,
government.
well, you know that and I know that, which is kind of why the vacuum exists. But I'm saying in any other country, if somebody put up something like that, it would get shut down by the officials who would not want to be associated with it. And that's not happening in Ukraine, and that's very bad. That makes it look like a place that is.
So the fact that there are people on that list who have actually been killed just happens to be a coincidence that
Yeah, exactly. Nobody believes that it is, whether it is or
that
not.
the government's intention and the intention of this kill list from the basement happens to coincide.
if that
What
guy,
a- how magical that is.
I just want to leave a message. If that guy is watching this, I'm not part of the pro-Russia. Okay, Slava Ukraine, Slava Ukraine.
If that guy is watching
Okay.
this, I want to say take the minors off it. People who were under 18 when they offended you do not belong on that list. Take them off, or else you will be on another list that you don't want to be on.
If the guy is watching, then he must have some very serious cognitive dissonance. So I don't think very pro-Ukrainian people can stand
Yeah, I mean,
watching
honestly,
the video of my.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching, dude, like, subscribe, and share, please.
Yeah, come on the open mic and explain yourself.
So anyway,
Vaughn,
because
Vaughn,
later
Vaughn,
wait.
if there is someone on DPA who's gonna be in that list first, it's gonna be you.
You know what?
No-
That's
no-
bullshit.
no
Because
propaganda.
everybody knows that I have a crush on Sarah Ashton Cirilla. So there's no way they would put me on that list. I love her.
I think Bagari's
I miss
point is
her.
that we're giving Ukraine too much credit by saying that they could maintain and agree on a kill list. That it actually makes them look more competent than they are.
So anyway, I because later I need to head out, so I have to do
kind
the
of
closing
agree with
right now. So let's do closing. MK, can you start first?
Yes, good conversation as always. It was awesome. But so generally I'm here obviously because of the whole conflict. I'm really interested in whatever goes on in the conflict, and I'm always following DPA and other mappers to see what's happening, because we'll never have any other opportunity within our lifetimes. Like, think about it. We know so much more about warfare because of this war than probably some people who even served by now, because everybody was surprised by how this whole thing worked. But so it's an interest. I hope the war ends. But anyways, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, MK. Bigari, closing.
Yeah. I just want more people to understand the nuances of the geopolitics. Come to DPA, open mics, and listen to when we discuss geopolitics, because when you think that there is good and evil, you are wrong. There is no side. There is evil or good. It's geopolitics. Just listen, don't listen to what your mainstream media tells you. Just come here and listen to us, and maybe you will become smarter.
Thank you, Bigari. Voss, closing statement. Closing
Okay,
statement.
this is my first closing in a very long time. I haven't been here for more than an hour or something. I just want this war to finish, please. All these people on both sides, please sit down and talk. Too many people die. And we are tired of seeing people dying. Please sit down. And Slava Ukraine, please don't put me on kill list.
I just about to say that you're going to be on the kill list by saying that, but okay, now you got a balancing, so it's okay.
About that kill list, I wanted to bring up about the kill list. I'm sorry, I bounced right back in. And before I dropped, I wanted to mention it was this, is that Gonzalo Lira was on that list. And remember, he died in Ukraine.
And he ended up dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not, Maddie? You can do closing since you start talking.
I'm so sorry. No, guys, go ahead.
It's okay. Upgrade is used to it. Maddie, do you want to do closing?
Okay. Who knows how events are going to change between now and next Saturday when we meet? I think I just dumped on. Anyway, I don't know. Hopefully I think we'll be talking to each other. How events are going to change between now and then, who knows? But I think we're coming to a precipice where things and decisions have to be made one way or another. And I think Russia is going to start leaning a lot harder now. And I think it's going to be harder for Wyatt to keep up with it. And because when we look back behind some of these fronts where they're going to break into, it's just wide open fields behind them. There's not these strings of villages anymore. So the AFU is going to have a hard time defending that and stopping the Russians from moving forward. That's what I predict. And notice that there were recon supposedly that crossed the Dnieper in the Kherson region. I did not.
Is that?
It's gone.
Oh, he paused for the silence. Is this finished? Are you finished?
Are you fucking done, Eddie?
Yeah, that's very abrupt. I have no idea what happened.
What's your goddamn mic?
His mic is.
It's a connection problem.
Mic's off.
Yeah. Okay. Upgrade. Closing.
Viva la France.
Mehdi, he's still talking.
Is he finished now? Okay.
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, I came late, but I don't know what was topics, so I just came later on. But it was nice to talk to you guys, and I would like to say the same. Like, we should stop this war. It's very useless. Many people die on both sides for no reason, and just wanted to add on that I heard that now Iskanders are flying everywhere, so they have like all the Russians have like their own detachment of Iskander. That's also something very interesting to add on, because they're really using them a lot, and you can see the production, which the West always said will crumble after 3 months, is actually just bullshit, and they're just ramping up, and it goes in the same way, like Mehdi said, that they probably will go harder and harder, and the Ukrainians will have even less and less time to figure out where they need to plug the gaps until it's really too late, and then really need to go until the Dnieper. And wanted to give a shout out to my wife. She's coming back Monday from Moscow, and probably we will come Wyatt to Singapore next year again. We liked it so much, so we're gonna come. Yeah, because we're gonna go to Japan, so we're gonna come.
Fucking bunch of communists.
No communist, man. I'm pretty much capitalist, so For me, communism is not very good. But
I'm
yeah,
George.
yeah, Swiss guy who's capitalist. Wow. Okay, that was my closing.
Thank you, Upgrade. No, looking forward to you coming back to Singapore. And Gabriel, closing.
This guy is communist for sure.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can. Well, I tried to pop in several times, but had to fight the Prince of Persia before I got here. He who hath ears, let him hear. Really interesting topics. Good to hear you guys. Very interesting debates happened. It was nice to hear that, like, people, you guys were sort of very politely disagreeing in some points, and that was really interesting, and it's good to have that. There was this guy, I can't remember his name, but he the guy who was telling Wyatt what his army is doing. That was really funny.
Wayne,
yeah. He was telling you where your army is, so you don't lose it, Wyatt, Commander.
You should
Remember
have saw
to-
what I messaged him in private chat.
Wait, his source was actually TikTok, right? That was crazy. I opened the link.
I will explain during my closing. Don't interrupt. Gabriel closing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I wasn't on during the whole time, so it was kind of it's okay for it to be sort of a conversation right now. But I'll be brief. Yeah, I didn't hear your answer. I don't know if you heard my question because I lost signal when I asked it. But what I mentioned about, like, these sort of extraordinary, well, there's like the historical theory, about like the strong man, and then there's the ones who oppose that very vehemently. It's kind of like a taboo right now, but I was posing that question more than on the singular figure who made some massive change to the history of his nation and other nations and probably the world in some sense, but like what it takes for extraordinary changes to occur. Because I get this feeling very often that we, like, fluctuate between everything is falling apart and it's about to crash at any moment, and it's always been like this and it's going to continue like this forever. Like, nothing's going to change. But yeah, we have a bunch of gradual changes that end up turning things around pretty dramatically in the long run. And then there's sometimes sudden changes that change everything super fast. Right now, I think we're living in kind of one of those periods. And we have an example of a person who got into power out of seemingly nowhere and did a super dramatic change to his nation that was falling apart, and now the world is suffering tremors of change. And yeah, he's not alone. He's not he has allies, and those are also pretty singular fellows. Like, who in the West is like a somewhat worthy leader. I don't know. Maybe the minister, the prime minister of Hungary, Orban, or the prime minister of Slovakia. That's pretty amazing, though. Like, he took a couple of bullets, but he's steadfast. He's still standing firm. He hasn't backtracked. I don't know how the situation is. It would be great to have a person from Slovakia, if anyone is listening, to come up and tell us about what's going on there. It would be really interesting, because that's pretty hardcore. I mean, he took a couple of bullets and he hasn't backtracked at all. So I think there's a possibility, because there's always going to be an elite that rules, but there's a possibility that elite has I don't know if it's like a noble cause, but at least a broader picture. Like not completely self centered in like a plight for power or control, or to secure his position, to like maintain his self conceit. Maybe there is a, because yeah, like they say that a people deserves their leaders. We've heard that a lot, and there's something of truth about it, because people can reject leaders sometimes. At least they can try, and show their displeasure and their opposition and be repressed, and at least they don't look complicit with the crimes of their leaders, both on foreign lands and on their own. But maybe they fail and they just make a little bit of noise, and they absolve themselves, historically speaking. But sometimes people actually can do something, can, and usually you need a certain, like cultural movement. It can't be just singular people. There has to be a greater, like union that allows it to happen. I'd say that instead of like people deserving their leaders, their culture informs what they're willing to tolerate in their leaders. And so it's like a longer process than just, like changing your mind one day and, oh, I don't like the system anymore. And usually that process has to deteriorate to a level in which it becomes intolerable. But let's hope that with all the information we have available, and through that information, the depths in time of perspective we can achieve, we can, like avert the disaster, in so much as we, like can wait, like not wait until everything goes to shit before we do something about it. So that's kind of like my perspective on the topics that were spoken and what they imply. So good night. Thanks for being around.
Thank you, bro. CH closing.
Well, I'm not inclined to view history as great man theory stuff. I agree with MK there that we overdo that. I think it's far more important that over time we allow certain alliances to just be taken for granted, and those will eventually shape history. So Algeria and Turkey talking to each other and kind of bullying Egypt into, you're letting us into Gaza to relieve, whether you like it or not. The Houthis being more or less proven they can't be forced to reopen the Red Sea. Iran standing its ground. Like, the Muslim world is coming together under the pressure of the Mideast war and other things, and it will align with the BRICS side. It just will. I mean, Russia will not go to conflict with the Muslim world. It has been supporter of the Muslim world lately. Putin, as was noted here, is very, very careful never to say that you're not a Russian if you're a Muslim in a national sense. Whatever issues the Russians might have had with that kind of bigotry is gone. And the USSR was a friend to these developing world countries, to the Arab world, etc. So really that kind of larger geopolitical forces is far more interesting. And when you see Turkey outright saying that it wants to join BRICS, which would mean no sanctions against Russia, that is literally geopolitical earthquake. So I'll look at that first. That's not to say that personalities don't matter. They do. I thought Trump gave a substantive foreign policy speech this week. He got up and he said, hey, I don't know what two countries he meant, but he said he threatened two countries about to go to war with tariffing them both into oblivion, and they backed down. Like, I don't know, was he talking about Iran and Israel? Maybe, I don't know. But he's way more inclined to use like business and civil bargaining mechanisms than he is to use, the military and sanctions. And he made the point repeatedly that he would use tariffs, but in a short-term sense, with no intention of damaging or reforming world economies by leaving them on for a long time. It was a very substantive trade policy and foreign policy speech. It was a really good sign that maybe for the next 2 months we can talk policy substance in the US election and not memes. So that is very, very important. That is leadership. Right now, the West is led, like it or not, by Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu is making the Muslim world come together against the West. Netanyahu is preventing the G7 countries, which are starting to be called the Genocide 7 countries, for not recognizing Palestine. Netanyahu, as his own economy collapses, is dragging other economies down with him. People saying that the USA and Israel have to collapse together and boycotting the USA too in a minor way. This is bad leadership, but it is leadership. Meanwhile, Putin and his very calm and different style of leadership is leading really the BRICS side, at least the front spear of it, and Xi sitting there leading the logistics of it. I mean, I know who I'd bet on in money terms. But that's all I want to say about heroes and villains, other than to say, if it's boring to go to like person of the year and the most influential, maybe it's time to apply Bagari's theory that, you know, anyone can make a kill list and that's perfectly fine. So why don't we have a DPA one? We'll just vote on who should be on it. And then it would at least be somewhat more democratic than having one guy sit in the back room and do it. Call it the worst people in the world list or some euphemism like that. But essentially, how about the people that the world would be better off without? If that's okay to do, then why don't we do it? And I want a serious answer to that question, actually, from Bagari or anyone. But that's a different approach to take, and it might be a more fun list to assemble. And I nominate Lindsey Graham for it.
Thank you, CH.
Agree with that nomination.
There, we see who started.
No Q list. No
Here, here.
Q list. No. Okay, Vaughn closing.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me good? All right. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, you know, of course, everybody needs to like, subscribe, and share. And you can see how we had a good panel and a good mix today. And I mean, seriously, like if you watch Wyatt's channel and you get the situation reports and the frontline changes, and then you watch the other stuff because you're informed and you care about the world. Look at the open mic as kind of a weekend wrap up or roundup where we'll talk about the happenings of the war for the week and what Wyatt did or someone else did on the maps, you know, the geopolitics of whatever else happened in the world. It's like a good roundup. It's like you get to hang out with your buddies and kind of shoot the shit about what happened that week. And, you know, depending on what you're interested in, you can come in and talk about it, or you can bounce out and leave so somebody else can come in and talk about it. You know, as far as Ukraine goes, you know, I think, Kursk obviously over with. I think the Russians will just continue to push down slowly and, you know, eventually push out the bulge in Kursk. And then kind of interested to see what happens around Svidnivka. That looks like that could get pretty interesting. And then down there, I think it's around Ivaniske, the southern area where they're Russians around Bilahorivka, the lakes, and they have the southern end of that pocket. And now the Ukrainians, you know, if they come down and get that village, Wyatt was shown in the situation report, they lose those 5 satellite villages. So I think that whole area is a pretty big deal because that's really a long way to try and get out and break out. And it's already pretty narrow even with where the Russians are at now. But I think that's another area to watch. And then I think with all the reinforcements being reported, being sent in around Pavlovsk, I think maybe this week or, you know, I don't think the Russians are pausing. I think they do have a lot of stuff there. But I think this week, as those reinforcements come into the field, I think you might see a lot of Russian strikes and bombings. Like they really are going to hammer these guys. So you might see a pause on the ground, but you might see a massive amount of attacks against these reinforcements that are moving into the area. And then after that, they'll probably move because that gives them some time to really get things wrapped up and get stuff in position. And then New York, I think Wyatt's right. You're going to see some pretty decent gains around there. So that's all I got. I mean, just keep watching the hot spots. I mean, and always keep in the back of your mind, there's that random spot, probably on the Zaporizhzhia line, where something could happen. And then also look at Kherson. You had a little operation down there on the island, so there's plenty of stuff going on. So just keep watching Wyatt. Good to see everybody. Y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Gabriel. I'm gonna drop off you guys. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 95, and it's my time for closing. So just to address the thing Wayne talked about the Singapore military. So he posted the source in the private chat. It's basically a TikTok video from the Singapore Army of Singapore sending 8 of the military female soldiers from the engineers and the medical corps. They went for a hike. They went basically hiking in Nepal, and they posted a TikTok. That's it. It's not the Singapore military going for an exercise with Nepal at the border and nothing of that sort. So that's that. Which is why it's very important. I always ask for source. I don't just take people's words for it. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, what can 8 female soldiers do? So anyway, it's a great open mic. We talk a lot about a lot of weird stuff, all over the place. My brain can't even comprehend what actually. I can't really sum up what the hell we actually talked about, but a lot about Ukraine. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I would have wanted the open mic to continue for another hour, I think, because the conversation was really flowing, but I need to head out in a while. So I have to close. So thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. I will be recording the Frontline Changes report soon. There will be some major changes. Not every day there's major changes, so it's quite crazy. And and do check out the conclusions, because that's where I put all my opinions and speculations and analysis of the Ukraine war. It's a I try to make it become a regular thing. So there will be like Frontline Changes, situation report, and the conclusions, all covering different kind of things. Then I can actually talk everything I want to talk, because I usually have too much thing to talk about the Ukraine war, even on a daily basis. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next update. And thank you for all the super chats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA open mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. Find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed. Of ideas we see, the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. Together we stand, blood suckers, yet alive.